Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Pope Zaza Payne, and it is great to be with all of you. As long as last week was, waiting around till Monday for the game, long week, and it was fun getting to watch football on Saturday and Sunday, no doubt about that. This week is a crunch, man. Right back at practice today for the Texans.
Right back at it.
Yeah.
It's nice because, D'Amico's going to be ready and raring to go to talk about the upcoming opponent, whereas last week he was almost a little surprised that people were so eager to talk about this.
Get it, man. What's the rush?
I know. You know what? We didn't play this audio on the show. It just didn't work out. But the James Harrison acting like D'Amico is throwing shade at the Steelers by being dismissive of a Steelers question.
Yep.
That was pretty good. I liked that was James Harrison putting a chip on his shoulder, finding things to be offended by, and that's exactly what you need to do. That's how you end up making it as an undrafted rookie free agent and becoming an All-Pro multiple times and having a Super Bowl, a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, 100-yard touchdown in the Super Bowl. Yeah.
It's a guy who doesn't look like he should be able to outrun 11 other people. As you know, like Harrison
he didn't. He ran over half of them.
He was deceptively fast. Because he looked like a bodybuilder. Yeah. And if you've ever seen a bodybuilder try to run, it's hilarious. Except for Harrison, no, it was not hilarious at all when he ran.
No, definitely not hilarious for gamblers because that was the Arizona Super Bowl. The Steelers in Arizona, and Arizona is driving for a touchdown at the end of the half that would have flipped all kinds of bets at the half. And James Harrison, nope, we're going to get a touchdown out of this.
And let's be honest here. This is really what it's all about, is the Texans, try to get one more step closer to a Super Bowl.
New heights, Seth.
It really is all about just being able to shut that argument down when you get into arguments with people from other fan bases. It's such easy, low-hanging fruit. For like idiotic Cowboys fans who somehow try to bring up the 90s every time you get into an argument about how horrendous their team is now, I would like to just not even getting in an argument with some dullard inbred from Dallas. I would like to be able to just close that door so I don't have to waste 45 seconds explaining why they're so stupid in that regard.
You're saying that the Texans just get to the AFC title game so we don't have to deal with this anymore?
Win a Super Bowl.
Oh, win a Super Bowl.
Just that's the only – yeah, sure, it's awesome to win a Super Bowl, but mostly just to give you another weapon when you argue with other fan bases in the future.
Yeah. Because
it's really the only good reason to win a Super Bowl, truth be told.
Is to have ammo to fight with other people.
Yes.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday over Zoom, and look, the big talk throughout the offseason was got to get to at least the AFC title game. Well, here we are. Sunday, 2 o'clock, Patriots at Gillette Stadium, a site the Texans have been at before at this exact same stage of the playoffs twice in their history, both times under different head coaches than D'Amico Ryans. Here was D'Amico yesterday on the opportunity to get to the AFC title game.
I'm really excited to just be leading this team in this moment, to have us in this position for a third year. It's a blessing. It's an honor. I don't take it lightly to be one of the final 4 teams left in the AFC. It's where you want to be. It's a position you want to be in if you're a competitor, and I'm a true competitor. Love competing, love where we are, love the mindset of our team, and love the opportunity we have before us. And it is about just 1 week at a time. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's still 1 week at a time. And the Patriots are a really good team. Coaching and really flip the culture of that team. His impact is shown on how these guys play. They're physical. They're a smart team. It mimics how he played the game. So it'll be a really, really tough opponent, but we're excited for the matchup, and we're just, thankful for this opportunity.
There's actually a lot to unpack for me in that quote right there, Seth. The opportunity, obviously. I love what he said about Vrabel, them playing the way that Vrabel, or the Patriots playing the way that Vrabel played, because I think the Texans are a mirror image of that with the way, at least on defense, that they play, a lot like DeMeco Ryans played. But to me, the opportunity is the huge thing here, and it's not just this game. And by the way, the other thing I like is that DeMeco's like, hey, I know you don't like to hear 1 week at a time. No, from you, we like to hear 1 week at a time. Let us be the hot take people. Let us be the ones that do what I'm about to do and tell you the look-ahead lines for the AFC title game if the Texans were to make it.
Patriots.
If the Texans were to make it. Well, here's why I'm doing it. And the Patriots are part of this. We've talked all season about how upside down the AFC is, how crazy it is. The NFL at large, really. I mean, look, the Bears are one of the teams that are left over in the NFC. They've been horrible the last several years. The AFC is crazy right now. The teams are the Bills, which we expect. The Texans have been here the last couple of years. But the Patriots and the Broncos have had huge turnarounds in the last 2 years, and they're the 1 and 2 seeds in this thing. So the Texans are a 3-point underdog in this game against the Patriots. These are two evenly matched teams, despite what everybody in New England thinks. I was on Nesson yesterday, and I know you've been so scared to go on various shows the next few days, and I am preparing for very cocky Patriots fans. But if the Texans were to make it to the AFC title game, the lines on the game would be either Texans at Broncos minus 1.5. Which means the Texans are viewed as the superior team. It's in Denver.
Yeah.
And the Bills and the Texans would be a pick'em here at NRG Stadium, which means the Bills are viewed as the superior team. But go to hell. We know how it goes for Buffalo at NRG Stadium. My point is, this is not years past with the Texans where they're going into the divisional round as a touchdown underdog like the last couple of years in Kansas City and in Baltimore. And then if they happen to pull off the upset, my God, they got to beat the other of Baltimore, Kansas City, or Buffalo at their place in the AFC title game. They can win this thing, man.
Yeah,
they can win the whole thing.
Yeah, that's as everybody's been saying since the end of the season. It's just so even and wide open in the AFC, especially right now, that anything could happen. I think the biggest thing about this matchup versus the Patriots, and the thing that's been annoying me so much, is just all of this college football playoff style debate about strength of schedule and everything else. And more than anything, I'm kind of shocked that Patriots fans are as insecure as they seem to be about all of this. That a team that has been flooded with copyrighted logos and slogans for years and years about the importance of no days off and hard work and grind and all that stuff, that you would think, okay, on the field in the playoffs, they'll show exactly what we need. But they're just adamant. They need to show that, no, Drake May is genuinely as great as he seems based on the stats and everything. He very well might be. I mean, he's done some really impressive things this year. But I think also, I think there's a little bit of insecurity there in that they, too, understand and know that they haven't truly been tested. That look, the entire league is not the same as playing the schedule that they've played.
No.
And they've gotten, they played the Chargers. When they played the Chargers in the playoffs, that's the first time all season they faced a top 10 scoring defense.
Yeah.
And Drake May got it going eventually, but some of the things, like with the Patriots offense, one of the few things where they don't rank really high statistically is in the red zone. And, they came up short in the red zone continually. So they had a whole lot of yardage, et cetera, et cetera. They scored 16 points. Great.
That's the big thing. They scored 16
They scored
points.
16 points.
Yeah.
So you can say the same thing about the Texans' defense. Hey, they rank top 5 in just about every category. Now, the Texans' defense has faced they've had 8 games where they faced a top 10 scoring offense. But the red zone defense is one of the areas that just it's right around the middle. Explosive pass plays allowed. They're average in that regard. It's one of the few areas where they're not a top 5 defense, and the Patriots can potentially exploit that. Like the matchup is just like it was last week in a lot of regards. It's very even, but all of the discussion and watching that Texans Steelers game, I'm looking at Drake May versus C.J. Stroud. And I would feel pretty good about Drake May in that matchup,
especially on the heels of CJ's game on Monday. No doubt about that. It's and the other strange part about that is with the Patriot fans, and is that they, for all those years, they beat up on a patsy division.
Yeah.
They were in a division with bad Dolphin teams, bad Jet teams, and bad Bills teams. Kids, I know you kids who are 15 or 16 years old don't remember a time where the Bills stunk, but they stunk for about 20 years and didn't make the playoffs. So it is strange that they feel like there's this college football playoff argument going on with them. Like, no, just prove it on the field on Sunday.
Right.
You're not campaigning to get in. You're in the postseason. You're the 2
you're already
seed.
in. You don't have to argue. You don't have to lobby the college football playoff committee to get your proper ranking.
You're the 2 seed. You had a hell of a year.
Look, you guys lost to the Bills, and you're still in. Nobody looked at – people looked – this is what the league did. The committee looked at that Bills loss, and they said, yes, it was late in the season, but you scored 31 points, and it's a quality loss. We're not going to dock you too much for that quality loss to the Bills.
It is
all
weird.
right. You actually competed against the Bills. Good for you.
They invoked schedule on me with on Nesson yesterday. Nesson, for those who don't know, it's the equivalent of our Space City Home Network. It's their regional sports network, and they're like, other than Josh Allen, who have the Texans really beaten? I'm like, well, I know they didn't make the playoffs, but they went and beat me in Kansas City.
Yeah.
I will tell you, their 5 losses, other than Tampa Bay, who almost made the playoffs, are all by 1 score to playoff teams, and their only 2 losses since Halloween are to the 2 1 seeds by 1 score. So, like,
are we doing this?
You're
quality losses.
You're picking the wrong fight, dude. Just stand behind your MVP quarterback and shadow punch me. That's what you should do if you're trying to argue Patriots and Texans right now, because the odds makers see these 2 teams as the same. You're a 3-point favorite at Gillette Stadium. The odds makers, who are pretty good at this, see these 2 teams at the same. If you're trying to argue for your team, just stand behind your quarterback and your really good head coach and just look over their shoulder and punch at me like that, hiding behind Mike Vrabel and Drake May. That's your argument. Don't take out your resume and wave me over and slap them down next to each other on the table.
That's where I guess I'm just surprised that they're as insecure as they are about all of it.
I am too.
It really is. I'm looking for the old cocky Patriots fans. I'm looking for that. I want the Bostonian who's watched The Departed 7 times last week for the 1,080th time he's watched The Departed, and he's feeling himself, and he doesn't care what the strength of schedule is or anything. We're going to come in, but no, instead, maybe it's because that entire region doesn't give a damn about college football, that they feel like they've missed out on some of the college football playoff debates, and they desperately want to be a part of it. Like, hey, this is our chance. This is our chance. Bill O'Brien sure ain't doing it with Boston College for us. So now we can in and participate in some of this.
My biggest concern, Seth, is when the Texans go on to win 6 Super Bowls, is this what's going to happen to us? Are we gonna be as insecure once the Texans win? Once the Texans win their 6 rings, it's a price I'm willing to pay for the 6 rings.
I'm willing to pay that price as well.
Yep.
I mean, they're bringing up Letterman jacket stuff and everything.
Portnoy was doing that to JJ yesterday.
Yeah,
on social media.
You guys are stuck in the past.
Yeah, man.
What's going on here, man?
Who is this Jerry Thornton that said that?
Oh yeah, this was John. It was just dumb.
I'm glad, dude. I am glad we are working up. Do we want to pace ourselves on the pettiness for this game on Sunday, or do we just want to go balls to the wall on this thing?
I'm having a hard time figuring out whether I've got more of a grudge against the Patriots or just Bostonians in general.
Okay.
And a lot of this goes back to childhood and early adulthood.
Sure.
I went to college with a lot of Bostonians.
Yep.
Miserable people.
Yeah.
Miserable people. They'll tell you themselves they're miserable.
Well, I think
Bill Burr has created an entire career out of being a miserable Bostonian. He's brilliant at it.
The only way we're going to find out is to go balls to the wall, I think.
I don't know. If you ever watch any Bill Burr and you wonder, like, all right, how much of this is an act? No, that's tamped down.
Yeah.
That is tamped down Bostonian right there. So Jerry Thornton said, after watching 20-plus minutes of this game, talking about the Steelers versus the Texans, you could select an all-Texans Steelers team to play at Gillette next week, and the Patriots should be 10-point favorites. Like, all right, well, they're playing an all-Texans team, and they're 3-point favorites.
Yeah.
So I understand how the whole odds-making thing goes.
Well, he was watching the admittedly, the first 20 minutes of that game was not the prettiest. It's kind of a small sample size. He's with Barstool, by the way, for people who don't know who Jerry Thornton is. You know what? That's Bostonian right there.
Yeah,
that's Bostonian.
I think that, no, honestly, look, C.J. Stroud can't go out and play the way he did. No. And I think the biggest question with C.J. is just, all right, was that game that he had, which was very uncharacteristic of the way CJ has played this year.
In terms of protecting the football,
he's been very careful with the football. Right, yeah, he hasn't had a great season. He hasn't had a Drake May-style season, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, is it psychological or is it physical? Who knows? That psychologically I could see, man, no young quarterback, no high school kid out there right now is dreaming of the day he becomes Trent Dilfer and is carried to a Super Bowl just by –
That was the most painful part of the game he was having on Monday, was seeing people on social media say, well, we're just going to have to Trent Dilfer our way to the Super Bowl. I'm like, no, he's not Trent Dilfer.
Well, but he wasn't playing as well as Trent Dilfer played.
Right. He wasn't even Trent Dilfer.
He was, but so you get to that, even though CJ's done a really good job of managing risk all season, you get to the playoffs and there's going to be that natural urge to just – You want to be a championship NFL quarterback and make some incredible plays and drive your team to the playoffs.
And he did on Monday, though. That's the thing. He made some incredible.
Yeah, but he also made some horrible plays that looked like they came from pressing too hard.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the problem.
But the Dilfer dichotomy here is that no, CJ will never be Trent Dilfer because he's living on both sides of Dilfer. He's making these huge plays, but he's making these horrific plays as well.
The other would just be, okay, is his hand still banged up or something from a few weeks ago? That's possible. And you had pointed out that, hey, CJ made some great throws. Yeah. I think with any injury, if a quarterback's dealing with any nagging thing, it's not a matter of whether they can or cannot make impressive throws. It's how consistently can they do it.
Yeah.
And if they don't feel like they can consistently do it, that ebbs over into the whole decision-making process and the flow of how they play when there's any hesitancy or doubt, or perhaps they're trying a little too hard to overcome it.
Right.
That's when things can go off the rails real quickly. I guess if I had to choose, I would hope that maybe it was some minor nagging injury issue that could recover in 6 days.
Yeah.
More so than a psychological issue, because sometimes those things just don't fit.
Boy,
they don't get rectified except with an entire offseason of darkness retreats.
Yeah. Well, no doubt. Of all the scenarios that it could be, something that was physical that he's 100% from by Sunday, absolutely. I'm not as concerned about that going into Sunday. I just don't. It feels like a bad night to me. And maybe I'm being overly optimistic about it, and I'm wrong, and I hope I'm not. But I am, again, I said this yesterday on the stream that I do with Landry and Cody and Reggie last night. If you're talking about concerns going in, I'm more concerned about the Texans being able to replicate the run game they had on Monday than I am CJ putting the ball on the ground 5 times.
Yeah.
That's my bigger concern. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Man, this is fun. Divisional round week, Patriots. Ted Johnson's going to join us on Friday on the show. I know a lot of you out there love Ted. He's going to join us on Friday at 8 o'clock. So if you're kind of making appointments here throughout the rest of the week, we had huge numbers yesterday on the YouTube and Twitch stream. So let's get in on the party, man. Tell your friends. Let's talk Texans football this week. Divisional round coming up 2 o'clock Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. 11 o'clock, Texans Countdown. Up next, the Texans made a coach tap out this week. They made a coach tap out. We will tell you, I think you know who it is, but we'll let you, we'll dig in on that. And D'Amico Ryan's talking about that yesterday, actually. We'll get into that coming up next. But I want to get you right now, early in the morning, you're driving in and you're looking.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. So the Texans made Mike Tomlin quit, Seth. Oh, yeah, I got the day right.
I got the day right, and the Texans made Mike Tomlin quit.
Both of them, yeah, I got both of those things right.
The Texans kind of put the cherry on top of there's got to be something about Mike Tomlin who himself has got to just be racked with self-examination over the fact that he's lost in the playoffs 5 straight times by 21 points or more. I mean, that's an astoundingly bad streak to have. In that game of streaks that we talked about, it's so weird. It's so strange that a coach that can be so good at getting the playoffs, often in a very hard division, is that bad in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the weird thing is the same coach season in Pittsburgh.
Right.
Ever.
It's just strange.
He's known for winning, and he can't win in the playoffs, and he gets the doors blown off his team. And again, for those who missed it yesterday, what we're talking about, Mike Tomlin stepped down after 19 seasons as the Steelers head coach. He still has 2 years left on his contract. He immediately became a top name. That might be the weirdest thing about this head coaching cycle, Seth, is that between Kevin Stefanski, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, I'll even throw Mike McDaniel in there. He's getting a couple of interviews for head coaching jobs, but more, especially Harbaugh and Tomlin, because they'd won Super Bowls and been in their places for so long. But Stefanski was the first one out of all these guys that I'm naming to get fired, and he's immediately getting interviews. Like, these guys aren't good enough for the Ravens, the Steelers, the Browns is a crazy one, and yet immediately their phone's ringing off the hook.
Right.
To get – and Tomlin's phone is going to be – I guess it's a little messier because he didn't get fired. He stepped down. He's still under contract. If a team wants Mike Tomlin, it's probably a Sean Payton situation where you're going to have to give up a draft pick to get him. But everybody wants the guy now.
And I guess that's a question, and I don't know if any details were released or not. I'll go, okay, wink, stepped down, but what's the negotiation on the remaining guaranteed money and all that? If he genuinely just stepped down, then he wouldn't be, they would still have to void the contract. But if they want to save $30 million, and the Steelers are a notoriously parsimonious organization, I imagine they would.
Yeah.
I like all of that. What was the actual negotiation and how much he's still going to get paid?
Because the team wants to hire him, and the Steelers can be like, cool, give us a first-round pick.
Right.
Like the Saints did with Sean Payton. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. This came down not moments before. I was actually listening to the Pittsburgh afternoon show because I wanted to hear Andrew Filippone's reaction to the playoff game on Monday.
Yeah.
This news came down in the middle of their open yesterday. And they were calling it like this is the biggest news in Pittsburgh since they won a Super Bowl in 2008. So it was kind of fun to listen to that. Here was D'Amico Ryans' reaction to the news of Mike Tomlin stepping down, which came down right as D'Amico was stepping to the podium on Zoom yesterday.
Yeah, I just saw the news before I stepped in here, and kind of shocked by the news. You see a guy who's had a ton of success and done it at the highest level for 19 seasons, not to have a losing record, and part of me is like I'm happy that he was able to step away, on his own terms. Right? It's a tough job, especially as one of the toughest jobs. I think it's one of the toughest jobs because everybody else just wants to tell you how to do the job and how it should be done, and everybody has all the answers, but no one truly knows all the work, all the sacrifice that goes in, all of the sleepless nights, all of the long hours you put in, all of the time away from family. It's a lot that goes into it, and everybody just jumps on like, oh, this guy should be fired, he should be fired, get him out. Well, I think the Steelers were the really good coach for 19 years, and you see that sustained success when you're able to, stick with a guy. You truly believe in a guy that's a great leader of an organization. He's done it, at a high level, won the Super Bowl, done it with the utmost class and respect. And there's not another coach that I respect more than Mike Tomlin, man. He's always done it the right way, and I'm thankful that he was able to step down on his terms.
It's funny, Seth, because like I said, I was listening to Pittsburgh when this went down, and they were celebrating like "Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead" for Mike Tomlin. And I think about DeMeco Ryans, who, like Mike Tomlin, early on here, has been nothing but a winning coach. 10-7, 10-7, 12-5. If DeMeco Ryans had Mike Tomlin's career, I will sign up for that in 2 seconds right now.
As long as that Super Bowl is included.
As long as I'm saying the whole thing,
yeah,
the exact, the identical resume, including the losing in the playoffs on the back end. If it includes a Super Bowl in the first few years of DeMeco Ryans, and then just a bunch of winning seasons, a few division titles, and some frustration at the end, I will sign up for that right now.
That's what you're saying right now.
I know.
Sean.
I know.
That's what you're saying right now.
Yeah.
It's a classic. It's the same.
The
whenever you
Piper
look at
is not.
somebody who's making, and whenever you see somebody who's making more money than you, and you're like, how could they be miserable? They got it all.
Right.
It's because once you ascend to a certain level, and that's where you get, everything becomes like, okay, I want more. I want more. Wait a second. Well, I'm the most miserable. I'd rather be a Browns fan than this. It's awful.
Cool.
No, the Browns fans don't know how good they have it because they don't at least get to sniff success.
In a second, I would sign up. You're doing a show with 2026 Sean, 45 Sean, all right?
2045 Sean is a miserable old cuss. He's podcasting on a hologram network somewhere, and he's
dead. It's just his head that's podcasting.
It's his brain in a jar. It's AI Sean, who's still maintained a very good, solid core of AI listeners.
With a Bane mask on, and I'm going, welcome into the Sean Head Show here.
I think that it's those playoff losses, and it's the manner in which they lost them. I think that I think there's, if I'm in an organization looking for a head coach, this is what I would talk myself into. Mm-hmm. All right, Tomlin is a coach who's really, really good at getting the most out of the guys he has, but when you get to the playoffs and every team is fine-tuned and humming, it just isn't enough. And that, again, I'm talking myself into hiring Tomlin. You know what they didn't do in Pittsburgh? They didn't give him a quarterback. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. Mike Tomlin with a better organization around him. And remember, you're talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers when you're saying this.
Yeah.
But you're cocky. No, we're going to put a better roster and we're going to find him a quarterback. Or maybe we already have that young quarterback in the Tennessee Titans organization that we feel good about, whatever it might be.
Just because the Steelers are a blue blood organization doesn't mean that there's other younger, less accomplished organizations. It doesn't mean that there aren't less accomplished younger organizations that don't have a better GM than Omar Khan.
Yeah.
The Steelers are a decorated franchise. Their GM might be mid.
People get really, really nervous when you talk about hiring a defensive-minded head coach or a special teams-minded head coach like John Harbaugh. But ultimately, you can only do so much, and I don't know. Is that did Tomlin mishandle the whole? They had Mitchell Trubisky in the building. Why couldn't they have turned him into? Where's Kenny Pickett? Why not? It's just Tomlin's defensive orientation wasn't the issue there. Ultimately, they just were never going to be that great of a team without a solid, quarterback who's still in his at least 20s or 30s.
Quarterback. OC, he stuck by Matt Canada for years and years there. He wasn't a very good OC. Arthur Smith is taking some as well in Pittsburgh right now.
If you're a Titans fan, would you rather have Mike Tomlin or Matt Nagy?
Mike Tomlin.
Right.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin in a second. I don't get the Matt Nagy.
I think people are terrified that Matt Nagy's going to be the hire.
I'm rooting for him, man. I'm rooting for him to get that Tennessee job.
He deserves a second chance.
Yeah.
Big Matt Nagy fan.
Oh, gotta cheer him on, man. Yeah, he deserves it.
Speaking of which, did you see Gray Zabel, the offensive lineman, was somebody asked him about Clint Kubiak in a press conference. He said, awful coach.
Terrible coach.
Awful coach. Yeah.
And yet, as I'm
Gray
seeing
Zabel, for those of you who don't know, Gray Zabel plays for the Seahawks. He does not want his offensive coordinator to leave.
That's right. No, they're a good offense, but it was funny. I saw that, and I'm like, okay, well, at least one of these idiot aggregators is going to get a hold of it and not frame they're going to transcribe the quote.
Yeah.
And people are going to see the quote and never click the video. And there are people in Seattle, Seth, right now, walking around thinking Gray Zabel threw shade at Clint Kubiak.
Right, yeah, there's somebody saw just that clip in isolation and
or read the quote from Dov Kleiman or whoever.
They're going to say good riddance anyway if Clint Kubiak leaves.
Yeah.
I always knew he was a bum.
Yeah.
The closest I came to that once was when Kubiak was hired by the Texans. He was still in the playoffs with the Broncos as the offensive coordinator. And somebody from the Chronicle called me up and asked me for a couple quotes, and I was kind of joking. I said, honestly, I think he's an awesome offensive coordinator. I hope he has a horrible day this week. I hope their offenses. I hope the Broncos suck on offense so he can get in the building faster.
Yeah.
And now the quote was used, and that was my first conversation with Gary Kubiak. I was like, hey. Just to be clear, I was joking here.
Had he seen the quote at all?
I don't know if he had or he had not.
That's funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
He laughed about it. He gave me the old Gary Kubiak chuckle.
Yeah.
The D'Amico learned the Gary Kubiak chuckle from.
That's right. That's the biggest thing he took away from Kubiak, the chuckle. All right, so the Texans made a coach quit yesterday. That's how I'm framing it. They made Mike Tomlin. They made him quit. They made him tap out. All right, we still got a ton to get to on the show today. I'm very excited about this. Let's do some headlines coming up next. We'll get an update, much as we can, on Nico Collins in the concussion protocol. Rockets get a win last night, and more NFL news that we will get to as well. We'll do that in headlines coming up next. But first, in the meantime, Seth, let's talk to those people out there getting their property tax bills, and they're like, I got to go fight City Hall. Have you ever
22. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines here. Let's start with the Texans.
I want to talk about George O'Leary during the break.
Seth and I were talking about George O'Leary getting fired at Notre Dame during the break.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
He lied about playing football at UNH.
He lied about playing football at UNH, and he lied about having a master's degree, which is at an academic institution in a position of leadership is kind of an issue.
Kids listening might think, like, how would somebody even attempt such a thing? Because we didn't have computers back in the day. People got away with it all the time. You could lie about something, and people are like, what am I going to do? Go find an old UNH, media guy?
Right. Am I going to go to the registrar and double check on this here? Yeah. No. Well, remember correctly, he lied about it at a very low-level job, like not even a head coaching job.
It followed him up on the resume.
Just kept handing him the bio at every place he went to, and it was on there. Yeah, so.
And again, kids, it's like, well, why did he not update it? Because it was sitting in a file,
right?
And he would have had to Xerox it over again and everything.
And nobody was checking.
An actual file, kids, a file cabinet,
background checks,
made of metal. And
right. Not something you're mousing over or something with a cursor, like an actual metal file cabinet.
.cv or whatever.
Yep. So that's what Seth and I were talking about during the break. Texans, let's get to headlines here. Nico Collins, any update, D'Amico Ryans, on Nico Collins and his second concussion of the year?
As of right now, Chris and Nico is in the concussion protocol. So as everyone knows, that it takes time. Each guy heals differently at different paces. So we'll see how the week goes for Nico. But as of right now, he's in the concussion protocol.
If ever there was I got to ask it, question. It's asking about
fast brain healer.
How's like anybody in the concussion protocol.
You know that the answer is going to be that.
Yeah.
On the off chance that somehow CJ, he says it would only be bad news if he had to deliver it or something. Like it turns out he's going to be out for the year or whatever.
Right.
So he's in the concussion protocol. As far as the fans and really the coaches in a lot of ways, it's just a black box that they go into. And when all the medical folks tell you he's coming out, he's coming out.
It's a great way to put it. Texans back in practice today. So we're back on sort of a normal week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, New England, Saturday. Game on Sunday, 2 o'clock here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown beginning at 11 a.m. The Rockets, they win last night. Fun game, except for the fact that I need them to get back to blowing mediocre teams out again. Yeah. I'm not into. I mean, it was a fun any game with 35 lead changes. Not an exaggeration. There were 35 lead changes in this game between the Rockets and the Bulls last night. Unlike the last few games, though, the Rockets able to put on a little spurt at the end. Big issue right now. They win 119-113. Big issue right now. They are not shooting well, Seth. They were, for a while, the best three-point shooting team in the league. They just didn't take that many of them, but when they did, they made them count. They shot 29% from three last night. Fortunately, the Bulls only shot 32% from three, so it was not a pretty offensive game last night. But they did what they needed to do at the end. Jabari Smith-Jr. hit a bunch of big shots in the fourth quarter. So there you go.
And you find yourself. I keep reminding myself, Jabari Smith-Jr. is only 22 years old. Okay, all right. There's going to be some hills and valleys.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
But this is not a hill and valley. It shouldn't be a hill and valley season.
Expectations
I want nothing
here,
but constant ascension to the top of the hill.
Expectations.
But this is this is some of the adversity that you'll face along the way.
Indeed. So the Rockets win last night. Big one tomorrow, man. OKC tomorrow night, nationally televised game. So that'll be a test for the Rockets, no doubt about that. We mentioned this in the previous segment. We'll hit it again. Mike Tomlin steps down.
I know, but we're going to play the Bijani audio, aren't we?
We are.
The owner of the Ravens yesterday had everybody shot. Steve Bijani, the owner of the Ravens, did more press conferences because he just seems like a big drunken fun guy. I'm not saying he was drunk. He seems drunk most of the time when he's a guy.
He seems like a fan.
He feels like a guy who's got a lot of yes men around him, too. So he's at any given time he's in danger of going too far and people being like, no, that was the perfect thing to say.
The thing I love about Bijani, before we get to this audio, is he's been asked about, the legacy of the Ravens, him owning the team. All these teams seem to get passed down to heirs. He's like, no. I'll be selling this thing, man. I'm not strapping my heirs with this responsibility of being an owner. Here is Steve Bijani learning about he learned the news of Mike Tomlin stepping down. He, of course, fired his head coach, John Harbaugh, just a few days ago, and it was brought up the possibility, like, hey, how about you hire Mike the Ravens hiring the two biggest rivals in the NFL, the Ravens hiring the Steelers head coach.
At Pittsburgh.
He did? Is it official?
That's what I keep hearing. So, is he a candidate here?
Holy Mike, wouldn't that be awesome? Only if John takes the Pittsburgh job. Wow, wouldn't that be interesting? I don't know, that thing last week maybe disqualified him from my opening after our kicker missed a kick to let them advance.
All right, so there you go. So that was Bijani. Real quick, Seth, the thing he was talking about was when Tomlin did kind of the Tarzan chest pounding.
Thumped his chest.
Smooch. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about Bijani when I watch him is that it is I've told you many times, I honestly would not want to own a sports franchise. It's just because I don't like it. I just like it. I would enjoy my billions of dollars and maybe have some commercial real estate. But the drama that comes with it, I don't like. But if I did own a sports franchise, I would want to conduct myself like Steve Bijani because he looks like what you think it should look like when you own a franchise. Like, hell yeah. We're going to go in there and just, what we got to do? Hey, throw some money at this fella here. We got a big white, he should be wearing a big white hat. And he's just having a good time.
What kind of hat?
A big white cowboy hat. Like he's a West Texas oil man or something, you know?
I got you. That makes sense.
No, you thought one of those fan hats, those oversized fan hats.
I didn't.
You know what?
I actually did.
No, I'd rather have him wear one of those big oversized fan hats. One of those big foam deals.
Big foam baseball caps. That would be amazing. With a number one finger.
I want him with a gin and tonic in his hand, calling up another owner at 2 a.m. Like, what do you do? What about think you can hand me that Herschel Walker over there?
He is, man. You nailed it. He's got like his shirt buttoned down. He's like 3 buttons down on his shirt. He's got that skin where it's like it's a combination of gin and tonics and the tanning salon.
Yeah, I feel like if Steve Bijani had gotten caught in a massage parlor in South Florida, he'd be like, hell yeah, I did it.
Yeah.
What's the problem here? I'm living live.
Give me this. It gets over with.
Yeah, you wouldn't have tucked his tail through his legs, through his stumpy little legs like Bob Kraft did. Yeah.
Stumpy little legs. Oh, all right. Those are your headlines for today. Okay, so we talked about this in the first hour. CJ's issues with turnovers, his issue putting the ball on the ground. The only good news is, while he lost 2 fumbles, he did recover 3 of his own fumbles. So there is
job,
that.
CJ.
Way to go.
Everybody wants to focus on the negative.
Yeah. How about minimizing the damage? Duh. So we're going to talk about this, though. How concerned are we about this being a recurring issue? Because if it happens in New England, they won't win this game on Sunday. So we'll discuss that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys fed. Bex Prime. Today is Wednesday. This is a big Bex Prime day.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
With you in the 7 o'clock hour, we go Texans Patriots on Sunday, 2 o'clock kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Here was C.J. Stroud after the game on Monday night. Was asked about the problems he was having with snaps and with fumbles and being able to come back from that and perform in the end of that game.
We had some problems with the snaps. Me catching them, got to find a way just to catch them and then take care of the ball. We knew on tape that they did a good job of, punching at the ball or trying to, get you to, while you're throwing, get your throwing arm. So, I try to work on that throughout the week. But they made plays, and I think these games, the playoffs games, from my experience, they're going to make plays, we're going to make plays. It's all about, moving forward and, trying your best to, flush it and keep going. So, I thought, every time we had to bounce back, we made more plays. So, I'm proud of our guys for having a little bit of resilience in those moments. And, to finish the game like that was really dope.
I agree in part. I agree with the part where he says you got to flush it and move on. Yeah. But that's not all it's about. It is about protecting the football as well, CJ.
I do like the, the importance. You never really think about these things. It's high-level stuff. The importance of catching the snap. That's, a lot of people might think, is it really all that important to catch the snap? Probably not. Yeah, but no.
And as it turns out,
the attention of the detail to those tiny little things like catching the snap. Yes, they matter. Yes.
Kids.
That is the championship edge right there.
How concerned are you that this is now does CJ have the yips? Let's put it that way. How concerned are you?
Oh, yeah. Does he have the yips? No, I think the one, too, if you try to – I'm not trying to excuse my way out of any of these things. Because remember, too, CJ versus the Chargers in the playoffs last year was not doing all that hot at all until –
fumbled a snap. Yeah, went through his hands. Yeah, went over his shoulder.
If that play goes any different way, you're wondering, what the hell's going on here? I don't know. Maybe CJ has a hard time in the first round of the playoffs catching snaps.
Catching the ball.
It's a weird problem to have.
I had forgotten.
And yet, here we are.
Yeah.
So, but that one worked out pretty well. And then he got into the groove after that versus the Chargers in the playoffs last year. He didn't really get into a groove. No matter how many times he tried to get into a groove by fumbling a snap, he just couldn't quite use that as a spark to do what they needed to do.
No.
I don't worry about that. I do. I wonder if there was an element of just pressing a little too hard, trying to go above and beyond, and I could make excuse. You could go through any of those. Okay, it was a little bit of an errant snap, or the snap came when he didn't expect it, or hey, on that flea flicker, that was a more conventional strip sack where the guy's beating Blake Fisher and he gets his hand on the ball, and Woody Marks hadn't given him a really good toss on the flea flicker. But the sum total of it all is you end up having 5 fumbles. No, I'm not. I don't think that this somehow is a trend or something because luckily he's played in a few playoff games.
Right. That's what made it so weird on Monday.
Right.
Yeah.
It's high school. It's college. It's the NFL. He's been in big-time moments in these games, and he doesn't look like a guy who's had the yips at any given time.
No.
The closest he came to it might have been in the Chiefs game last year where by the end of the game he just looked like it understandably so, the pressure was so immense. The pass pressure, not the emotional pressure, but the pass pressure was so
literal
immense
pressure
that it was hard to operate properly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not worried about it, but I obviously am going to keep an eye on it until he shows that it's not an issue.
Yeah. Here was Troy Aikman after the game on Monday, after the Texans win over the Steelers 30-6. He and Joe Buck were kind of rehashing the game, and Troy Aikman doesn't seem overly concerned about it either.
Those mistakes will be easy to clean up. I think the challenging part is what exactly is going to be the status of Nico Collins.
Sure.
It's a big loss if he's unable to play. This game coming in, we talked about it. We expected it to be a low-scoring game. It was for a majority of the time. The defense then kind of breaks it wide open. But I think C.J. Stroud will come back next week. He'll be just fine. The good news for them is they've really been inconsistent offensively, and they've not run the ball particularly well. But tonight they really did. And so that will be another key in this game next week against New England. As Joe said, they playing pretty good defense themselves. So I would expect it to be another low-scoring game going in, but it will bode awfully well for C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans if they can get that running game going with Woody Marks and Nick Chubb.
It is funny. We got this one thing with let's hope that's an aberration, and then we got this other thing that really hasn't happened to that degree all year. They've run the ball well at times, but not like they did on Monday night in that environment against that defensive front. You pointed that out several times leading up to even the Ravens-Steelers game that, boy, the most imposing unit across both those teams might be the men that the Steelers have up front, and the Texans push them around. That's the one where you go, man, I hope that's not an aberration. I hope this is just something that's finally clicking for this team.
One of the things that was a positive development was just simply, and remember, I got a lot of scorn for this take early in the season, but I think it's slowly and steadily been something that they can lean into, is that they've vastly reduced the number of negative run plays, the tackles for a loss in the backfield, etc. And one of the encouraging things early on in that Steelers game, before it became a fumble fest, was that the Texans were getting to 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, with some hard-fought yardage in the rushing game. So, Woody Marks was fighting and scrapping for every yard, and it didn't look impressive, but it got to easily convertible third downs, and that was something that C.J. rarely had last year. And then, but by virtue of just poor ball security, you squandered a lot of that. My question going against the Patriots, and it's interesting, I'm looking forward to just watching more Patriots this afternoon. If you checked in at any given point during the season, it seemed like people were saying either the Patriots' run defense was awesome or the Patriots' run defense is a huge concern. Milton Williams, the defensive tackle, was out for a good chunk of the year, but I think the hard part to figure with a rushing defense on a team like the Patriots is that they're playing with a lead so much that sometimes they're just playing conservative defense, and there's going to be some easy rushing yardage because teams A aren't even trying to run the ball, or B, when they are, you're not worried about it as much.
Right.
I think when they really have to buckle up and stop the run, I think they're a formidable run defense. So the Texans have another tough challenge this week versus that Patriots run defense.
What are you because I want to watch the Patriots too this week. When you sit down and watch these other teams, you just pick. Do you pick certain games, or do you pick?
It depends. Yeah, like I'll go through, and on the NFL.com, the Pro Film Watch.
Yeah.
I just you filter it, and you go down and you watch. Okay, I want to watch their inside runs.
Oh, cool.
So a lot of times you just end up watching multiple different games.
Gotcha.
Or you want to watch them against certain running backs.
Well, you can filter it that specifically.
Oh
huh?
yeah, and then the stuff the coaches and players get to do these days is so awesome because you can just. Any situation that you're concerned about, or you want to take a look at this certain type of blitz or whatever, anything like that, boom, 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 and it's all right there for you.
I'm just going back to games like a clod in the 1970s. I guess I'll go watch the game against the Dolphins.
For anybody, because a lot of people don't know this or realize it, that if you have an NFL Plus subscription, if you go to pro.nfl.com, it puts you into that feature where you can sort plays out.
Wow.
You can choose to watch just the end zone copy.
Oh my God.
It's a lot more like what coaches and players get to use. It's not as fast or as good, but it's a lot. You can select for a lot of different scenarios.
It's like going into the upside. Yeah, like, oh my God, look at all this stuff that's in here. This is incredible. Hey, by the way, do you want a stat to back up your Woody Marks positive yardage take there?
Yeah.
I got one for you. Because we're going to do a bonus acknowledge me here in about 10 minutes or so. So I'm going to steal from it right now. Woody Marks, I'm going to acknowledge Woody. Thank you, Ben. Gained positive yardage on all 19 of his rushing attempts on Monday, Seth. The most carries without a negative carry in a playoff game by anybody since the year 2000.
Yeah.
How about that?
No, and again, it's not nearly the same as being rushing leader in the league or anything like that, but when it comes to playing the type of football that you want the Texans to play, get to third and manageable.
Yeah.
Convert a first down.
Yep.
Soak up time of possession, all that stuff. That's the type of boring football that you can win with when you've got the defense you have on the other side of the ball. And they did that. They executed that part of it to a T against the Steelers. It was just the play of C.J. Stroud that ended up kind of undoing it or making it more tense than it needed to be.
You gave away the ball 3 times in bad spots. That's it. You protect the football, and I think they're going to be in good shape offensively. on Sunday. As good a shape as you can be in on the road against a good team.
It was really interesting to see, and for a game that was 7-6, down there going into the fourth quarter.
Going into the fourth, yeah.
A lot of people who I knew are very skeptical of Nick Caley. I would include myself in that. I'm skeptical of anybody until they actually prove it and do it. But I think, you kind of jokingly said that CJ set the defense up to look even better.
Yeah.
And it was nice of him to do that by putting the defense in those tough positions. In a way, CJ not being able to connect on the flea flicker, CJ not throwing a good throw to Nico when he was wide open, people were looking at it and saying, wow, it's actually Nick's calling a pretty good game. They just can't seem to connect to these guys who are wide open.
Yes.
And I would agree with that. I think that was Caley called a better game and had a better game plan than the quarterback was able to execute.
I totally agree with that. We've got a couple texts about CJ. We'll hit these here, and then we'll keep it moving. Hi, my name is Tina. I live in Mississippi. Hi, Tina. Thank you. I don't know if you're joining us on the YouTube or the Twitch, but we appreciate you tuning in from Mississippi. Huge Texans fan. I've noticed that when something bad happens for CJ, the defense wakes up like a bunch of big brothers taking care of their little brother. This defense is incredible. Do you see the same thing? That's sort of an offshoot of what you were just talking about me joking about yesterday, which is like, hey, man, no problem with the turnovers. This gives us a chance to flex our muscles a little bit.
It does, as long as you're winning football games,
Yes.
you can have it as a defense, you can feel that way. You're like, yeah, all right, no big deal. We got this.
10
we got
plays,
this.
9 yards after the 2 fumbles.
That is, let's think about that as the Texans defense is the big brother, the offense is the little brother. And much like it always goes with older brother and younger brother, the older brother really wants his younger brother to succeed. Until he starts to succeed a little too much.
Problem have.
It's like, wait a second here now. All right, let's everybody remember, I'm the first child. I'm the only one here that knew what it was like in this house without any other competition from siblings.
This sounds very specific, Seth, what you're talking about here. Another text. This is interesting. Put CJ under center more. It's better for the run game and the play action. Potential problem solved. Is it just as simple as that?
What do you say, put CJ under center?
Put him under center more, and you're not going to have. Hey, you won't have fumbled shotgun snaps if you don't have any shotgun snaps.
Yeah. The problem with being under center, I mean, aside from just everything and all the reasons you go to shotgun and all of that, you know what? Yeah, I mean, that's a good. You know what? That's a good suggestion.
Workshop that a little bit.
Yeah. I just there's a part of me that my first instinct, and usually 57% of the time my knee-jerk reaction is wrong, is I want to say, like, all right, are we really doing this? Are we really going to do a thing where we actually put him under center because he's having a hard time handling shotgun snaps?
Right.
And then I realize as I'm having that reaction, oh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. If that's the thing that almost lost you that football game, it seems like a stupid thing to do, and yet, yeah, maybe. There was Kylie Wong used to tell me this story about, do you remember that big offensive lineman who ended up being a pro wrestler? It was a pro wrestler. Huge guy. He'd played at Minnesota, but he was awful. He was awful as a football player.
Okay.
He was big in Japan, Sean.
Is it Monty Brown?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Because you know what? It might have also been in MMA. I think he ended up going into MMA.
Okay.
But anyway, he was having a hard time because he was just holding. He had horrible technique and everything up in Minnesota. So, was it Bob something? Anyway.
Bob Sapp?
Bob Sapp.
Was it Bob Sapp?
I think it was Bob Sapp.
Okay.
He was a MMA fighter.
I think he
He
was,
was like big in Japan, right?
Yes, huge
So
in
he
Japan.
tried to be a football player first, and he was awful at it.
Yep.
But the offensive line coach just made him
Played for the Vikings in 97 and 98.
Yeah, Bob Sapp.
Yep.
And the offensive line coach would say, all right, fine. You're having a hard time using your hands properly. You're headbutting people and everything. You're not allowed to practice with your helmet on. And it was as simple as that. It's just okay.
Yeah.
Now, they had a hard time allowing that in an actual football game. He was much better without a helmet on, but the damn rules wouldn't allow it. The league was afraid of Bob Sapp.
That's so fun. I'm picturing Dennis Green or whoever the coach was for those Vikings teams. Like, hey, would it be okay if this guy played without a helmet here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
I don't know. Yeah, just stick CJ under center every single time.
Let's
take this game back 20 or 30 years.
That's right. Let's go backwards. So potential early divisional round storyline. I think the biggest personnel storyline in this game between the Texans and the Patriots, and it's one on each side. It's concussions. Speaking of playing without a helmet, Nico Collins on the Texans side, Christian Gonzalez on the Patriots side. Christian Gonzalez was posting things on Instagram last night that seemed to tease that he was coming back for this game.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea stage he's in, if he's close to coming back. I have no idea. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday. If Nico is out, who needs to step up?
Whoever is open, baby. That's who needs to show up. Like we're gonna go through our process again. We just play to play out, right? And CJ, he needs to just do a great job of just making great decisions with the football. Whoever is open, they get the ball, and you go to work. And that's what it's about. And we got a lot of capable guys. It hurts seeing Nico go down the way he went down. Like you never want to see that. But we know in this league it's about guys capitalizing on the opportunity to step up. And we know in the playoffs, in the history of the playoffs, it can be anybody. A lot of guys have made their names in the playoffs by stepping up and just doing their job. And by doing your job, you may make some big plays in a game. But our guys are ready for the moment. They understand you just go out, you execute, do your job the right way, and you'll make the plays you need to make.
I would be, and this is not to minimize Nico Collins. I think Nico is one of the 5 best receivers in football. But I would be much more concerned from an injury standpoint if it was any one of sort of the pillars on defense that they were going to be playing without than Nico Collins. I think they, as well as the defense is playing, I don't think they're going to need 30 points to win this game. They might only need 20 or 21 points to win this game. I think you can find a way to score 21 points without Nico Collins. They've done it a couple times this year already. I think you can do that. I think they've got more weaponry in the supporting cast. None of them are Nico. But I think if everything else is operating at a if all the level that they should be expected to play at, I think they can find ways to score points in this game. This defense is so good. I don't want to know what it looks like to be missing one of these guys in a playoff game. Well, you saw what it was like when they were missing Kamari Lassiter for 7 plays against the Chargers.
Yeah.
And Justin Herbert ate him up for a 60-yard downfield shot. That's kind of how I feel about it, Seth. I would be much more concerned if we were dealing with something with either the corners, either the defensive ends, Azeez, than Nico Collins.
This is the thing that I get concerned about with CJ in general. If we, let's throw the turnovers out the door. Let's just think about just him as a quarterback on the road in a rough environment or in a loud environment. Not even talking about the weather or anything. Right now I think it's supposed to be 37 and mostly cloudy with potentially snow on Sunday.
Okay.
For whatever that's worth.
I liked what you were saying till you brought snow into the mix.
Doesn't sound like extreme weather conditions at the very least. It's a potentially 1 inch of snow. So if it came down, I'm guessing that's not like really windy or anything.
That sounds delightful, actually.
Yeah, and it sounds like a fun viewing experience.
Right,
There's a nice gentle snowfall.
Yeah.
I don't worry as much about the elements or anything like that. I worry about the actual execution of the offense in a loud environment.
Yeah.
And we've seen that be an issue for this offense where they've made improvements along the way. But, man, like it was on – let's take turnovers out of the equation. The pre-snap issues, the illegal motions.
Yeah.
Those things reared their head. Those are less flukish than the turnovers.
Yes.
The turnover, I don't expect CJ to have many days like that. That was the worst day he's had in his career when it came to fumbles. So I don't expect that to be a trend. This Texans team having a hard time operating pre-snap on the road offensively, that's been a concern all year long. Yeah. And they've made some improvements at it. But, man, pre-snap penalties. Taking a timeout. How about this? Taking a timeout to avoid a delay of game.
Yep.
Early.
Yep.
But you still needed that timeout.
Yep.
You took a timeout to avoid a delay of game. Very next play, your right tackle has a false start.
Yeah.
Like, that's the sloppiness.
Yep.
The illegal formations, the illegal motion, all of that stuff. That's what they struggle with on the road. Whether it's hot, cold, raining, dry, It doesn't matter. It's the noise in the environment and all of that I worry about way more than CJ's turnovers.
It's a great point. Other storylines in this game these are early divisional round storylines. We are back to the mobile QB challenge now.
Yes.
We got to forego that for a week with Aaron Rodgers. You get back there, you pressure him, you know he's going to be there. He ain't hurting you with his legs anymore. He might even have fake legs at this point. We don't know. Drake May is as mobile as they get, and he complements it with a nice right arm as well. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on the challenge of Drake May.
Yeah, last year we played him. It was Drake's first game starting. I thought he can sling the ball very well, right? Really good passer. He can hit all three levels. The thing I'm seeing this year is his athleticism and how he's able to escape the pocket. That's really, shown to be something unique to him, where he can throw the football wherever he wants it. Really great placement, great accuracy. Does a great job throwing the deep ball, and they'll try to hit a ton of explosive shots. They're very aggressive, I would say, in the passing game of trying to take their shots, and that's why they've done a great job, and they have a really great high-powered offense this year because he's able to hit some of those passes. But the way his ability to escape the pocket is what we have to be aware of this time around.
Yeah, and look, we've seen that the Texans do a great job defensively for most of the game containing mobile quarterbacks, and yet it's been those hiccups in the fourth quarter, starting with Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Cam Ward, Justin Herbert, all of those guys. They've been able to make a huge conversion in a critical moment in the game. And Drake May, as we've seen, he's about third or fourth in the league in QB rushing yards right now. And in the playoffs, he seems very willing to use his legs even more.
He sealed the game against the Chargers with like a 40-yard run in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
He's really good.
And that's everything that DeMeco just mentioned there. Those are the two concerns that the Texans defense has, despite being top 5 in just about everything.
Yep.
The explosive plays on offense versus a good quarterback, yes, 100%. Versus bad quarterbacks, sometimes they've let up more explosive plays than you'd like.
They have.
And then just QBs, not just using their legs like in the sum total, but in critical moments.
Yeah.
And it's hard, man, because the fact of the matter is, and this is why it's so hard to play against, I was about to say mobile quarterbacks in the NFL, but just about all of them are mobile anymore, that it only takes once. You can have disciplined pass rush the entire game long, but at some point somebody's going to get knocked a little bit out of position, or somebody's going to have a mental error or something, and the modern quarterback, including Drake May or anybody else, is very good at just understanding, especially in the fourth quarter. All right, this doesn't have to look pretty. I'm going to do it with my legs on this one.
Yep.
We're not trying to set something up for later.
No.
We're not trying to execute the game plan. I just got to get her done.
We want yards.
Yeah.
We want yards, and we want them now. So those are the early storylines on this game. We'll obviously be digging into this game, not just our shows, station-wide here over the next few days. So keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610. A few texts, Seth, before we get to a bonus acknowledge me. I still have some leftover crumbs from over the weekend that I want to acknowledge. A lot of people asking, does no Nico, and let me be clear, we've got no clarity right now on what the Nico Collins concussion situation is, other than he's in the concussion protocol right now. This we know. It's a short week, and this is his second concussion. I don't want to handicap concussions, but I don't feel great about Nico Collins playing. We have a few people asking, does this mean we see more Jalen Knoll this weekend if Nico is out?
Knoll had one target in that game, and almost had a reception. I'm not gonna. I mean, it would have been a tough reception.
I think Nico would have caught it.
Yeah,
I think Nico would have caught it. I do like that.
Partly is that
and got strong
Jalen Knoll has to go up for the ball.
Yes,
and he has three guys converging on him.
Yeah.
That's the other thing about CJ's performance, that in the moment, I was wondering during the game before fumbles became the topic of discussion, was just it felt like he was leading his receivers into danger more often.
Yeah, and he doesn't usually do that. He's pretty cognizant of that.
Yeah, he's really cognizant of it.
Yeah.
And I think that sometimes just whether maybe there was some kind of nagging injury that was just affecting his ball placement somewhat, but it doesn't, you don't see that a lot.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like that was the best defense in the league or anything that he was facing. I was surprised that guys were getting as many hard collisions as they were.
There were a bunch, no doubt. Hey, I want to do some acknowledgments here. A bonus acknowledgement. And we're going to do a bonus Pettycast at 8 o'clock, by the way, because yesterday we were wall-to-wall Texans Steelers yesterday from 6 a.m. up until the toss at 10 a.m. We're still obviously Texans heavy today, but there's so many leftover things, and including Petties from around the world that weren't Texans Steelers. There's too many good ones to not play. It's just too much good material. So we'll do that at 8 o'clock. Bonus Pettycast, bonus acknowledgement, because the Texans – that Kalen Bullock pick six opened the door to so many. Nobody's done this since 1950 kind of stuff.
Right, yeah.
Because they had 2 defensive touchdowns in the game.
I love it when they go all the way back to 1950.
You ready?
Because sometimes it's like in the next-gen stats era. All right, great.
Yeah. No, this is back to 1950. Texans defense. We acknowledge them. The first since 1950 and allow 175 yards or less on offense in a game.
That's where you're really exploring the entire
playoff
field,
game. Sorry, in a playoff game.
In a playoff game, right. When it matters that you're opportunistic and yet also not. You know what it tells me? And it matches the eyeball test. You're opportunistic, but without taking a lot of risks to be opportunistic.
Right.
You know, a real blitz-heavy team sometimes, you know, like a Greg Williams team or not Rex Ryan, his brother, Rob Ryan team or whatever.
Buddy Ryan, his dad.
Yeah, like they might, they're more, you get a lot of interception returns for touchdowns and everything, but you also allow a lot of big plays. That's not the case. Not the case with the Texans.
We just play it straight up, man. We just line up against you and bludgeon you. You'll like this one, Seth. I'm going to acknowledge the Texans defense again.
Acknowledge me!
There have been 283 instances of an NFL quarterback throwing 20 or more passes in a game since 2013. This is the playoffs again, I believe. I think.
Yeah, that's got to be if it's only 200. Yeah.
Okay. Aaron Rodgers.
No, that's got to be more. Okay, go ahead.
Either way, Aaron Rodgers was 283rd last place in dropbacks. Yeah, this has got to be playoffs because they play 270 games a year.
There'd be way more than 283.
Yeah, in the playoffs. Rodgers was 283rd in dropback success rate and EPA per dropback. Basically, by any advanced metric, Aaron Rodgers was the worst quarterback that's thrown 20 or more passes.
Yeah, somebody, apparently there's so many people out there right now, a lot of Patriots fans trying to act like the only thing the Texans defense has done all season long was in the playoffs versus the Steelers. Because they'll say, oh, whatever, they did it versus Aaron Rodgers. They're like, okay, yeah. All right, great. It was against Aaron Rodgers, and it was the worst performance ever by a guy, or in the last decade plus by a guy who's thrown the ball that many times.
Yes.
Have you seen some of the playoffs quarterbacks who have played in playoff games?
No kidding.
But also, plus the Texans defense has the entire body of work of the whole season on that there.
Yep. Sheldon Rankins.
Acknowledge me.
First defensive tackle in NFL history to record a touchdown and at least one sack in a playoff game.
That's a little bit of a surprise.
One of your people, Seth, a defensive tackle.
A defensive. Yeah, I guess it's not a surprise because it's the defensive tackle.
Right.
They're much less likely to run a ball in for a touchdown. Less
likely than others on the defense to get
right.
A sack,
100%. Yeah. There's a lot of instances of a defensive tackle scooping the ball up and getting tackled 5 yards later.
I am surprised, though.
But that's impressive.
I'm surprised at that one.
Did he have a sack or a half sack?
He had. It's the metric said at least one sack.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I think he had 1.5 sacks in
that's
game.
true. Yeah, I think they gave him a half sack on the strip sack.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then he had the other sack elsewhere,
Yep, I think you're right. C.J. Stroud.
Acknowledge me.
And D'Amico Ryans.
Acknowledge me.
The first quarterback head coach combo in NFL history to plus points in the wild card round in each of their first 3 seasons together. So they win in the wild card round, and they win royally. They're the only ones. There are others that have won their first 3 playoff games together. Not many. Joe Flacco and John Harbaugh is one that pops in off the top of my head. Here's what I don't want to have happen, Seth. This is why they need to win on Sunday. I don't want to become the wild card team.
Right, the team that just always wins the wild card game, but then you know what happens in the divisional round.
Yes, I don't.
Which has been, Sean. That's what they are already as a franchise.
Right.
We've only ever advanced as far as the divisional round.
Yep.
So I guess you don't want that duo of C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans to become the wild card duo.
The one that just dominates the wild card and then lays an egg. Like, that's what this stat is. They don't only win in the wild card round, they win royally in the wild card round.
Yeah, if the Texans were to lose this game to the Patriots, there's going to be teams next year and fan bases saying, like, well, All right, here's the thing.
Yeah.
We want to face the Texans in the divisional round. We don't want to see them in the first round.
Yeah, that's
when you
true.
Have people start talking about jockeying for seeding and everything.
Yeah, that's true.
No, they got to lose this game because they don't want to. They got to get a lower seed so they don't face the Texans in the wild card round. Set it up so they face them in the divisional round.
Why are they resting all their guys?
Yeah.
So they can fall to the 6th seed, okay?
Yeah.
That's my fear, that margin that makes this stat what it is shining a light.
I like that stat for symmetry's sake because Mike Tomlin was fired partly because he went 5 straight playoff games losing by 21 points.
Oh, that's each side.
At least at the very least, D'Amico is not venturing into Mike Tomlin territory yet.
That's true.
Because at the very least, he's emphatically winning in the wild card round.
All right, here's a good one. How about these? Kamari Lassiter.
Acknowledge me.
Derek Stingley.
Acknowledge me.
And Kalen Bullock.
Acknowledge me.
The passer rating when targeting these 3 Texan defenders in the playoffs, going back to last year. So this is Chargers game, Chiefs game, in which the defense played pretty well in that game. And then the Monday night game where the defense was outstanding. Kamari Lassiter, 6.3 passer rating allowed. Derek Stingley Jr., 17.2 passer rating allowed. Yeah. Kalen Bullock, 33.3 passer rating
I'll tell you what's more, though, too, if I can get retroactively angry about that Chiefs playoff game.
Yeah.
Again, you talk about the defense played pretty well. They had 2 eventual scoring drives extended by bogus penalties. After the drive had been stopped.
Yeah.
You know, Will Anderson
Yes.
ends the drive. He gets flagged. They go on to score.
And then
later in the game, that was 3rd down when Pat Mahomes dropped and 2 Texans defenders hit each other and were flagged for it.
Yeah.
They were flagged for unnecessary roughness on each other somehow.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We got to give it to somebody. Let's give it to Mahomes.
It looked like somebody came close to hitting Mahomes.
Yeah.
As he turned away from safety in the sideline to run back towards 2 defenders and drop at the last moment as those 2 guys ran into each other. But there was incidental contact on Mahomes. Got to flag it. And then they go on. They extend that drive.
The refs were like, somebody needs to benefit from this. Chiefs, how about that? Last one here, Christian Kirk.
Acknowledge me.
A great game. He was our guest on the post-game show on Monday night. After thanks, man. Thanks. Been working on it forever. The 1 week in to the playoffs, guess who's leading the NFL in receiving yards in the postseason? Not Nico Collins. It is a Texans receiver, and his name is Christian Kirk. What a strange list. These are the 5 leading receivers in the NFL playoffs so far in yardage. Christian Kirk, 144 yards. Colston Loveland, the tight end for the Bears.
A lot of people deleting tweets after that game the other night. Man, Caleb Williams was finding Colston Loveland again and again and again.
137. Yeah, there were a lot of people because the Bears took Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren in the draft. So you're right.
Tyler Warren currently on his internship at Smith Barney in the offseason.
That's right.
And meanwhile, Colston Loveland is just a machine in that game.
That's right. Tyler Warren's at broadcaster boot camp right now, and Colston Loveland's in the 2nd round of the playoffs. Jalen Coker, 134 yards receiving. Romeo Dobbs and his guardian cap, 124 yards receiving. And Demarcus Robinson, who was awesome, 111 yards receiving.
Coker's one of those guys that, because he plays for the Panthers, quietly was going on and becoming putting together a really impressive season.
Yeah.
And he's an up-and-coming guy.
Yep.
So it was nice that he got to be seen in the playoffs a little bit. I'm happy for the Coker family.
Those are your 5 leading receivers in the postseason right now.
Well, I think, look, let's read and act like this is like a broad trend or something.
Okay.
I do think it is partly that, man, just like we saw with the Texans, you get to the playoffs and, man, you're throwing everything you have in your arsenal. You're figuring out exactly just whatever wrinkles you have, whatever tendencies you've built up over the season, and it's all hands on deck. And you end up with some of these. I mean, Christian Kirk. Okay, so how many yards receiving did he have?
He had 144 yards on 8 catches.
What was his? Was it 239 yards he had all season?
He had 239 yards on 28 catches all year long.
So he had more than 50% of his regular season production in one game in the playoffs.
Yep, and probably more chunk plays than the entire season because he had the big one early in the game where he had to kind of go up with one hand and clutch it into his body. They didn't turn that into anything. He had what I think was the biggest play of the game which was the 46-yarder on 3rd and 15, 2 plays after Nico Collins left concussed. And then he had a big 33-yard catch and run on that 87-yard drive that sealed the deal in that game.
Yeah.
He had 3 massive plays in that game, Christian Kirk. All right, so there you go. We had a bonus acknowledgement.
That was nice for a lot of people like that maybe liked Loveland more than Tyler Warren. At the very least, all of the Jags fans who were saying "told you so" about Christian Kirk all year long.
Yep.
Maybe you guys could have gone back and said like, "Oh, yeah, that's weird because you guys aren't playing this week."
Yeah.
But Christian Kirk is helping us win this playoff game. That's odd. Congrats on that division championship, though.
Yeah,
Congrats.
yeah. Hang that banner.
Couldn't beat the Bills at home. How pathetic.
Yeah.
Like, how do
that's
you not
all
beat
we
the
do.
Bills at home?
That's all we do.
I mean, I know the Patriots couldn't do it either.
Right.
But, like, it was so easy.
Yeah, man.
Was there anything easier than beating the Bills at home this year for the Texans?
Losers. All right. Would you want your NFL owner sitting up at a press conference giving answers like this about your team's coaching search? This is fun audio we will get to, and we'll do a bonus Pettycast coming up at the top of the hour. Stay there.
Bonuses. I love bonuses. And, hey, the football playoffs are here, and the underdog is
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. So, Mike Tomlin steps down yesterday as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. We'll talk about that in just a second. Steve Bisciotti, who is the owner of the Ravens, who fired their head coach last week after he lost to Mike Tomlin. So John Harbaugh, 18 seasons in Baltimore, fired. Mike Tomlin, 19 seasons in Pittsburgh, steps down. This all happens within the last week. So two of the most storied, or I would say Baltimore Ravens have only been years, but two of the most successful franchises, undoubtedly, of this century so far, both looking for head coaches after letting go or watching two head coaches with nearly 2 decades there walk away. This was funny. This is Bisciotti. This is a quick one, then we'll get to Tomlin. Is Jim Harbaugh still the head coach? Keep in mind the Ravens got knocked out of the playoff race because Tyler Loop missed a field goal at the end of the game in the final game of the year. Their kicker, the Ravens kicker. Is Harbaugh still the head coach if Loop makes that kick?
If Tyler Loop makes that field goal, is John Harbaugh still here coaching this team?
For a week.
For a week, okay.
I mean,
he was kind of smirking as he said that, too.
Nobody laughed. Yeah.
Right, but he wasn't he kind of smirking?
A little bit.
I felt like people almost, like, out of respect for John Harbaugh, felt like, all right, that was a little too flippant about a guy that, meanwhile, as the owner is up there, gushing and professing great love for John Harbaugh, for a week. He was a dead man walking.
It's the honest answer. Well, the guy who asked the question, who repeated the answer, sounded shook. Ben, play it one more time. He sounded. Yeah.
If Tyler Loop makes that field goal, is John Harbaugh still here coaching this team?
For a week.
For a week, okay.
I like it as I applaud it for the bluntness and directness of all of it. And he still, you know what he did? He gave a very interesting non-answer. And he just left it there.
Yeah.
Because he didn't say conclusively, he didn't expand or anything. He just said, are you an idiot? What am I going to do, fire him like that? Am I going to fire him right then before the playoff game? Oh.
He's on our TV right now in the studio. He does. I saw that right. He's buttoned down to like the third button of the middle of his chest.
He's everything that you dream of. That's the way you envision being a rich guy. Yeah.
Slick back, a very kind of zesty sport coat on, a lot of patterns going on that
He's playing the caricature of a super rich dude.
Yes.
And that if you dream of yourself being a billionaire, you want to conduct yourself just like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm the king of the world.
Right.
Or at least 1/32 of the NFL.
So here he is. That's great. Here's Steve Bisciotti finding out that Mike Tomlin stepped down as the Steelers head coach and asked, hey, would you bring Tomlin on here in Baltimore?
At Pittsburgh.
He did? Is it official?
That's what I keep hearing. So, is he a candidate here?
Holy Mike, wouldn't that be awesome? Only if John takes the Pittsburgh job. Wow, wouldn't that be interesting? I don't know, that thing last week maybe disqualified him from my opening after our kicker missed a kick.
All right, so there you go. Yeah, the thing he was doing, that Bijani was doing, that you can't see on radio was the King Kong pounding of the chest.
So Bijani is kind of low-key one of the more interesting characters amongst NFL owners.
Yeah.
I feel like, or at least, so for positive or negative reasons or whatever, interesting NFL owners, because they almost live up to a stereotype.
Yeah.
Bijani is that guy.
Yep.
That I love. He's just kind of freewheeling, doing whatever the hell he wants to do, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
Mark Davis is the ultimate Tommy Boy type of just all right, he's the owner.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. I guess Arthur Blank has always had he's the stereotypical rich guy who scares me. Like, I feel like he could have me murdered by his goons, and I wouldn't. Yeah,
pencil-thin mustache.
Because he has that kind of villainous mustache thing going.
Yeah.
And he's always super dapper.
Yes.
He just looks like a guy that knows how to get things done without them ever being found out and buried under 20 feet of concrete.
He's definitely tied a woman to the train tracks back in the 40s at some point.
100%.
Yeah.
It was more acceptable back then.
Yeah.
Oh, and then what? Dave Tepper. I mean, Dave Tepper is the classic hedge fund guy that doesn't know how to handle people and just thinks trying to treat everything in life and in the world like it's a hedge fund.
Yeah.
And just doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I got to go back and fact check this. I thought I saw the headline. Like 2 days before the playoff game, he fired like 7 front office employees. What kind of bad juju are you trying to create in your organization?
What
the hell are you doing?
What did they do that couldn't have waited till after the playoff run was over? You know you were only going to be in the playoffs for a week. You couldn't wait till after a week. Yeah,
nobody get comfortable just because we're in the playoffs. I don't want anybody riding high on the hog.
That's probably what it was. I got to keep this place uncomfortable.
Tepper fired several executive staff members ahead of a playoff game.
Oh, my God.
In January 2026.
Do you think he called them all in at once, or did he do it one by one?
You know what would be really diabolical by him is because, they were, when they were trying to make the decision between C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, remember the big thing was that they sent like 23 members of the organization to C.J. Stroud's pro day.
Yes.
They had everybody there. And meanwhile, everybody knew the Texans were not going to draft C.J. Stroud because, was it Caserio didn't even go to C.J. Stroud's pro day?
Right.
Whatever it was.
Right.
The Texans sent very few people to C.J. Stroud's pro day.
Correct.
And that's when it really picked up fuel. I'm like, oh, yeah, Texans aren't even going to go to – boy, yeah, they hate C.J. Stroud.
They hate him.
Yeah, but the Panthers, the golden children of apparently how to run an organization.
Yeah.
So he fired 4 of those people before the playoff game.
4 of them. Okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha. You know what? I bet Cal's viral CJ high five video has bumped him up the list outside of Houston of, at the very least, one of the owners who people think is kind of fun. The high five video that he did walking around the building. People love that.
I was just realizing I never finished off where I was going with the Dave Tepper thing. I think he called those people in, and they probably think we're like, oh, we're going to get to sit in the owner's box or something for the playoff game. It was like right before the game.
No. I got a different box for you. 4 of them right there. Each get in one. You're getting buried.
Yeah, next game and fly on the plane or something. Like, nope, you get a plane out of Dodge.
Man, if you're thinking that with Dave Tepper as the owner, you deserve whatever you get.
Yeah, you signed on for that, bro.
Yeah.
No, as far as Cal and Hannah, they definitely are. They've entered that realm of they're intriguing NFL owners if you're outside of Houston.
Yep.
And it's funny because Hannah is very extroverted, doesn't shy away from talking a little smack, making a sweeping motion, whatever else. And then Cal, what caught a lot of people's attention this year was his overcoat.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of funny memes about Cal being a beleaguered murder detective.
Yeah, detective is the big one. Detective is, that's my favorite. My favorite. I saw that because he had on the same overcoat.
Yeah.
At the Pittsburgh game, and they're like, there goes C.J. Stroud high-fiving Cal before he goes off to solve some crimes.
That was what I had tweeted out yesterday that Jalen Petrie, who's doing for the Guardian cap, what Kojak did for the lollipop.
Oh, I saw
where
that.
you take something that looks kind of like, okay, kind of dumb or stupid or goofy, and you turn it into something badass.
Yes.
Because after Kojak, there have been various times in movies or TV shows where, there's a badass guy, but he's also sucking on a lollipop.
Right, man.
That's what shows he's really crazy.
Savalas was his name. Kojak was his character, and he made the Tootsie Pop cool.
Right. And I think that with Jalen, I think more guys will feel comfortable wearing the Guardian cap. Specifically, one of the scariest and badassest dudes in the league wearing the Guardian cap. I think we're going to see more of them next year, specifically because of Jalen Petrie.
We've got audio later in the show from Kyle Brandt, basically echoing what you're saying about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to talk to Travis Johnson about this because Travis and I both have just huge craniums. And so it's just already, you already look a little kind of top heavy.
Bobblehead.
But if you had a Guardian cap onto it as well.
We need to workshop this. We need to just for a TikTok or something.
I have insecurities about this from my childhood about having a gigantic head.
This is how you're going to get over it.
And then somehow I'm going to put a Guardian cap on top of it.
Yes, that's what we're doing.
So you and I should wear Guardian caps with Sports Radio 610 pullovers on top.
A training camp.
Yeah, that's right.
All right,
and visors.
That's right. Payne and Pendergast. That won't be miserable at all. 98-degree heat. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we did a Pettycast yesterday that was all Steelers Texans related. This is a bonus Pettycast where we've got the rest of the world getting petty. We'll do that coming up next. I'll tell you, when I get petty, when I get 5 hours.
West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I have to share this text with the audience. We just got done talking about Jalen Petrie and his Guardian cap and how he actually makes the Guardian cap look somewhat cool because he's making so many badass plays behind the line of scrimmage. Texter, I like to believe that Jalen Petrie's Guardian cap is just a big bag full of nickels. Oh, man.
That would be the best scandal ever.
Oh, it pops open? Like when Sammy Sosa's bat shattered and there's cork everywhere? Oh.
We gotta X-ray your Guardian cap, son.
Well, he spears somebody with his helmet, and it's just this explosion of nickels everywhere.
You know, the thing is that that's a great joke. But to take all the fun and humor out of that joke, let's actually discuss it. He does. He's making a conscious effort to keep his head out of things.
Right.
You know, he's making a conscious effort to maintain consciousness.
Yes.
I think, and all of those tackles for a loss the other night, he went up high, kept his head out of it completely.
Oh yeah.
And the biggest thing, so they're not formed tackles, but he's rapping, and The fun thing about Jalen Petrie when he's a rookie was he made a boatload of tackles. The frustrating thing about Jalen Petrie in his first couple years was that he also missed a boatload of tackles.
Yeah.
He set a record for both made tackles and missed tackles by a rookie in a season his rookie year. He's come a long, long way in terms of being a secure tackler, and also I like that he's sometimes the smaller defensive backs that have zero fear. You get nervous that they're going to end up knocking themselves out of the league because they just fly in there with reckless abandon all the time. And I think Petrie's figured out a way to have the best of both worlds. Be a really physical player, but he understands that he can't be completely brazenly reckless about it.
He's the most improved player on this team over the last couple of years. I feel pretty comfortable in saying that. He is.
He got benched. He got benched 2 years ago.
Yep.
At the end of the season.
Yeah.
Versus the Browns.
Against the Browns.
Yeah.
Right.
You talk about a guy who went from being benched to a year later having his contract extended.
That's right.
And being pointed to as, one of the guys on a team that young guys need to emulate. He is a great story. I think for people, if the Texans were to win a Super Bowl, there's so many guys that have great stories that people increasingly actually want to hear about. Yeah. I've noticed a lot of people around the league, I've actually started to see a lot more positive about Azeez Al-Shire than anything you would have seen last year at this time, and just based on how he plays and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think with Jalen Petrie, the fact that he stuck around at Baylor when everybody else bailed, like that. I mean, and then they've got a lot of guys on that defense are just kind of cut from a different cloth.
No doubt.
They're old school in a lot of ways.
No doubt. Nick Caserio would tell you that was a big part of his profile and why they drafted him was staying at Baylor through the aftermath of the Art Briles scandal. All right, Petty.
And also not being one of the guys who was implicated in the Art
That
Briles
helps
scandal.
too.
That was good too.
That's a very good job, Jalen.
It wasn't.
You got two
I'll tell you
things
what,
going for you.
if he can make it at Baylor and if he can walk a straight line at Baylor in that situation, this guy can handle the NFL.
All right, bonus Pettycast time. These are all the petties that we didn't get to yesterday because we were all Steelers and Texans yesterday. This first one is Mike Garafolo, who is on a streaming show with a Philadelphia media member named Anthony Gargano.
Yeah.
Who, keep in mind, the Eagles, they did fire their offensive coordinator yesterday, much to the delight of Sam Salvo, that little 12-year-old kid. Maybe we'll play his audio too. But Anthony Gargano is saying the Eagles have to fire Nick Sirianni, their head coach, and Garafolo cannot believe it. Visual at briefly and then comes back.
You're giving me a target.
Do you want him fired? This is my question. Do you want him fired?
I do. I want Kevin Stefanski in here.
I can't.
Well, good. Don't. I didn't ask for your opinion. You called me. I didn't ask for your opinion.
My opinion matters.
I don't think he's a smart football man. I don't. I don't think compared to, I don't know, me? Yeah. Compared to.
So you want John
To
You want
compare
John
to
Harbaugh in here.
other NFL people that I know? No,
Okay,
I don't.
You want John Harbaugh in here.
Did I
okay?
just say Kevin Stefanski, or you did not hear me?
I love Kevin. I think Kevin's a great head coach. How many Super Bowls has Kevin been
Doesn't
to?
matter. He didn't have Howie Roseman as his GM
with the
and that
Browns?
roster. Stop with the, how many Super Bowls? So Doug Peterson's got more Super Bowls too. Was he a good
And you
coach?
guys ran him out and thought he sucked too.
It's two-way petty right there.
I love
man.
that. No, but I love that when Gargano was like, "You called me," but because I didn't realize that was the dynamic. I had just seen the part where Garofalo had walked off, and I assumed that maybe he was the guest on this guy's show or something. But weak sauce by you, Garofalo.
Yeah, man.
Walking off when your guest gives an answer
That's
that you
his
don't
answer.
like.
Yeah.
It is crazy, man. The capacity for misery that Philadelphians have is it's amazing.
Yep.
It really is. And Sirianni, I get it though. I get it.
Yeah.
I understand it. He won a Super Bowl
another
less than a calendar year ago.
Seth, you go find winning percentages for all-time great coaches that have coached at least 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni's on that list. He's never had a losing season.
I think there's such respect for Howie Roseman up there. It must be that the fans just feel like, man, all Howie Roseman has to do is find a ham sandwich to run this team.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't like this ham sandwich.
That's right.
We just got to get somebody. They probably look at Doug Peterson. They probably look at Doug Peterson with scorn, like, yeah, look at clown.
Well,
yeah, sure he won a Super Bowl, but just only because of Howie Roseman.
I saw a chart on Twitter this week that showed the amount of money that each of the NFL teams has shoved into future voidable years.
Yeah.
That once you let go of that player, all the money gets rushed into the current year.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles are so far out in front of everybody else. They have literally like $400 million worth of salary cap money shoved into like the 2030s. It's crazy.
They've got a potential Saints type situation going on, except that it feels
on
like
steroids.
He's been more calculating about it, I suppose. And but yeah, they went all in, and sometimes that's what happens, man. When you go all in and it works, that's great. But then the fallout isn't always so high.
Yeah,
we'll see.
And that's where you kind of put my feet to the fire earlier when I said earlier in the show, if DeMeco Ryans' career ends up being identical, and obviously he need to win a Super Bowl soon because Mike Tomlin won one in his second year. But if DeMeco Ryans won a Super Bowl in these next few years, and then the next 15 years were the equivalent of what Tomlin did in Pittsburgh after his Super Bowl, I would sign up for that right now. You appropriately said, you say that now, Sean, but like when you're going through all these years where you're not winning a playoff game, fair observation. I think it's sort of the same thing with a team like the Eagles that shoves all that money into. Well, if you can just get one championship out of it, it's worth it.
It's all worth it.
It's all worth it. Ask Saints fans right now. That's a great example because the Saints are going through that right now still. All right, let's keep getting petty here. This is Javon Bullard.
It's like sometimes guys can relate to this. It's something you might have said because you were so desperate for a certain physical act to occur or something, and then it happens.
Yeah,
you should be the happiest guy in the world.
Right?
You're like, but I said all those things.
Yeah. Same exact thing. Same exact.
Be immaculate with your word, young men.
There you go.
Don't sacrifice your integrity for just to attain that one thing. Yeah.
Here's Javon Bullard. He's a safety for the Green Bay Packers who lost 31-27 to the Chicago Bears in an amazing comeback by the Bears on Saturday this past week. He gives zero credit to Caleb Williams and the Bears.
No disrespect to them, but it ain't that they did. It's us. It's us. We got to finish. We whooping their ass the whole game. Like, that's us. We got to finish. They ain't do special. We got to finish. We ain't finished last time. We ain't finished this time. So that's some we got to work on within us. It ain't nothing. Chicago ain't do special. They ran what they did. They did what they did. They made play. A lot of the stuff is on us, and we got to fix that.
Yeah,
I like petty.
I like that. I don't.
Playoff loss.
That is a horrible attitude, and as an observer, I respect it.
Yeah,
that's good pettiness right there.
It is.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's accountability, I guess. I mean, he's saying it was our fault we lost. It ain't anything they did. Zero credit for your opponent, though. That is petty. And it's the Packers and the Bears too. That even amplifies
you got the
it.
And at that point, he wouldn't have known that the Bears coach Ben Johnson was in the locker room saying bleep the Packers.
That's
bleep
true.
The Packers.
Yeah, man.
There's good, man. Same as Ravens, Steelers.
Yeah.
Any of those NFC North rivalries or whatever, it still feels like real hatred.
Yeah.
You know,
it
feels
that.
like real ingenuine. Hopefully, 30 years from now, when the AFC South is really just coming to maturity and everything, there's that really deep-seated hatred rivalries. I don't know if we have one right now.
No. Texans-Titans has the most potential just because of the Houston roots with
and
the
because
Titans.
of the owners don't seem to mind participating in a little bit of it.
Yeah. Two ladies that don't like each other.
Mm-hmm.
Potential for a cat fight down the road. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Justin Jefferson opens up about what the Vikings need. Justin Jefferson, Pro Bowl wide receiver, Vikings. What do they need from J.J. McCarthy, otherwise known as 9?
I feel like he needs to show everybody and prove to everybody that he is that top-tier quarterback. So I would love to have him, and I love to work with him and show everybody he is that number one guy. But I feel like it starts in the offseason. That offseason action, eliminating those habits that he had that we felt that hindered him throughout the season. So just working on those.
That's right there. Eliminating those habits. I don't know, man. I just saw him making a bunch of goofy faces and hearing his coach say, nobody wants to be on the grass more than you.
Yeah.
They'll ride with you. Justin Jefferson. This is the third offseason they're coming up on as teammates here. And it sounds like we really need to work together in the offseason.
That's the big thing is, it's not like he No, he didn't have a true rookie year because he had to go through his rehab and all that.
Yeah.
So really this is, in a lot of ways, this is his rookie year where he's going to learn a lot of those rookie lessons and everything.
Use the word habits. That's always a fairly damning word.
Habits.
Yeah.
You hear about Cam Ward, and it's that Cam Ward is in the building at 5 a.m., doing everything the right way. Cam Ward, I am genuinely nervous about Cam Ward getting a really good coach in Tennessee because it feels like he's got all the intangibles marked off. It seems like he does a lot of things the right way. Boy, if I were in the NFC North and I'm hearing that J.J. McCarthy might need to work on his habits or something, oh, God, I want him to stay the quarterback.
I do too.
Nothing better than a quarterback who might have a poor work ethic. Yeah, in this day and age, look, Brett Favre walking through that door in this day and age, he ain't making it either. He'd be stuck in Atlanta. It's just not going to work. It doesn't work in this day and age.
That's right.
You got to be half nerd, half stud athlete.
All right, this is an easy transition. Speaking to quarterbacks with bad habits, Johnny Manziel. We know that Johnny missed his shot at being the celebrity picker for College Game Day a couple of weeks ago when the Aggies were hosting the Miami Hurricanes in the college football playoff in the first round. He was supposed to be the celebrity picker. They had to turn to Alex Caruso because Johnny was at the Jake Paul fight the night before in Miami and didn't make his plane. Well, he got on his podcast this past week and gave his explanation. First, Seth, and I want to put this through the Payne and Pendergast car wash here and see if this excuse passes muster. This was Johnny explaining how he got deathly ill in Miami after the Jake Paul fight.
What I hadn't realized is I'm back in Dallas, 2 or 3 days prior, spending time with my nieces and my sister for her birthday and spending some family time. 2 of my 3 nieces are really sick with some kind of virus. And of course, not getting a chance to see them very much. I'm, hugging on them, sharing food and spoons and doing all this. And I remember when my brother-in-law was like, yo, you're and I'm like, what are you talking about? Didn't really understand it. And, that night before the game, I'm hit with an unbelievable virus that really put me out.
Yeah, that's
sharing spoons.
Yeah, okay, that's a whole
virus had to incubate for a couple of days.
The problem is there's another lesson for the kids. You can get away once if you're a good student. You can, hey, professor, my paper I late because I had some family issues. The professor will be like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Second time, third time, fourth time. Professor might say, can I get, maybe a little bit more proof of these family issues or something? Because this is meanwhile, by the way, you haven't been a good student this whole term.
Right.
This is, Johnny Manziel gets zero benefit of the doubt, especially when, man, the preferred tactic of scoundrels. Let's humanize myself a little bit before I give my excuse. Oh, I was playing with my nieces because I'm such a loving uncle, you know.
Yeah, family time, man. Family time.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you don't believe him. Is that
no,
fair
not
to
for
say?
a second. Even if it's 100% true, I don't believe him.
Okay, well, Johnny's got a message for people like you.
Oh, no.
The speculation and the way that people have spoken about that. Are you guys out of your mind to think that I would just go out and miss this game? Yes. My past and who I am and the decisions I've made throughout the years. Look back at Texas A&M. Look back at Cleveland. Why wouldn't it be an easy decision for you guys to pile on that and run with your assumptions and with your clickbait articles and your bullshit TikToks? For all of the people that know me and know who I am as a person to my core, I appreciate each and every one of you for checking on me, for making sure that I was okay.
They're checking on you. For
this is even to the point where people in my own family that know me the best are like, you went out in Miami and got too up and smoked the game? Never in my wildest dreams, never in a million years would something other than truly an act of God being there to support my team, support a university that I love, and to be around and on a show that I've watched all the time since I was a kid with guys that I admire and I appreciate. The Kirk Herbstreits, the Desmonds, the Pats, the Coach Sabins.
Okay.
Wait, did he say even in my own family? People
right. Yeah. Nobody believes you, dude. There's a reason they're checking on you. Thanks to the people that check on me. They're checking on you. You yourself just brought up your history at A&M and in Cleveland.
I guarantee you these are how the texter voicemails went. It wasn't, hey, are you recovering from that stomach virus okay?
Right.
It was, hey, man, how's everything going? Hey, everything all right, man?
Text if you're alive. You notice?
Did he misspeak there? It sounded to me like he was saying people who know him know that he wouldn't ever screw that up. But then it made it sound like he said even people that know me and my family members were laughing about it.
Yes, there were people in his family that didn't believe him.
That were skeptical of it.
Yeah.
So his family members are in the same boat as the TikTokers.
Right.
Okay.
And all the clickbaiters.
But the people who really know him.
Yeah, like the three people, I guess. I have no idea
his drug dealer from back in the day or something.
I have no idea who he's appealing to here. I have no idea who he's thanking.
Squibby, my drug dealer, knows that I ain't called him in 3 years.
Squibby.
He'd be the first guy to know if I screwed up.
Did you notice at the end there where he was naming the people on game day? They did this.
Oh, that's right.
Remember
Reese Davis threw some shade at him.
Some serious shade at him. Like, hey, you got to watch where you eat breakfast. You might get sick. All right, that was a.
You know what? My policy in any of these, including when somebody tries to claim that it was a tainted supplement when they test positive for PEDs. Okay, name me what supplement is it, so we can all watch out for that supplement.
Absolutely.
You know, back in the day, those two Vikings players, they actually sued StarCaps because they had taken tainted substances, and that's putting your money where your mouth is.
Yep.
And actually trying to get some money.
Yeah.
Show me the doctor's report, Johnny.
Thank you.
If you want to be taken seriously.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with
Frickin'
you.
Squibby.
Bussin' with the boys. Will Compton, Taylor Lewan. They both played for Mike Vrabel. They gave some insight on Kay Adams' podcast on how they think Vrabel is going to attack the Texans, the defense, etc. This is some interesting stuff, and we'll get to it coming up next.
Hey, the regular season is over. This is when everything...
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We just played the audio of Johnny Manziel giving his reason why he wasn't at game day a couple weeks ago, and then wagging his finger at everybody who doesn't believe him, which, if according to the text page here, seems to be quite a few people. Just a couple funny ones. If a parent lets their child share a spoon with Johnny Manziel, that parent should have to serve 3 weekends in jail.
If your kid is sharing a spoon with Johnny Manziel, at least hope they're not sharing needles.
Well,
okay. That's the problem.
Another texter points out that there are multiple uses for spoons. Johnny makes it sound like he's shooting heroin with his nieces, sharing spoons with little kids. WTF.
He said he was sharing spoons. It turns out his nieces are actually 23 years old.
They love hard drugs.
He lifts up the spoon. It's a bent spoon. He's got a lighter tucked into his cap. Yeah.
You're doing kissing on your 23-year-old nieces. What's going on here?
I was kissing on my
Tennessee
niece.
Stuff right there.
She's a pharmaceutical rep.
All right, so speaking of Tennessee, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton, Bussin' with the Boys podcast. They do a good job. They're on ESPN quite a bit as well. Former offensive linemen and wide receivers for the Tennessee Titans. They played for Mike Vrabel in Tennessee, and it's very evident they enjoyed playing for Mike Vrabel. They were on Kay Adams' podcast yesterday, and Taylor Lewan starts out with, and to keep in mind, the Texans are going against Vrabel this weekend. He's the head coach in New England now. So we're looking at this through a lens of how is Mike Vrabel going to attack this assignment here going up against the Houston Texans. So Lewan starts in with, what is Vrabel, Kay Adams asking, what is Vrabel saying about the Texans right now?
He's sitting there and he's talking trash about the operation and how things are taking place, from fumbles and interceptions and operation when it comes to the offensive side of the ball.
They're going to give it to you.
Yeah, they're going to, hey, boys, it's right there for the taking. Like, if he wants to give it to us, just give it to us. And he's going to, but then the defense is going to come on and it's going to get quiet. That room is going to be like, oh, shit. Like, they can kind of operate. I think every team in the NFL was hoping that the Steelers would win that game so they did not have to see that defensive line. That's how, I don't think we probably in history, I mean, in black and white TV, but like those guys, every quarterback is terrified of the idea of playing that Houston Texans defensive line.
All right, so dismissive, that was Taylor Lewan.
Dismissive of the offense, but will show proper respect for the defense.
Extreme respect, it sounds like.
And it jives with some things I've heard about Belichick. Because Vrabel's his own man, but he obviously is going to take something, just like Nick Caserio took some things from Belichick.
Yeah.
That and then Caserio is operated as his own man, but there's clearly going to be some lessons you learn from being with a guy for 20 years that you're going to use some of them. The stories that I always heard about Belichick, and Ted, I remember Ted used to talk about that with you, was just that there is that element of kind of cockiness of like, look at these guys, look at the way they operate. Like, what are you gonna lose to that? You're gonna let these guys beat you? And they're very, yet at the same time, also does a really good job of building an opponent up or whatever, just kind of getting a feel for what motivational ploy do I need for this week and this game plan. And I could totally see Vrabel, his personality and everything, and just how blunt he is. I could imagine him watching that offensive film from last week and saying, look, it's right there for you. Look, you're gonna let these guys operate better than this?
Yeah.
It's right there. All you got to do is this and that, and boom, boom. Yeah, it's a mess.
He's trying to give it to you. He's trying to give you the game. So that was interesting. So that's what is Vrabel saying about the Texans? Now, this is Will Compton and Taylor Lewan both talking about, keep in mind, Vrabel was in the building here back from about the time Bill O'Brien got here through 2017. So about the first 3 or 4 years of the O'Brien era, Mike Vrabel was in this building, and he was in the building with J.J. Watt. So they talked about how Vrabel, once he got to Tennessee, would break down guys like J.J. Watt and Myles Garrett.
Vrabes ain't shying away from that fight. Like, of course, remember when he used to break down J.J. Watt and the Texans in his heyday? Yeah. How he break down Myles Garrett.
What did he do?
Right.
he's going to find flaws in Anderson and Hunter, and he's going to be like, guys, you make him do this. Like, he's not the same player. Like, take the fight to, he's a power rusher. Hey, Taylor, just get on him quick. Like, if you just get on him quick, he's going to stop his feet, and it's basically over from there. Like, it is – the thing that Vrabel does well is you see the game management he had with his last playoff game. You've seen it when he was with the Titans. Like, he handles situational football better than any coach in the entire NFL. But he also, like, puts a belief in players when you're going against monsters like you're about to go against this weekend. And it's like, if you just do X, Y, and Z, he makes it so a matter of fact. If you just do this, it's over. Like, you're going to handle it. No problem. Like, guys, I played 14 years. I think I know what I'm talking about. Like, you do this thing. And it's like, it's something we joke about with Vrabel a lot, but also, like, as a player, you sit there and you're like, this guy's always bringing up 14 years. And the other side of your mouth, like, well, he did play 14 years and he does understand this game quite a bit. And you see it. And so with the Patriots, they're going to – Hunter and Anderson are not going to have a moment where they don't have multiple sets of hands on them during that game.
Okay.
That's a part at the end was interesting because I think Taylor Lewan's going right back to what it was like with J.J. Watt.
Yep.
And that's what the Patriots – or that's what the Patriots did a really good job of. Now, like Taylor Lewan obviously wasn't there with it, but he was there with Vrabel in Tennessee. But when I'm thinking about kind of this Patriots mindset and because of the Patriots team, what would Belichick do to J.J. Watt? There would be 6 hands on J.J. in the first half. They would assault J.J. Watt in the first half, and they would get it. And because J.J. they would turn one of JJ's biggest strengths into a weakness because JJ's got such an incredible motor and he's going to go hard whether he's double-teamed or triple-teamed or not. And what that does is it saps the energy and it takes the juice out of your legs. And they would kind of make JJ less effective just by, limiting his production, but also just putting so many bodies on him, and JJ's fighting against it, and that mounts up into the second half. With Will and Daniil, it gets trickier because, all right, if you're going to commit 2 guys to Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter every single time, it's really hard to have that explosive passing attack you're talking about because you got 2 guys out on routes. So it's not going to be every single snap, but they're going to throw bodies at them. They might play with 6 offensive line, 3 tight ends, all that stuff. I think really the biggest thing that Vrabel and Josh McDaniels are going to see with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson is that if they throw kick out blocks at them and when you got a tight end coming across the floor, that'll slow those guys down a little bit and put a little bit of indecision in their minds. But there's also times where Will and Daniil have misread those blocks.
Mm-hmm.
So in the run game or as a play action, a lot of that stuff. And, sometimes it'll make it the good teams and the well-coached teams, the tight end will be coming across the formation and looking like he's trying to kick you out. And then at the last second, nope, it's actually that it's an outside run.
Yeah.
Like, that stuff has been effective at times versus those guys, and you're going to see a healthy dose of that from the Patriots.
2 things. Well, 3 things. One is just the thought. To me, where the analogy breaks down a little bit is just the Texans have so many guys. Like it's just a better defense we're talking about than any that J.J. Watt or Myles Garrett back when they were going against him back in the day can throw at you. How big a concern is Josh McDaniels for you in this game?
He is an offensive coordinator. He's always a huge concern.
Yeah.
I think that's, again, what Josh McDaniels learned and did when he was with Bill Belichick is finding the weakness. And it's as simple as that. And it seems like it should be easier to do because it's so simple. But it's exploiting the weaknesses of your team. One of the things the Texans have had blown coverages. And, throughout the season, really.
Yep.
They've allowed big plays, but sometimes it's because of a busted coverage. McDaniels all week long is going through and figuring out exactly when, why, and where they've had those blown coverages and trying to replicate that, but with a little bit of a different wrinkle, set them up for it early in the game.
Yep.
By giving them, hey, we're going to play our tendencies for the first 3 quarters.
Yep.
And we're going to do exactly what these guys know is coming. Maybe they have some success on it.
Yep.
Maybe, hey, Derek Stingley feels like, he knows exactly what route is coming here. And then in the 4th quarter, that's when they break their tendency.
My other question to you is it's really hard to throw resources at 2 guys like this, Hunter and Anderson. You just run out of guys. Who is the J.J. Watt in this analogy on the Texans side of things? If you had to pick one to throw the greater resources at to try to slow him down? Is it Will Anderson Jr. or Danielle Hunter?
That's a tricky one because then I guess it comes down to, is it first down or third down?
Okay.
I think it's Will Anderson in either scenario, just because Will has been so effective at beating combo blocks and chips and everything else like that. But I mean, it's perilous with either of those guys.
Yeah.
It's a really good question. I think with Will, it might be misdirection that they use with him more than anything. With Danielle Hunter, it might just be extra bodies.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like Danielle's got a bigger arsenal of moves that you might need to throw a second guy at. That he's maybe better with the spin moves and the Euro steps at beating a guy one-on-one.
Yeah.
Whereas you kind of know what's coming with Will. It's going to be sheer power and him just shoving you back into the quarterback.
Well, and I think that's where, with Drake May, he's a very good runner. It looked like in that Chargers game, he realized, okay, these young quarterbacks, it's funny because everything's shifted so far in the NFL from where it used to be trying to encourage quarterbacks not to run as often a lot of the time. But now there's so many quarterbacks that when they're athletic, they're trying to prove it to themselves and to others that I'm a true pocket passer.
Right.
That the coaches are actually encouraging them to be more. We saw it with CJ. No, go ahead and run. It's easy money. Go ahead and take it. And I think with Drake May, there's a little bit of that. And last week, it looked like in the playoffs, he realized, all right, you know what? I don't have to be Johnny Unitas here. I'm just going to get it. Yeah.
Texans might make him pay for that, though. You run through that kill zone, it applies to everybody, so we'll see.
Well, no, look at Josh Allen. It's if they go into it and they handle business the way they did with Josh Allen and really just inspire him, don't give him really any opportunities.
Stay in your lanes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. Man, this is fun. Playoff football coming up on Sunday. The makeup of the quarterbacks still left in the postseason. Is there a message being sent about how the Texans should attack this thing long term? We will get to that coming up next. But first, talk about long term. I'll just talk about short term right now with you.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you. Several people pointing out, we were talking about Mike Vrabel in the previous segment. Hey, didn't Vrabel get fired after the Texans beat him when he was wearing his cowboy hat? He did.
He was wearing his Bum Phillips outfit.
Yeah. He got fired a few weeks later.
He was cosplay. And
Yep.
that was, he got fired because he was cosplaying Bum Phillips. And
the Titans were cosplaying the Oilers.
Yeah.
In that game. Yep. And
he was also a horrible, horrible defensive coordinator for the Texans. That was little asterisk in his career that people don't talk about a whole lot.
Results were poor, yes.
He was honestly true. Like, who knows? I think he probably would have been a really good defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
But you never know. You'll never know. For a guy that's Mike Tomlin and Mike Vrabel both they struck when the iron was hot, and they got a head coaching job after only 1 year of being a defensive coordinator.
Yep.
And because those guys could have had all of those same traits, but if they had been a defensive coordinator on a bad defense for 3 years in a row, you start to lose a little bit of that leader of men, haver of it type of dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Anthony Weaver's stuck in that zone right now. I think he's got a lot of head coach traits that are awesome, but the problem is he's had too many cracks at being a defensive coordinator, and I think he's been in tough situations in all of those. It's not like he's had a bunch of it and said, oh yeah, these guys could do something, but it's just more it's more negatives that show up on your resume than the guys who have only been a coordinator for 1 year.
I think there's a chance he gets the Miami job. I think there's a chance he replaces Mike McDaniel there. Who better to know what those leadership traits are that don't show up on the stat sheet than people that are in the same building with him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think he could wind up with that job. He is one of the candidates for that job. All right, so Seth, I'm looking at a graphic right now that has the top 14 quarterbacks in the NFL by average annual value for their contracts. Tippy top is Dak Prescott at $60 million, and it goes all the way to 14, who is Patrick Mahomes at $46 million, $45 million. In between, there's some very interesting names. What's your gut reaction to this, especially as someone who covers and roots for a team that is going to have some decisions to make on their quarterback after this year and what they do? The big question for the Texans once this playoff run is over, whenever it ends, is does C.J. Stroud become one of these guys that's making between $45 and $60 million a year? There are exactly two of those quarterbacks left in the playoffs right now. Of the guys in between 60 and 45 million, the top 14 quarterbacks, 4 of them got knocked out last week. There were 6 total that made the playoffs, but Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, and Jalen Hurts all knocked out last week. Among the final 8 quarterbacks that are still left, the only ones that are among the top 14 in average annual, Allen and Brock Purdy. Those are the last 2. And they're both underdogs this weekend right now. So we could be looking at a final 4 teams that don't have any of the top 14 or 15 quarterbacks by pay. What's your gut reaction to that as a Texan fan who, somebody is a team that might have to pay C.J. Stroud after this year?
Right. I guess it's that. I mean, my gut reaction is that obviously there are a lot of teams that have huge chunks of their salary cap soaked up by quarterbacks who aren't doing what really good quarterbacks are supposed to do, which is, hey, doesn't matter, no matter what the roster is around you, you're going to win, and you're going to do it. And some of those teams would have better rosters if they weren't paying their quarterbacks so much. It's that conundrum that teams find themselves in now, where it's really hard to win without a really good quarterback, and yet you still have to build a team around them.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the Texans right now, and I don't know if this was by design or what, but it's kind of the reality of the situation. We were upset in the offseason that the Texans weren't more aggressive in restocking the offensive line.
Yes.
They tore it down to the studs, and then they really, other than drafting Ariante Ursary, didn't make any big baller moves or anything like the Bears did, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And they've improved as an offensive line because they've got better coaching. The scheme is better, I think. I think Caley's doing a good job of minimizing some of the weaknesses of the offensive line. And really, what it looks like right now in terms of assets you have allocated for it, that's what you can afford to spend if you're giving $60 million a year to a quarterback. And in a way, it was almost maybe a vote for C.J. Stroud or a test for C.J. Stroud to see let's see what you can do with a blue-collar offensive line that's coached well and can get the job done, because this is your reality.
That's all we can afford.
This is Pat Mahomes.
Yep.
You know, Pat Mahomes doesn't have a good offensive line in front of him. Okay, great. Take a $30 million pay cut. Let's see if you can sign some more offensive linemen. Yep. That's the reality of the way it'll be after you pay C.J. Stroud that money. And they did. They improved. It's still not, and it's an acceptable, mediocre offensive line right now. They're way better than they were last year, but they're nothing special. This is, if you pay C.J. Stroud moving forward, you're going to spend draft picks and maybe a budget free agent here or there on offensive linemen. You're not going to make big splurges.
Yeah. And can C.J. operate that way, or does he need a better offensive line eventually? You know, I think there's still a lot of question marks as to what the makeup of this team. The one thing that I feel rock solid, 100% confident about when it comes to the Texans and spending over the next several months, call it the next few months leading up to the draft, Will Anderson is going to get a monster deal. That I feel
a slam dunk.
He's a slam dunk. This is going to be this year's Stingley deal. Where
if it was a true meritocracy and you didn't have this weird situation, teams they're afraid of what happens if it works out with their quarterback, because the cost keeps going up more and more and more. So they hedge their bets and say, all right, we still feel pretty good about the guy. He still needs to develop, but we're gonna pay him now, because if not, we're gonna have to pay $20 million, $30 million, $40 million more next year after he has a really good year.
Yep.
And I am stuck right in the middle on that debate. If it were a true meritocracy, I would say no, CJ hasn't earned that new contract, and Will Anderson has. And yet, the environment in the NFL right now is that everything falls apart and people get all dodgy and whatnot if the quarterback doesn't get a new deal after 3 years. But I don't, just with no emotion, I say this, CJ hasn't earned a new contract. Is it his fault? Is it the offense's fault? Is it Nick Caley's fault or Bobby Slowik's fault? I don't know. But he hasn't played to the same level that Will Anderson and Derek Stingley and Nico Collins and those other guys have relative to other people in their position.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, to look at the makeup of the 8 quarterbacks that are still left. 4 of them are on rookie deals right now. 4 of them, half of them are on rookie deals. Caleb Williams is in year 2. Drake May is in year 2. C.J. Stroud is in year 3. Bo Nix is in year 2. I mean, you're talking about 3 teams that have maxed. And I'll throw Jaden Daniels in. Last year, the Commanders got to the NFC title game with him in his rookie year. Then you've got 2 what I'll call medium-level deals, although Matthew Stafford probably hovers somewhere between high and medium. He's at $42 million a year. And if Sam Darnold, if the Seahawks keep winning and the Texans go out meekly in New England, and C.J. is a big reason why they go out, Sam Darnold will be the one, I guarantee you, Seth, that Texan fans are pointing at. Not go get Sam Darnold. They can't. He's under contract. But, hey, look what the Seahawks did with an amazing defense. The only defense that was better than the Texans by total points. And they found a guy who had kind of recaptured some magic in Minnesota and paid him what by quarterback standards is sort of a mid-level deal for a starter.
Yeah.
$33 million a year. You know, you're not breaking the bank, but you got at least a bit of a track record with him. He's a vet. He's a good guy, that kind of thing. You know, can you go win a Super Bowl keeping the defense together but finding something else?
This is the whole thing about the myth of oh boy, you didn't take advantage of that rookie QB contract window, because very few quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl on their rookie contract. I mean, very few quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl in general. For me, the more realistic thing that you want to accomplish when you have that quarterback on his rookie contract is give him the tools and resources. You got all that extra cap space, great. Give him those tools and resources to where he can develop over those first 3 or 4 years, and then as he's becoming that guy who can do more with less. So spend on the offensive line when he's a rookie. Not like you're always trying to win a Super Bowl, but the test isn't whether you win a Super Bowl or not. It's that, man, did we do everything possible to really get the best version of that self and give him a good environment to learn how to be the high-level stuff. And in that regard, I don't think the Texans have done a great job of it. This has been 3 straight years where CJ does not have a top-tier offensive line or top-tier pass protection. So, and then that window of the QB rookie contract is closing, and you're entering the reality of, all right, you got to do more with less.
Yeah.
But we kind of squandered 3 years of potential development.
And we don't know what his ceiling is. We don't know is his ceiling his rookie year. That's a little scary that you're giving somebody, 50, 60 million a year who is at his best when he was a rookie, and the last 2 years have been a little up and down. I'm still bullish on C.J. Stroud, just to be clear, but I think it's very interesting how these playoffs have unfolded for all the high ticket guys here.
Look, I'm bullish on C.J. Stroud. I'm a grumpy old man when it comes to the way they're handling QB contracts.
Yeah.
I am a grumpy old man every time they extend somebody like Tua or Trevor Lawrence or anybody else.
Kyler Murray.
I understand the economic reasons for doing it and everything, but it rubs me the wrong way.
Yep.
It really does. When every other position, it's a guy who's special that you extend after 3 years, where in the NFL it's turned into, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess I'll give him $55 million a year.
Right. All right, an interesting version of love for Jalen Petrie coming from the national media yesterday. We'll have that for you coming up next.
The Drive.
here, Sean. This is serious business.
Very serious business.
I had to explain to a family member who happened to be listening in an hour ago or so that no. The Pettycast is where Sean and I are the worst versions of ourselves.
Yeah, it's
okay?
intentional.
Yeah, were we being mean to Johnny Manziel? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Is there a side of me that remembers to be empathetic and understand that the guy's had some struggles? Yes, I get that. But it's the Pettycast. We're going to be bastards, okay?
Yep.
We're going to be a-holes. We're going to be jerks.
Was this person okay with your explanation with that?
Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? We're petty all the time. Okay, so this was
they were. They understood, yeah.
This was kind of fun. So Jalen Petry's getting a lot of love nationwide. He had a hell of a game on Monday.
He's a petty football player is what he is.
Yeah, in a good way.
Sean, I went through and on my YouTube yesterday, I was just going to highlight a few plays and everything. And so I filtered for Jalen Petry run stuffs. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, when is this thing going to end? In the Steelers game, he had 5 tackles for a loss in that game. It's a lot. Yeah. That's a lot of tackles for a loss in a game by a 137-pound dude. And Kamari Lassiter had a couple nice ones. Jalen Petry as a nickelback linebacker, sometimes slot player. He's your all-purpose star nickelback. Sean, this is the most impressive one. His second to last tackle for a loss. He played old school linebacker with better technique than most modern NFL linebackers. Like, he stacked and shed, but jacked the dude up. I think it was a wide receiver, but whatever.
No, it was DK Metcalf.
That's right.
Kind of a big wide receiver.
That run to the right. He jacked him up and then shed him like he was like Jalen was like Sheldon Rankins,
right?
Like a defensive lineman,
right?
Using his hands. It was so awesome to watch him on those tackles for a loss because it was a smorgasbord. There's somewhere he's like playing off-ball linebacker, makes the read, knifes. He pulled a Kuechly and kind of just kind of ducked under a block, redirected in the backfield, made a tackle for a loss. There was another where he read the screen. This was more of a defensive back type play. Reads the screen, slips past the guy who's supposed to be trying to block him. Because that guy can't even get him in his sights yet because Jalen had read the screen so quickly. Makes the tackle for a loss. Once on a blitz. Like, I love him so much.
So you did your YouTube show and it was centered around all the plays Jalen Petry was making?
No. I just, it was randomly, I did the Sheldon Rankins play. And I did the Jalen Petry. I did the Woody Marks touchdown run. And I did the Christian Kirk touchdown reception.
Oh, I bet that was good. The touchdown, the one down near the goal line there. Okay.
Yeah, the big thing I liked about that was that I hadn't noticed at the time was that Cade Stover was a part of that play as well. But he was also part of he ends up becoming a decoy. So because he slips out, the DB attaches to him. Meanwhile, Christian Kirk starts rocketing across the back of the formation at the snap, and there's nobody left. So the DB assigned to Christian Kirk is trailing him by 5 yards, and everybody else is vacated because of a combination of the misdirection on the run action and Cade Stover being a receiving option or at least a decoy. And it was just a really well executed but very good play design.
I get retroactively mad. We're going to get to Kyle Brandt here in a second talking about Jalen Petry. But as long as we're talking about that Christian Kirk touchdown, I get retroactively angry when I see a play like that is so well designed and everybody executes down there near the goal line and it results in a touchdown. I get so retroactively mad at that period of time on the schedule where it seemed like every time they were inside the 5 and in goal to go, their strategy was just to run the running, whoever it was, Nick Chubb, British Brooks, Woody Marks, just run him headfirst into the back of the offensive line.
This is the hard thing about trying to establish a run game is that it takes more time usually than people want to accept and believe. And this is the hazardous part of it. A lot of times the only way to actually get the best version of your run game is to fight through a lot of that atrocious run blocking and atrocious just execution and everything. It takes reps. When it finally starts to work, you can see why the pain was worth it. When it doesn't work, then you get really mad. Entire season, and it never shows up. Then you're wondering, what the hell was this guy doing the whole time? You have to commit to it from the beginning. If you don't commit to it and stick with it, even as it sucks, you're never going to develop it. And that's kind of what the Texans did, and the run game has improved. It's just by virtue of from weeks 10 through 18, they had the fewest numbers of tackles for a loss or no gain offensively, which is a lot of progress compared to last year, especially late in the season. Joe Mixon was still getting hit in the backfield pretty routinely.
Yes.
That's a lot of progress. It doesn't happen without being obstinately committed to it early in the season, even when it's not working out.
Yeah, well, hopefully last week is a sign that they've really figured it out. We'll know by Sunday. This was Kyle Brandt on Good Morning Football. He loves Jalen Petrie. I'm curious if y'all agree with his take on Jalen Petrie's choice of headgear.
How good was Jalen Petrie last week? Just have a conversation about Jalen. Oh, dog. Let me tell you something. This guy was not voted All-Pro. I had an All-Pro vote. I voted for him. I guess my vote did not count enough because he did not get it. I cannot believe it. He took over the game from his position, which is very difficult, like in the slot. Number 5 was all over the field. He was terrified. He was screaming. He was angry. He was vicious. I mean, look at that. Like, they went after him. He's going to get a letter about it. I don't even care. And I have to tell you something else. He makes that Guardian cap look good. I like that thing. I'm telling you, like, it's not all. I know Romeo Doubs seems like the face of the Guardian cap right now. Romeo Doubs got eliminated last Saturday night. Jalen Petrie right now with that bonnet. The Guardian cap is having a moment. And I almost feel like it's become this really cool. It's almost like Crocs or something. You're like, oh, Crocs are so nerdy. How could you wear Crocs? And then you slide on some Crocs. You're like, damn, these are comfortable. Yeah. And, like, I see other guys wearing them and other girls wearing them. Like, I think the Guardian cap is kind of cool because when you see players that good in those spots going into Pittsburgh and destroying the Steeler offense, wearing that thing, you're like, all right, maybe I'll throw one of those things on. And, by the way, it's protecting me better. I don't need to say this. No one told me to say this. I just watched it. I'm like, it could be a tough look, but damn it, Jalen Petrie makes it look good. So I tip my hat, or your cap, to you, Jalen Petrie. You should have been All-Pro. I did all I could do, and you're proving everyone who didn't vote for you wrong last night because you looked awesome.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a question then. If it's going to gain popularity, it has to get to the point where if you took this fashion trends amongst just normal people who aren't playing, it takes somebody who's kind of a vanguard that wears something that looks ridiculous or stupid, but they're so cool they get away with it.
It's trendy because
of
them.
And then people want to. I mean, think about for centuries, men were wearing these stupid wigs. You know, oh, what a stupid look! But the king is doing it, so like, all right, I guess I'll do it. You know.
Yep.
In Spain. They started talking with a lisp just because the king had a lisp.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's the explanation I heard for why in Spain they kind of have a lisp to it. Latin American Spanish doesn't have it. Good for you, fighting the man.
An intentional
rebelling against authority.
An intentional speech impediment. That's commitment right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, it's not commitment. It's copycatting.
Yeah, copycatting.
You know, a guy who's what you get a little bit with. Okay, this guy's a badass. He's wearing a Guardian cap. Maybe my friends won't make fun of me as much because Jalen Petrie's out there flying around wearing a Guardian cap.
Do you think it looks bad? I don't think it looks bad.
It's getting more regular. This is what you always have to remember, Sean.
Yeah.
This is the first time I saw a Guardian cap. I reminded myself, look, if I were dropped in from another culture and had never seen American football before or anything, I'd look at these uniforms and I'd be like, those are some goofy ass looking uniforms.
Oh, the whole thing. Yeah.
Like the shoulder pads and everything. Right. You know, like, we look at the uniforms from 30 years ago and the way guys wore huge shoulder pads and everything. Look at how goofy and stupid they look.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So no, I think as you get more accustomed to it, it's going to look less stupid and goofy.
Yep.
I do think, look, I don't care how goofy it looks. If it legitimately reduces your chance of concussion, I wish every single Texans player was wearing a Guardian cap.
I agree with you.
I'll go back to this. That Q collar. You know that thing that it seems like every white tight end wears around his neck?
Dalton Schultz wears one. That's what Texan fans are most familiar with it.
Supposedly it reduces your chance of concussion.
Okay.
And it's one of those, I've looked into it a little bit, and it's like, okay, for these studies done by the people who are selling it to me, it might reduce concussions. Whatever, it doesn't. The first question I would ask is, can it harm me?
Yeah.
No? And it might help me reduce a concussion? Well, hell yeah, slap that thing on my neck.
So you would wear
I
one
want
of
to look like I'm in some sci-fi movie trying to escape the Overlord.
Yeah, those are kind of cool looking, actually. Yeah, those are, so you would wear one of those. The Guardian.
Well, go ahead.
No.
Earlier this season, I think Jonathan Alexander did a story on it.
Yep.
And it was this is where I got frustrated because Titus Howard has had a couple concussions in his career.
He had one this year.
Yeah, and I think this was, has he had 3 concussions in his career?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think this article was before Titus Howard's concussion, because I remember specifically thinking about this article when Titus Howard had his concussion.
Yep.
And I'm not saying this isn't a foolproof, you're definitely not going to get a concussion, but if it can reduce your chances of getting a concussion, this is what Titus Howard said when asked about whether or not he would wear that Q collar. What? Hell nah. As an O-lineman, somebody across from you would ask, why are you wearing that? It doesn't look tough for an O-lineman. I'm so, all right. What do I care if the guy says that? Is that the level of trash talk that can upend you? Is that, hey, you don't look so tough in that Q collar?
It might have been. Maybe the previous version of Titus, it was under the influence of Laramie Tunsil, it might have.
Going in the locker room before you go out to games. Guys, do you think they're going to make fun of us?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things on Twitter or something. When I was getting, back when I used to mix it up on social media.
Yeah.
And it was when the Astros were playing the Red Sox. I just shot a shot at some big account or something.
Mm-hmm.
And all these Bostonians were like, oh, you don't know what you're in for. And I'm like, oh, are people going to be mean to me on social media?
Oh, my God. There's going to be words?
The consequences. The damage that will be done.
Am I gonna,
no.
Hey, am I going to get cooked?
I'm going to see pixelated meanness on my toe.
Delete. Do you think Nico Collins comes back with a Guardian cap when it comes time for him to come back?
I hope he does.
I do, too.
I hope he does. I do, honestly. The players would have to agree with this in the CBA, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like this is one of the things where you reach across the aisle and say, at the very least, when guys are coming back from concussions, I would be even as authoritarian as to say, if you've ever had a concussion in the NFL, you're wearing a Guardian cap.
I have, at a minimum, thought for a long time that they would at least put something in that says you've got to wear one for the next 2 weeks or something after you come back. When you still, the neurology is not perfect, you still might be susceptible to another concussion. At least wear it for a week or two. I hope Nico wears one forever. I'm glad Jalen Petrie is wearing one because he is a heat-seeking missile.
Yeah.
Very happy with that.
I'll tell you what, like some of the fantasies I have about owning an NFL team, even though I've always claimed I wouldn't want to own an NFL team, I do. Like one thing, I've had a lot of conversations with friends about this just from, the culture of drinking has changed a lot.
Yes.
In the NFL, but in America at large. Kids don't drink as much as they used to.
Yep.
They don't have premarital sex as much as they used to. Like
they lead a very boring life.
They are a very puritanical breed that we've raised.
Come on, get in the muck with us, man.
But it used to be, it's part of the culture. Like I got in when it was still kind of old school NFL, and drinking with your buddies was a part of team bonding and everything. And you don't get as much of that. Like these kids are more serious about things these days, and more professional. But like even with drinking. If I had a team full of guys, and I was a guy that drank when I was in the NFL and everything, I wish I had drank less. I wish I had been more responsible about it because it does. It weakens your body.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had a team full of guys that didn't drink at all and were willing to sign contracts almost like it was a high school team, listen, from August through January, you will not drink. At the very least, you'll never have more than 2 drinks in a sitting. If we test you at 7 a.m., your blood alcohol content should look like maybe you had some Listerine to swish your mouth with. Sign this contract, and we're going to test you for alcohol. I feel like it would be a noticeable improvement. Not as much as it used to be, because just like I said, a lot of guys just don't drink at all.
Yeah, I feel like the Texans are de facto one of those teams right now. Do any of the guys on the Texans strike you as like big drinkers and partiers?
No. There's not like a hardcore. Well, but everything went underground with social media, though, too.
Yeah.
Like I think that's part of it. For one, people are drinking less just because they spend more of their time online or in private, prearranged parties or whatever. But two is everybody's so paranoid about photos being taken, rumors being tossed about and everything, that I think they're just way more careful about how they do party.
Okay, this is how I would do it. You're doing it as a blanket thing for the whole team. I would be very selective. There would be certain positions it would be mandatory that you're a drinker. Interior offensive line. I need my interior offensive line to be able to throw back a 12-pack. So it's kind of a mixed thing going on. You know?
No, it's funny. I'll give you a quick story about the evolution of the Texans as a football team. You remember JJ's sleeping car there?
Yeah.
That he had in the equipment room?
I do.
That was where Zach Weger, Todd Wade, and I used to drink beer during training camp.
Oh, my God.
I had a nice little nook back there.
Those were the days. Y'all were our version of like the old Oakland Raiders with like Matuzak and Lyle Alzado.
Yeah.
Like, what did you guys do? We drank beer.
I'm seeing that special about JJ and how disciplined he is about getting the proper sleep and everything. I was like, oh yeah.
Did you tell him that?
That's where we used the booze.
Did you tell him that?
No. I got to confirm that. It just occurred to me just now. And it wasn't like I was a big time booze hound or anything. It's just it is.
No, but none of that goes on now in the building. If I had to guess.
You know, and honestly, as a PSA though too, and this is where I get nervous about the increasing legality of marijuana, et cetera, and everything. Not because I think it's an awful thing or anything. If I had to choose, like, marijuana does less harm to society than alcohol does.
Yeah.
Having said that, it still can do a lot of harm.
Mm-hmm.
And like I knew a couple guys that smoked a lot while they were playing. And both of these guys who are my good friends really regret having smoked as much as they did.
Yeah.
Like at the time they're telling themselves, I need it for stress management and everything. But it's like any other kind of dependency. You realize like, oh, okay, no, it was actually hurting me and I was using it as a crutch and everything.
Yeah, man.
But again, these modern athletes seem to be much better at moderation than we used to be back in the day.
Yep, no doubt.
Nerds.
Losers. All right. The Texans made a man quit this week. They made a man who had been employed for 19 years successfully in the same position quit. That's my story, at least. We'll do that. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Where are you going to be drinking? Where's your little cubby going to be where you drink beer with?
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Before we get to Mike Tomlin and the Texans making him tap out from his 19 years of head coaching with the Steelers, do we have any confirmation on anything?
Yeah, I have a source, a source close to the situation who confirms that where Todd Wade, Zach Wiegand, and I used to drink beer during training camp, that was JJ's high-tech sleep cave.
That was his...
That would become one day something to actually improve the performance of athletes on the field. Yes.
It was a hyperbaric beer drinking chamber for you. For him, it was a hyperbaric nap chamber.
Yes. I don't know if this source wants me to reveal the...
Okay.
I don't know this source. This source sometimes I feel like I just I don't know. I think he we've got a complicated
trying to put two and two together here. Yeah.
I don't know if this source always wants people to know that we chat. I don't know. Which is further confirmation that I'm pretty sure the Texans organization hates me.
Yeah.
So and I get it. There's some things that happened in the past. Too brutally honest with my feelings or emotions at times that for whatever reason that if not hate they just kind of look at me with a side eye.
People
I'm not
grow.
so sure what to think of old Sethers.
People evolve. People grow. It's all good. It's all good.
Not me. I didn't need to.
No, I'm talking
There's
about
nothing
them.
I had to do.
I'm
Weren't my fault.
Don't you worry. I'm talking about the other people that needed to grow. All right. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday talking about D'Amico Ryans literally found out just as he was getting ready to do his Zoom call with the media that Mike Tomlin stepping down is huge news in the NFL. Not only because there may be teams that want to get him as their head coach, but 19 years in one place. Here's D'Amico with his thoughts on that.
Yeah, I just saw the news before I stepped in here, and kind of shocked by the news. You see a guy who's had a ton of success and done it at the highest level for 19 seasons, not to have a losing record, and part of me is like I'm happy that he was able to step away, on his own terms. Right? It's a tough job, especially it's one of the toughest jobs. I think it's one of the toughest jobs because everybody else wants to tell you how to do the job and how it should be done, and everybody has all the answers, but no one truly knows all the work, all the sacrifice that goes in, all of the sleepless nights, all of the long hours you put in, all of the time away from family. It's a lot that goes into it, and everybody just jumps on like, oh, this guy should be fired, he should be fired, get him out. Well, I think we're the beneficiary of having a really great coach for 19 years, and you see that sustained success when you're able to, stick with a guy. You truly believe in a guy that's a great leader of an organization. He's done it, at a high level, won the Super Bowl, done it with the utmost class and respect. And there's not another coach that I respect more than Mike Tomlin, man. He's always done it the right way, and I'm thankful that he was able to step down on his terms.
Okay, a few things to unpack there and a few questions that I think you and I both have about Tomlin. Some of the things D'Amico said is interesting. D'Amico said in there, people don't know the long hours, the stress, everybody having an opinion on how you do your job.
Yeah.
I think people know. I just don't think people care.
I think this is how I've always felt about it going back to when I was a player. Because look, I came from a family of dairy farmers. Miserable. It's miserable. It's awesome work,
Hard
but it's
workers.
Also miserable work. It's really, really hard work. But without nearly the same level of compensation or excitement. Other than like when a bunch of heifers get loose, it's just not nearly as exciting, you know? It's like dehorning cows is sometimes exciting, or at least gory if you're into that. But other than that, not quite the same level of intrigue and excitement and all of that that comes with being an NFL coach. So the way I always felt it was like, okay, you guys weren't born into a cast. Like you made the decision. Life you chose. Yep. Yeah. It's just like, it's a miserable life, but you chose it. Yeah. I could have chosen to be a dairy farmer. I didn't want that life. Right. And so that's given. It's a given that it's a long grind and it's a miserable existence. But it still is a job, despite the fact that it is a really hard and brutal job and everything. It's a job that a lot of people really probably think back and think, man, really wish I had done that.
Yeah.
Because I'm in a current job that I hate. and I work long hours.
Yeah.
Like, I really wish I would have chased that dream.
Yep.
So
yep.
you are, even though you are, and I'm like, D'Amico's the last person who's ungrateful or anything. But, people get it. People know how hard and brutal a job it is.
Dude, would you – I think the two marquee jobs available now with Tomlin stepping aside are Baltimore and Pittsburgh. Those are the two most accomplished franchises in recent years with open jobs right now. I mean, the rest of the jobs are the Giants and the Dolphins and the Cardinals and the Titans, and I know I'm missing a couple here. Would you rather take a job with Lamar Jackson in place?
That's a great question.
Or would you rather take the Pittsburgh job where you know you've got job security, but you got to find a quarterback?
$1 million question right there, Sean.
Yeah.
And I guess that comes down to, Steve Bisciotti yesterday said that Lamar Jackson, I don't think he said it directly, but it sounded like Lamar Jackson's not going to necessarily have a voice in selecting the new coach.
I don't know. I know the one thing he said about Lamar Jackson is we got to do something to reduce this $74 million cap hit he's about
and
to
he said, somebody had asked him about, will Lamar Jackson be a part of the process, or can he choose him? He said, I have the power. Again, playing the role of the NFL owner I want to be. Like, you don't like it? Got the power.
That was tough cookies. That was the first time. That was the first time in years I think he'd met with the media, Biscotti.
Yeah,
and
he's very entertaining.
He needs to do it more. Yes, yeah.
So you say that now, and then after a while, shut up,
probably.
Jerry Jones.
Probably.
Shut up.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I think that relationship with Lamar Jackson and understanding just what the dynamics are. And why it didn't work with John Harbaugh or Greg Roman or Todd Monken or whatever it might be, the understanding exactly, and you're never going to get to the bottom. Like, who knows? The people that are involved in things that break down can't always pinpoint exactly why it broke down. And they had success.
Yeah.
They didn't have the ultimate success, but they had success. That's the $1 million question is, all right, do I have what Lamar Jackson needs? Is Lamar Jackson who I want to work with? Because you look at the upside, and you're not going to get you can draft 10 quarterbacks in a row and not get a talent like Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
And yet, if you don't feel comfortable with that situation, you go to the Steelers, and you think, man, Mike Tomlin's a hell of a head football coach. They had a lot of success in the regular season, but they'd get to the playoffs, and it looked like, all right, these guys just can't keep up with the real NFL playoff teams.
Yeah. Blowouts.
So was it really a Mike Tomlin problem,
right,
or was it that Mike Tomlin did the absolute most he could roster? And what are they going to do different for me? Yeah, like that's a tough thing. Like, you got to go in with a certain absence of ego and a certain amount of humility and say, all right, look, I acknowledge that Mike Tomlin's a very, very good head football coach, and he's been doing it a long time. Am I going to be able to overcome whatever his challenges are? And maybe it's simply that it's an offensive-minded guy who will look at it and say, yep, I would have been doing this, I would have been doing that.
Yeah.
I think without making the decision before I have a chance to talk to Lamar Jackson, I would go to Pittsburgh.
Yep. That's a good point. If you're a good enough candidate, let me talk to Lamar.
If I have a chance to talk to Lamar Jackson and really try to, and maybe I set up a clandestine meeting with Todd Monken or John Harbaugh or something, and really just try to get to the root of where maybe the disconnect or the issues were, and that maybe I come away from it feeling like, you know what, I think John should have handled this better. I think there are some things I could do for Lamar Jackson that he didn't do, including and going back to the organization. Like, Lamar Jackson has never really had an impressive group of wide receivers to throw to.
Right.
He won 2 defensive MVPs without really having impressive receivers.
I'd be real nervous about taking that Pittsburgh job, given the expense and the age of their defense right now.
Yeah,
their key guys are all on the wrong side of 30, and they're getting old. And that they say that owner, the owner there, you're going to have stability. They've only had 3 coaches. They've also never been a losing franchise they haven't had a pick in the top 5 since 1970. Something like that, something crazy. So they haven't really others, not recently. I mean, Tomlin's been a winning coach, or at least not a losing coach, at or above 500 every year while he was there. But they haven't really bottomed out like some of these crappy franchises have. So you don't know exactly how the Rooneys are going to react in this day and age with a 3-14 season or something like that.
You know, the one thing that would be really interesting, if I was looking at those two organizations also, I think that in talking to the GMs, DaCosta for the Ravens, combined with Ozzie Newsome still has a role in the organization, right? He's still like
he's like a senior advisor or something like that. Yeah,
I think talking to those two guys for certain head coaching candidates, I think talking to those two guys is going to be what tips the scales.
Maybe
if you had to choose between just those two teams, man, those are some really smart dudes.
Yep.
And like they do some impressive things from a personnel standpoint. To me, the Steelers, who used to be one of the gold standards for scouting players and everything, it's just, and it predates Khan, the current guy. I think it's just not the same as it used to be, whereas I feel like the Ravens still have some special sauce to the way they operate.
I agree with you. All right, final segment coming up. D'Amico Ryans has a chance this weekend to close the book on an argument that I've already closed the book on, but we'll tell you what that is coming up next. Stay there.
The playoffs roll on, and
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop here in just a few minutes. DeMeco Ryans. You know what? I should have acknowledged DeMeco a little bit earlier one more time. DeMeco Ryans.
Acknowledge me.
First head coach in Texans history to win 3 playoff games. He was tied with Gary Kubiak and Bill O'Brien, who each had 2 playoff wins. Yeah. He is now the leading winner in the postseason in Texans history.
It's funny. We're acting like this is one of his athletes.
Right.
You can do this. Oh, by the way, speaking of that.
2, 3. Oh, yeah.
I love that. There's like it's either AWS or Next Gen Stats or something, that commercial that's running during the playoffs where they show these scouts sitting at a table while somebody runs a 40, and like they show the 40 time. And then the guy types into his computer, show me top 40 times with top 3 character traits and this or that and everything. And it whips out a name for it. And I'm like, this is cool. Like, that's stuff you can do on a napkin.
Yeah, right.
I feel like you're not really showing me the advantages that I'm getting by using AI and high-tech technology on all of this.
You need to dig a little deeper, okay? That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, so anyways, along those lines, and maybe they do this on their next commercial, but yes, Gary Kubiak, 2 wins. Bill O'Brien is probably the one that you maybe felt like, I thought O'Brien won more because he was around, he made the playoffs more times than Kubiak did.
No, that's what it was. It was O'Brien, because there was a tendency to kind of, sometimes in your mind, you gloss over some of the really good things that Bill O'Brien did.
Yeah.
Just like same thing happens with Matt Schaub. I think sometimes we only remember that final season of Matt Schaub.
Right.
Because people will always, every now and then somebody will say, like, God, I went back and I watched some old Matt Schaub highlights. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, there was a time I was excited about this guy. Yeah, he did some really good things.
Yep.
Never won 3 playoff games.
He didn't. No, he didn't. Yeah, no. So DeMeco, first head coach to win 3 playoff games. He won. The 3 wins are all resounding. A little earlier in the show, I have already said that I think DeMeco Ryans, again, a young franchise that has not accomplished a ton in the postseason compared to other franchises. I think he's the best coach in the history of the franchise. If he goes up to New England and gets to the AFC title game, anybody who's bringing other arguments, because there were people like, hey, Bill O'Brien, they were largely based on, hey, 2.5 or 2 seasons and change isn't enough for some of our listeners to make that determination. They picked either O'Brien or more picked Kubiak probably. I think they just like Kubiak better. If DeMeco Ryans gets to an AFC title game, the book is closed on the argument. Yeah. He's the best coach in the history of the franchise.
Right,
I don't care that he's only been 3 seasons so far.
Yeah, and we're long past being an expansion team anymore. This is the first year where I really felt the pang of seeing some graphic where it showed time since it was a graph with all the NFL teams and how long it's been since they've been to a conference championship game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, crap.
Ours is eternity.
That's a little infinity signal. Logo.
Sideways 8. We're a sideways 8.
Time goes forward and back, my friends.
That's right.
We're not an expansion franchise anymore. We're long past the days of being an expansion franchise. So let's go ahead and check that. Let's just check that one off.
Yes. Peter Schrager was on is either Get Up or I think it was First Take yesterday. And they got talking about the Texans. I want to see if Peter Schrager has gotten any less creepy when he talks about how much he likes the Houston Texans.
Top to bottom. And I give not only DeMeco and Matt Burke and the player, consider the GM a lot of credit because a lot of it's homegrown. They drafted Stingley before Sauce Gardner. Everyone was like, you're drafting Stingley before Sauce? Stingley had all the injuries. Drafted Stingley before Sauce. Traded up to get Will Anderson. Petrie was a second-round pick. You look at those different pieces, Bullock, draft pick, Lassiter, draft pick, and then bring in Al-Shaair, right? Bring in Danielle Hunter. This is a loaded team, all 3 levels. And it might be one of those years where everyone's like, anyone's guess who's in the Super Bowl. We wake up the Monday after the AFC Championship game, and we're like, holy crap, the Houston Texans are playing in the Super Bowl, and they have the best defense since the Baltimore Ravens fielded in 2000. Okay. They're that good, and they are that deep. And they're that well coached. Sorry for this 6-minute soliloquy on the Texans defense, but I've been wowed by them 4 different occasions. Seahawks game, Bills game, Chiefs game, and this game where it's like, holy crap.
Yeah,
Texans are this fun young team.
Yeah, that's how wowed you are by them.
It sounded less creepy.
Yeah,
this
a little more
sounded more
analytical.
like an older man sitting in a cardigan next to the fire, almost.
Right.
It was remarkable, these young men. Just really blown away. Impressed by their gumption.
Opposed to some guy at a peep show.
Texans are this fun young team.
He did open with top to bottom, and I wondered where he was going with that. But after that, he righted the course.
And he stressed loaded.
Loaded.
So that was a little creepy. But not as bad as a couple of years ago.
These guys walk into a room, crotch out. Yeah.
So, hey, some of the things he was outlining there. I think I saw you tweet about this yesterday.
Ooh.
The construct of the Texans.
Oh yeah,
defense.
I did tweet about this because somebody said, I've been asked this question a few times because I guess somebody had a big hot tweet that was floating around about how hard it is to sustain a defense like this because it's so dependent on having great talent. Which is true of any freaking defense, but
that ignores the fact that talent can come from anywhere.
Because they're talking about a simple,
I hate this person. It ignores the fact they have great talent. Show me the untalented great defense.
This person I like, but he had asked me. There's some talk about how a defense this simple is too talent reliant to be good year after year. How do you feel about that statement? So I just went through. I did the exercise myself. And it was confirmed what I suspected. If you look at the starting defense that was out there with the Steelers, and I just threw Jalen Reed in there because Miles Smith would have been the same profile anyway. Yeah. Or Miles Bryant, excuse me.
Miles Bryant, yeah.
Miles Smith, the Pilgrim, right? Was that?
Yes, I'm going to go with that.
Miles Bryant would have been the same guy. Miles Smith was acquired for 3 shillings.
I'm Googling Miles Smith right now.
So this is the Texans' starting defense from the wild card round of the playoffs. 2 first-rounders, 2 second-rounders, a third-rounder, a fifth-rounder, a sixth-rounder, and then there were 4 guys who were originally acquired by free agency. Yeah. This is what you acquired them for. Danielle Hunter for $24 million a year. Oh, boy. Yeah. Can't do that all the time. Right. Azeez Elshire signed for $11 million per year.
Yep.
Then you have Sheldon Rankin signed for $2 million per year. Tommy Togiai signed for $1 million a year.
Yep.
I mean, so, by and large, the only heavy resources you've spent on that defense to acquire those guys were Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, and Danielle Hunter.
Right.
That's a pretty manageable. Now, if you wanted to retain all those guys long term and everything, that's a hard part. So some of that is going to be through churn of the guys that you continue to draft, and you've got to continue to be really good in rounds 2 through 7.
Yep. And
you've got to be able to, spend strategically and sometimes aggressively, but not that all that often on free agents. Danielle Hunter is the only high-priced import on that defense.
Well, but they're learning what you just said, Seth. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are learning that the price of poker to retain is pretty high. They signed Danielle to an extension that was $35 million a year, not $24 million a year. They signed Stingley to an extension off of his rookie deal, so he goes from being $7 or $8 million to $30 million. They're going to sign Will Anderson. The ones they've got to hit, they got to hit the draft picks, and finding guys like Toa in the 5th, Jalen Reed in the 6th, I think you said, Kalen Bullock in the 3rd. Guys like that.
And that's the ones where you really got to nail because, hey, safety is a position where you can find guys who are really good safeties in the 2nd round and later.
Yeah.
It's hard to find really good cornerbacks outside of the 1st round.
Yes.
And yet they did it with Kamari Lassiter.
They did.
And then I guess my other basic answer would be if you watch the NFL, it's hard to sustain anything long. No matter what style of defense or offense it is, it's really hard to sustain it long term. The vast majority of teams fail to do it. So the style of so people's argument is it's a very simple style of defense, but that's hard to retain because you have to have awesome players to do it.
Yep.
No, but you have to have awesome players on any defense to be an awesome defense. Yeah. But you also have to have your Tommy Togiais. You got to have your Henry To'oTo'os. You know who's not on that list because he's not a starter technically? EJ freaking Speed.
EJ Speed.
Those are the Sheldon Rankins. You got to – so that defense, I think there's this image that the Texans have all these studs on defense and that's why they're so good and that's how they can get away with running a simple scheme. The other part of it is lots of defenses have lots of studs out there that aren't that good. The Steelers have one of the most expensive defenses in the league. The position coaching matters a lot. And you can only get away with running a simple scheme if guys are dialed in on their technique and their responsibilities. And that's what D'Amico's done a brilliant job of doing, including all of his assistant coaches. They've done a great job of just coaching those guys up right.
They have. No question about it. No question about it. You know what I have to go searching for today, Seth? I think the Magnificent Gladstone is doing a press conference today.
Oh.
So I might have to go searching some of that audio for tomorrow. And the reason I say that is I just saw a tweet from somebody who's there that said that James Gladstone, who we like to call the Magnificent Gladstone, GM for the Jags, we still expect Travis Hunter to play on both sides of the ball this coming year.
Yeah,
they've got no choice.
You got to double down.
Gladstone has no choice.
It is the future of football and life,
and really life in general.
It depends on it. If they're going to be pioneers, then damn well better play both ways. By the way, I felt bad. Because in the moment, we were talking about that lady at the Jacksonville press conference where who gave Liam Cohen a pep talk.
Yeah.
And I said, man, she needs to get on Cameo because people would pay money for her to give a pep talk to somebody who just had a tough loss in life or something.
Yeah.
So I was like, I texted Baselli about it. I said, hey, no joke here. I always have to, before I say anything serious, I always have to explain it's not a joke.
Sure.
Said that lady in the press conference could be a hit on Cameo. And he hasn't responded yet. And then I realized, like, wow, I sent that one day after his team was exited out of the playoffs. And no consolation or anything.
Okay.
Like, hey, Tony. Hey. I got a crazy idea for you. What's that? You're crying? What? Oh, sorry. Why? What?
Yeah,
I got an idea about that lady for Cameo.
He's like he's high up in the organization now too, right?
Yeah, he's vice president or president of something.
Yeah.
No, he was one of the guys that was integral in hiring both Gladstone and Liam Cohen.
For sure, yeah.
He's one of their top dudes now.
Yep.
And Tony's a very competitive guy.
Yeah.
And yet, probably in a moment where he was feeling emotionally low, I gave him a business idea for a lady who's in the press in Jacksonville.
It affects him zero. He doesn't make any money off of that.
He's probably pissed off that that's even what the conversation is about the Jaguars right now. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not going to follow up text.
Here's another question. Do you think Tony Baselli knows what Cameo is?
Probably. He's got kids and everything.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. I just wonder how mainstream. I mean, I know what it is.
Does Cameo hot with the kids?
That out of me. He's got kids.
Cameo is hotter now than it was when it first came out. Cameo.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, it's where celebrities go, and you can go there and you can pay them X amount of dollars to make a video for you for a birthday.
You can send
or
it to
special
you
occasion.
or your friend or whoever else.
Yeah. So it used to be. I remember the perception of it used to be this is where the washed out stars go to try to keep the lights on,
right.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
pay
now
the utility bill.
There's guys that make millions of dollars. Kevin from The Office makes millions of dollars.
Millions?
Millions.
Doing his catchphrase.
Being Kevin
Catchphrases,
on Cameo.
yeah.
Because there's nothing the makers of The Office can do about that. To take their little part. He's just doing a voice.
Dang.
He's doing a character. Yeah, millions, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Millions. Ric Flair does cameos where he tells people for their weddings, don't get married. You're going to hate this.
You need to get Cameo and do some acknowledge me's.
Yeah, I'm on Cameo.
There's also
have you done some of those?
No, who, Ric Flair?
No, you.
Me. No.
Have you done Ric Flair?
You know what my niche has become on Cameo? One, Jim Rome people like it because they'll tell me, hey, here's my friend, do a smack-off call about him. The other thing that I found a small niche for is brothers that either don't like each other or like roasting each other. I made a little scratch doing that, going back and forth with brothers roasting each other. So yeah, I made a total of probably $800 on there or something like that.
Yeah, but it's one of those things too. I remember I was talking to Sean during the break about I was having a conversation with Eric Winston about just like Eric very much had a good perspective on what real world money is versus what NFL money is, and like that. Look, no matter how smart you are and everything, it's hard to make that kind of money in the real world. And Eric was at a point where he's like, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't think like he was super passionate about continuing to play football, and yet at the same time, he's like they want to pay me all this money.
Right.
I'm having a hard time justifying turning this down unless he wasn't going through a bunch of injuries or anything like that. But that's, on a smaller scale, that's how it is with celebrities. It's like so many of those things like Cameo. It's like all right, you're going to get $500 to talk into your phone for 30 seconds. Yeah. It doesn't mean they're down on hard times. They've got a value they've got an understanding of the reward per hour, per minute spent of your life, and it's a good deal.
And here's the crime of the whole thing. And I say this as somebody whose cameo fee is like $25.
Well, same thing. $25 for 30 seconds is a pretty good rate, Sean.
It is, but I feel like the more famous you are, the less you need to put into it.
Oh,
Whereas
yeah,
me, I feel like, I can't be lazy.
You need word of mouth.
People aren't coming back to the store if I'm lazy like these $800 video people are. I use ChatGPT in mine. I put pictures in it.
He's doing it. He's got a teleprompter out in front of him.
It's about the art.
You're doing it for you.
Yeah, it's not even about the fee, really. It's about trying to make a mark out there, you know?
Leave my mark.
Nobody believes that.
Yeah. I mean, 15 cameo videos. He's amazing.
You can't be like Smokey Robinson, who just say the word Hanukkah or didn't. No.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Smokey Robinson has a famous cameo in which he says Happy Chanukah.
Well, yeah.
It is the best thing in the world. It is one of my favorite things of all time. Yeah, Happy Chanukah.
Chanukah.
Mm-hmm.
It's an intimidating word if you've seen it, if you see it spelled that way.
Yeah,
you know? It's usually when you see Hanukkah, it's most of the time you see it with an H. I could see myself doing that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. I mean, he pronounced it phonetically correct.
Phonetically, he was on it, yes.
Yeah.
You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. By the way, Seth, Miles Smith is a British singer and songwriter from Luton, England. He's best known for his 2024 singles, Stargazing and Nice to Meet You.
I believe
what I was thinking of was Miles Standish, I think. Is there a Miles Standish?
There is. I don't know what he did.
Miles Standish was a Revolutionary
like a
War,
historical
wasn't it?
figure, yeah.
That sounds like Seth.
Yeah. Seth was getting Miles Bryant mixed up with some other Miles out there.
Yeah.
Miles Teller, one of the most punchable faces in all
No,
of
not
Hollywood.
Revolutionary War.
Punchable face.
Just send in your Miles at 713-572-4610.
Hey, let me ask you guys something real quick. I'm going to Pender poll this one. I asked Seth this earlier today. Mike Tomlin steps down as the Steelers head coach yesterday. Obviously, we're in year 3 of DeMeco, so it wouldn't be an actual not a carbon copy because DeMeco's in year 3. But let's say DeMeco wins the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
That's an early in his career Super Bowl, assuming DeMeco sticks around for a while. Would you sign up right now for Mike Tomlin's over his entire career? 19 years, early Super Bowl, but a lot of frustration. You're not winning any playoff games. Would you sign up for that to be DeMeco Ryans' career as the Texans head coach right now?
No.
You would not.
I think it would because the standard gets higher. Just like for Mike Tomlin.
When you win a Super Bowl. He went 1-1, went to 2,
and
then hasn't been to 1 since 2010.
Right. I think the standard, once the standard elevates,
yep,
it becomes a lot tougher.
You say no. What about you, Reggie?
I think I say no, and I realize how bold that is for an organization that's been around
never won a
for
Super Bowl
25
before.
years.
Never been
never
to an
gotten
AFC
close.
title game.
I'm the
never
guy that
won 2
The
consecutive.
price you got to pay to win your Super Bowl is 16 years of not winning a Super Bowl.
I kind of paused for a second, but I'm the guy that says just once before I die. You know, just once before I die.
Yeah.
You
only need to make it 3 more weeks.
Yeah, honestly, it's his. He has the wrong decision. I'm young. I'm soaring with youthful ignorance that this will happen.
But I was thinking of the people.
Yeah. Well, as you always are.
I always am.
Right.
And plus, I think just generally, I don't like the idea of knowing specifically you're not going to get there. Like, if you just do the odds of it, likelihood is
and
there's going to be a long period of time where you don't do it. But knowing for certain that you won't would kill me.
And as Seth pointed out, because I said I would, and Seth's like, yeah, you say that now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like you asked the Steelers fans that back then. They probably say the same thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a difference between buying in a fixed annuity versus like anything more aggressive than that.
Give it to me now.
Yes.
Like if you were being honest with yourself and not getting overly technical about this because I know a million finance bros are going to come after me. But like let's say like you knew like okay I can make it on a fixed annuity adjusted for inflation for the rest of my life. Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
But like be honest with yourself. All right, 5 years down the road, are you going to be thinking about like, I could have put that in crypto?
Yeah, it's like a timeshare.
Yeah.
You know, that first time you go to Cabo, you're like, this is awesome, and then you just saddled for 25 years.
I'm gonna poll that one on Twitter today. I'm gonna poll that. I'm gonna poll the question I just posed to you guys on Twitter today. What do you think wins? Do you think no?
No, the championship wins.
You think people? You think
that
yes
is
wins?
that is American sports culture.
Yeah.
Nothing
Yes
is greater
wins.
than winning a championship.
It's a good
No,
poll
and people
question,
also
right?
people are very bad at forecasting what will make
Emotion.
them happy.
Emotion.
Yeah. They lie to themselves all the time.
Yep.
Sure. Oh, yeah, 10 years from now, I'm totally going to be happy, even though I'm miserable right now. Yeah. Everything will all come together.
I don't even know 10 minutes from now.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have no clue.
I don't know. I feel like you will when you sit down to Avalon.
Yeah, you already read my mind.
I know you very well.
I'm on my way. All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day, fellas?
Speaking of emotion, we got to get CJ, we got
Good segue.
We got to get CJ out of this.
Yeah.
So a very simple one today. I think we're gonna get some funny answers, but also some very serious ones. What advice would you give CJ Stroud coming off of that game?
Mine would have been to have taken more ownership of the turnovers in that game than he did.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he took enough ownership of the turnovers. He acknowledged them.
And that's good.
But then he proceeded to pepper us with the good plays that he had also.
Yeah.
I think that's one of those situations as a fan. I'm not usually you have to be more miserable than me guy. That's a situation. I'm like, I need 47-3 if it weren't for my mistakes.
Yeah.
I needed to hear that from them. Yeah.
I think for me it would be, the easiest thing to say in the world, and it's one of those pieces of advice that annoy me because they'll say, look, you just got to flush it, forget about it, and move on. I'm like, all right, well, that's some people are more skilled at that than others.
No doubt.
So I think I might, John, I wouldn't give him advice.
Mm-hmm.
I would listen.
Oh, God. You're so good.
You're
so good.
Yeah. Yep.
How does that make you feel?
No,
I feel like
but
Seth
I
has
would.
an IFB in his ear. And Amy's talking to him right now.
I think that sometimes, everybody's wired differently, and for some people to move on from something, sometimes you gotta spend a certain amount of time with it before you move on. Some people, it's like, okay, yeah, really focus on what's ahead of me day by day or whatever it might be. But whatever it is, whatever his device is or his strategy is for flushing it, like really dial in on that strategy.
Yeah.
That's
whatever.
good.
And do you have an actual strategy, or do you just say, I gotta flush it, forget about it, and then all of a sudden you get up to pee at 2 a.m. and you can't go back to sleep?
That's hard.
I have a theory on CJ Stroud that Reggie doesn't necessarily agree with, but it's my theory, and it's based on nothing. I feel like he's worrying about his legacy on every throw. Quit worrying about your legacy. Quit trying to be great. He's always been this guy that wants to be. I want to be the best ever.
You think he's in the pocket and he's thinking about his legacy?
No, not necessarily in the pocket, but I think he just presses. He's like, I got to make a fantastic play.
It looked like he was pressing on Monday.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that.
It is, yeah. Like there's that almost. How do you? I just in sports in general, and I think this is pretty universal for a lot of people that. The guys that genuinely don't give a damn, like it tends to not. That doesn't wear well over time. So because it's just like too many things fall apart. Those are guys who don't pay attention to detail and everything.
Yeah.
So guys tend to give a damn. But you got to strike that balance between really, really giving a damn, but then also then understanding when to just let it go.
Yeah.
And that's the whole, one of my coaches, you've heard coaches say this before, but it's like, prepare like it's war, but play it like it's a game. Like that's the hardest thing to do is like prepare like it's life or death. But then remember that when you get out there and it's time to perform, that's when you just got to let it go and get unconscious, And all of that goes back to, okay, yeah, what's your process for getting to that moment?
Yeah.
My biggest thing, honestly, for me, because the first time I really struggled with that was before my senior year in college, when all of a sudden NFL scouts and everything were paying attention to me, and like I was putting all this pressure on myself. And I had a moment before the first, and I was building it up in my head that I had to have this incredible season and everything.
Yes.
And in my mind, sometime during warm-ups, it just occurred to me, they're like, oh, man, no matter what happens, my mom's still going to love me. And like that, like I just felt like all the pressure of the world when left my shoulders. And so whatever the trigger is for that, then everybody's got a different trigger, but you find that trigger to where you can just let loose and not worry about the consequences or your legacy or anything like that.
Talk to CJ.
Well, as deep as he is in his faith, you think that would be something CJ leans on, and that would
I won't tell him the next part, which is I had a bad my mom told me she was ashamed of it.
Yeah, and you told your mom to go to hell.
She was like, this is like, I can't believe we even drove an hour and a half to watch this.
All right.
That's not true. Cynthia never did that. She's recovering at home with a knee replacement. Cynthia would never do that.
That's horrible. Your poor mom.
Oh, no, it's good. It's good.
Oh, that's
She's
true.
gonna
She'll
be
feel
bouncing
better.
around all over the place.
She'll feel
like
better.
She used to,
Yeah, that's true. My dad had both of his replaced. That's a good point.
It's not a knee replacement after like a catastrophic car accident.
Right. Right.
It was all planned.
You just did the equivalent of like saying you were so sorry when somebody got a divorce. They're like, no, it was good.
Yeah.
This was helpful.
Yeah, that's true. I should know that. Yeah. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Reggie added to. Oh, Seth, antibodies to you, Mike.
Antibodies, and Miles Standish wore one of those stupid, like, accordion-style neck collars.
Oh, yeah.
And, guys, we had a Miles Standish to you, but, guys, we had a conversation earlier about, like, is there going to come a time where people don't think the Guardian cap looks stupid? And I'm like, yeah, because, like, football uniforms look stupid. If you didn't know anything about football, that's a stupid-looking uniform. You get used to it.
Yeah.
Just like this stupid Miles Standish neck collar. What a clown.
Nice skin-tight shorts you have on there. Ugh. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop. They start now.
Happy Wednesday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Not everybody can say that their football team is still playing football right now.
You're damn right.
What a time. What a time to be alive. So, in fact, very few. Only 8 metropolitan areas have the fun that we have going on right now. So, join us in on the fun by joining in on the conversation. 713-57 text. Also, always appreciate the Mo Karen Minju Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
On the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat 610 Houston. How we doing on this Wednesday?
Man, it's good. Just everybody is just pumped. I mean, life is just better around town, so even Sean popped into the studio as he often does before the show, and just like smiling, laughing, feels good.
That's unusual.
Howdy, fellas.
That's unusual for Sean to be smiling.
Howdy,
laughing,
fellas.
And howdy, fellers. And then you weren't in there yet, Reggie, but
Yeah.
Double ding?
He did
What?
the double ding.
Today's a double dinger.
It's a double ding Wednesday.
All right.
Boy, that came out.
Yeah. I heard it as soon as it happened. That is right. But you know what?
A lot worse than I meant it to be.
We're gonna let it. We're gonna let it flow. That happens a lot apparently. But yeah, get involved with the program. Let's keep it simple to start on this Wednesday. A Wednesday in which we will be giving away a few things. Another 4-pack of tickets to the Houston Automotive Show. That'll happen in the 12 o'clock hour. Also, we finished out.
Yeah,
the other giveaway, haven't we?
Lopez, did you deliver that grill yet?
I just got the email. It's coming. I think next week.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
And you're going to put it together and everything.
Do we know who the winner is?
I'll get it for you.
Okay,
I'll get it for you.
Now, who's going to be the winner on Sunday is the conversation that we're all having, and we will have for the next few days without question. But I think we should just start by appreciating the matchup here. You've got the Patriots, and we've kind of set this up as a potential road of exorcism of demons for
Part
the Texans. Yes, this would be part 2 of it. It's not a rival as yet, but could it be?
Yeah, look, it's not. It's not a rivalry yet. One team has to stop losing, that team being the Houston Texans. I think we kind of are on the brink of something really cool. We've seen them with the Patriots. We've seen them, Patriots and Colts. Postseason, not in the same division, but postseason rivals. We've seen Niners, Cowboys, very similar back in the day. Just go on and on. Like when it all falls together, and you have the coach. Both these two teams have the coach. We're pretty sure of that.
Coaches that have stability and will be here for a handful of years.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Postseason rivalries. We have the quarterbacks. I get it. We'll get to that. CJ's coming off a bad day.
We haven't had
the quarterback.
We haven't had this conversation. CJ's gonna be here, right? Like, does anybody have doubt? I understand that this ends up being a conversation, and we can do the conversation. We will do the conversation. At some
What you
point.
mean be here?
He will be on the Texans with a second-year contract.
Yeah, just like Trevor Lawrence was on the Jags all the time.
No,
and
just like.
And the qualifications there.
I don't think the Texans going to decline his option or nothing.
No, but not even just his option. Here. That next contract. I feel pretty confident that's going to happen. Whether or not it should happen or whether you like it, those are conversations that
it's going to happen. Yeah. But if we like it or not.
Those quarterbacks will be here. I just wanted to flesh that out.
100%. Except don't ask my wife. But still, both teams have the coaches. Both teams have the quarterbacks. Both teams are built, roster-wise, largely. So, I mean, I know there's some older players here and there for the duration. There also are some connections that feed the rivalry. You can go back to Letterman jackets. And I think more precisely,
should they bring him back?
No, God, no. And you can also go back to.
I feel like the problem was there wasn't enough detail. I feel like if you put more patches on the Letterman jacket, it goes right. No,
division champs, like a district champs.
Can't even do that this year. Can
they have them? 3 of them lying down one shoulder, like those guys that flex in college. And you should never wear your Letterman jacket in college. By the way, that's a helpful hint for the youngsters.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You don't wear your Letterman jacket once you get to
Why
college.
not? I can't. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I ain't go to college. I ain't got no Letterman jacket. I ain't graduate high school. So I want to know why.
It feels like you're living in the glory of the past.
Yes.
Once you get to college.
Also, that you're kind of thirsty, and hey, nobody cares. You know, you're in college now. So helpful hint as an aside to all the youngsters out there listening. Good for you for winning 3 straight district championships and making the second team all-district team.
Who is this youngster we're talking about?
Burn your jackets.
But don't burn it. Hell, I still have my jacket in the attic somewhere.
Yeah, no, definitely keep it.
Yeah,
it's a good
but don't
keepsake.
wear your letter jacket in college. All right, set that
That's
aside.
clearly very useful advice for our listening audience.
I wonder when the best
all of the high school juniors and seniors that listen to In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
But more significantly, the best rivalries are brothers, family members. You know, you friends, tight friends. My best friend, go from 4th grade, went to Texas. I went to A&M, and Nick Casario, Nick Haley, scouts, professional and college scouts, all have that bond with New England. So I think we are on the brink of a legitimate rivalry with the Patriots, but you got to do your part. You got to do your part, and you got to win this game, or win a game very soon in the postseason. Hopefully, this one. And then I started thinking about, could this be the lasting rivalry in the AFC?
That is a possibility. This Patriots team is on the upswing, and I mean, it's funny because you already have some of the early seeds of it in that last year when you faced off against the New England Patriots. That was Drake May's first start. Like that is his entry into the NFL in reality. And you got the victory, but I vividly remember feeling, they got something in his Drake May cat. And boy, and I'm not trying to big up myself because I also didn't think that it would get this good this quick for him. But he looks like he's going to be somewhat of a mainstay. Now, I will stop and press pause because how often do we do this in sports where we see a thing and we go, oh, yeah, this is going to be a thing forever.
Yeah.
5, 10 years, and then 3 years later, we're like, what happened? Where'd it go?
Where is that
guy? I don't think that'll be the case, but I do want to put that asterisk knowing that happens.
Yeah.
However, he does feel like he's going to have a level of staying power. Mike Vrabel, as you mentioned, a good coach, and it feels like they will have more opportunities to invest around what they have right now to where, yes, they had an easy schedule this year, but they also are only in year 2 of this particular build around Drake May. Could be. And I think with this Texans team, actually, I should ask this as a question. How, and this is a future conversation, but because we're having this and trying to see how these teams work in parallel, how do you view the near and maybe not so near future of the Texans team? Because it feels like they also have a lot of dudes that they're paying.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They're leaning on some veteran, free agents that they have brought in at times. You feel good about not just this year, but the next 3 to 5 years?
I feel great about it. You know how I feel. I've said it multiple times. The cap doesn't worry me too much. I know you got to pay this guy and this guy. Oh, no, by the way, that guy too. You're there for a reason. They're going to be able to figure it out. So, yes, I think they're built, for the long term. Now, let's look at some other potential possibilities here.
Okay.
Would the Broncos fit in that category as perhaps a Texans? I think there's some holes in that argument. I really do.
In the Broncos as a potential rival?
I mean, they have the quarterback. They have, a very good defense. I think they're pretty stiff against the cap still, aren't they? They're pretty bad.
You're going to make me do that.
Thing. And who knows with Sean Payton, how long he's going to be doing it. I think the Jaguars might be a possibility. That's an in Division 1 that you could see in the postseason as well.
Yeah. There's definitely some life in the AFC, but it's very fair to also look at the Patriots putting up 14 wins again against an easy schedule and make the acknowledgement that one of our texters has already made that it's very easy to argue that they're ahead of schedule.
Oh, yeah.
And this could grow into something, which, by the way, makes me about Patriots fans in general, because they had all of 4 years, a handful of years of being like, oh, no, we're so bad. And here they are back looking like a viable team again. But, yeah, no, these teams could run along each other a number of times. And you got to get this win here to make this, I think, to make this a real rivalry, but really to get in early, man. And you can mention the number of players and overlap here, including, what up, Darrell Taylor? Just today.
How about that?
We find out that Darrell Taylor has found his next home in New England. How much of this do you think is Darrell Taylor is a useful piece to them, and how much of this do you think is them trying to get any level of leg up?
I think it's more leg up, to be honest. A lot of times
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, I think the answer a lot of times the answer is yes. But let's keep in mind, this is the New England Patriots, right? These are the Patriots.
And it's Mike Vrabel, who very much spent a lot of time under Bill Belichick and understands the way that he operates.
The guys that are really good at every significant or even less significant advantage, they take advantage. And by the way, just real quick, that's another thing about the rivalry with the Patriots that I hope develops. You also have to have like different cultures and styles, like the aloof. Oh, we win all the time. Sean was on their radio show yesterday.
The one radio show they have?
The NASN. And he said they are cocky.
Yeah.
They are.
That's what I was saying. Patriots fans went through like 3 years of disappointment and act like they did something.
Yeah, they're cocky. They think this is like predetermined. It's going to happen.
Yeah, they've been doing the Drake May thing as if he has fallen from heaven. In this Darrell Taylor thing, I don't know that I put this in the same bucket as a lot of the other former players. Like when you play Kansas City and Dameon Pierce ends up over there, and I go, all right, how much is that going to help?
I absolutely do.
I think back to last week, which maybe this weekend, maybe this isn't the greatest thing because you ultimately whooped the absolute you-know-what out of the Steelers. But Aaron Rodgers, them talking about Aaron Rodgers being able to see their calls and, adapt to it. How I feel like Darrell Taylor has a pretty good understanding of this defense, and I know this defense doesn't do anything spectacular, and what they really do is they just beat you with what they do, physically talented, execution-wise. But those little notes, especially for an inexperienced Drake May, if they can get, hey, this is a little key, this is a little shortcut for you. I think that could be. I don't know if that'll be the difference in the game. I don't want to act like that is huge. But it could be a factor that helps their offense be a little bit more effective against what is a Monstar level defense in this Texans team. A lot of interesting things with this game. I already think that there's some things that we saw in this game that could carry over into the divisional round game, and we'll talk about that and more here on this Wednesday edition of In the Loop. But coming up next, I actually want to go to the Rockets. Rockets get off the slide, shout out to Lil Kiki, by getting a victory against the Bulls last night. However, I think that there's a larger scale question that we need to ask. Are the Rockets in a crisis of identity? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Swarm City defense stole. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh, God, that
listen to Lil Kiki.
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You know what I didn't realize? Not everybody know who Lil Kiki is. From the 832, Reggie keeps bringing up this person called Lil Kiki, and the only person I'm vaguely aware of who calls himself Lil is Lil Wayne. I feel like you know who Lil Kiki is, dear texter, especially if you've been out in them lots tailgating. You've definitely heard Lil Kiki. Have you heard Southside, the song Southside? That's Lil Kiki, right? Like that'd be the one that you point to, right, Fig? If you were like, I'm trying to get you on Lil Kiki.
Southside or 25 Lighters.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I feel like you probably have heard Lil Kiki. And if you haven't, quick run wouldn't hurt you at all, I don't think. Especially, it's very Houston.
He said the only little he knows is Lil Wayne.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably big at tip. No disrespect or nothing. Mm-hmm. He probably not a huge hip hop fan.
But also, like, it's Houston. It's just
like but it's a bunch of littles, and the only one you know is Lil Wayne.
Okay,
fair enough.
See how many littles.
That's not
God. All right, go.
No, you.
Oh, I thought you was gonna do it. It's not fun. We know Figgy know all the littles.
Yeah, you got to waste no time.
Figgy got all the littles on deck.
The Rockets anyway.
Yeah, we do got to get into the Rockets because a not little in this regard, the Rockets get off the slide. Word to Lil Kiki. With a 119-113 victory over the Bulls. It was tight. Mm-hmm. I think it was something like 34 lead changes in this game. It was tight.
Was that many?
Yes. Craig Ackerman was keeping an active run of this, tally of this as the game was going. It was happening a lot. The game was tight. And ultimately, actually, they won it in that winning time period of the game, late in the game, which was a variation from the 3 previous games that they had lost unceremoniously. But in that losing run, it might have been versus the Kings. Craig Ackerman said something on the Space City Home Network broadcast that caught my attention. He said, the Rockets haven't been playing Rocket basketball of late. And I sat back and I asked myself, what even is Rocket basketball right now? Because I think the Rockets might be in a little bit of a crisis of identity.
Well, that's a great question because we know what their identity was and what they want it to be. But I think the answer is no. Well, let me ask you. If you go, okay, the identity they were and want to be is a defensive identity. Yes or no?
I think, yeah.
No, they're not right now.
Not even. Well, I was gonna say not even close, but they've had weird stretches. I think in the month of January, and I need to check my notes, which is Red Dubisky, where I just throw my basketball notes, and I'm sure he might be annoyed at. But there was a weird kind of disparity where they were actually a lot worse defensively in this month last month basically than previously in the earlier in the year. And it felt like, oh, here's the numbers following the eye test. And you saw that last night. There was a lot of getting up in defensive, your defense, and then seeing, screens come up, and then the Bulls would reject the screen, and it's just straight line drives to the hoop. You're seeing a lack of ability to stay in front of your man, but more importantly, I think there's just like a lack of effort.
Yeah,
they're not.
I'm going to get to that.
They're not
Let
getting
me
a lot
ask
of.
A couple more questions.
I'll let you ask the questions.
The identity they were and want to be is a defensive identity. You've answered that one. The double bigs and big lineup is part of their identity. Yes or no? That's their identity now.
No. They used it a little bit, but I think that they've moved away from it, especially to get more of these, more of these guards or a guard type, wing type guys in there. And so Alpern has had to play stronger. I know Steven Adams has played. They've kind of had it so that you have one of them on the floor at any given time. But earlier on in the season, when they were trying to play this double big, it kind of fell by the wayside pretty quickly. And I think it needed to. It felt like the right move at the point, but that's no longer a portion of their identity.
Another one, the identity they were and want to be is a point guard that can initiate if it's there, but otherwise, if there's closeouts or they're jumping on screens and pressing them outside the three-point line, run the offense through Alperen Şengün. Yes or no? That's what they're doing.
Not quite. No.
Not quite.
No, and some of that is Alperen of being injured and away from the team. Was something like almost 7-8 days, something like that. But yeah, Kevin Durant has been the hub, the central hub a lot. If it hasn't been him, they've kind of had a man on ball, and I'm unfortunate to be right in this situation because defenses are just sitting all the way off on him, and it's not creating advantage. The whole idea of offense is you want to tilt that defense, put them in rotation, and then take advantage of that. And you're not going to be able to rotate when teams are just like, do whatever you want up there. We're waiting until you get over here to defend you.
Last one. Their identity offensively and defensively were Fred VanVleet and Dillon Brooks. We know the answer to that one.
Yeah, that is definitely not there anymore. And the Dillon Brooks one is a big one because I think the intensity isn't there in the same way. It's one of the reasons why J.D. Davison jumps into this game, in part because Tari Eason is still hurt. Dorian Finney-Smith doesn't play in this game. And then for some reason, Aaron Holiday just didn't get any burn in this one. And he I think he had 7 rebounds, 4 assists. He just brought a level of intensity that it feels like you haven't been getting from the squad. And there was even still plays in this game or points in this game where you're seeing 2 guys go for rebounds and the rest of them just kind of watching. The general intensity all the way around this team is low. And maybe you could say it's the dog days of the season. They definitely had a number of games on the road, which I wonder if that, tuckered them out, took their legs a little bit.
Yeah.
But you're not seeing the same intensity from them. And then obviously you're not seeing quite the same organization, which I wonder if Dorian Finney-Smith, as he gets more time with the team, can maybe help. But those things aren't there.
Yeah, but they need to gather and kind of find that rekindle some sort of identity because it's things. I also feel that maybe this home stretch. I think they have a 5-game homestand. If I'm
they started with the first one against the Bulls, and tomorrow night Thunder game will be the second of that.
So maybe this is the opportunity for them to really not spitball, but really experiment. Davison, you mentioned him. I was surprised by that, to be honest. I was like, "Whoa!"
It just felt like they went.
Come from?
It felt like they went deeper in this bench. But you know what that is? That is a coach searching.
Yeah.
He is searching. He's looking at it and he's like, "Okay, if y'all not gonna do it, let me find someone." And you've been a coach. I like it. The coaches that love doing this.
Y'all get out of here.
Yes,
I love when they do that.
The youth coaches or the high school coach. Oh, if y'all don't want to play, the whole bench in there. Y'all come sit next to me. Y'all want to play? Y'all want to play tonight? Okay, come sit down. Y'all don't have to play.
Me coming in the first quarter? Me?
I love when coaches do that, especially college coaches. All 5 of y'all, yes, out of here.
And it feels like Ime's fine doing some of that, but I'm not going to, absolve Ime from this. This is his responsibility to identify that the identity of this team
and offensively.
And so I think that's going to be the story of the next little bit. And the Thunder game, the Bulls game, I thought was an interesting test of it. They won, but I think it poked at some more holes into some of these things that we're talking about. And the Thunder game will be interesting because that's another team that's been up and down right now in search of what the identity right now is for them. So that'll be a really fun home game tomorrow. But I think that this is a clear – and it's cool, right? I don't want to make this as if this is existential. It is a crisis of identity, but this is the time period of the season when you find that, especially when you know you're going to be a postseason team.
And find it soon.
But they do need to find it soon because as much as I say I know they'll be a postseason team, They're
Are they still 7
in the
seed?
standings. In fact, I need to double check that.
7 yesterday. They might be 6 today.
Yeah, they might have. But they were sitting right next to the Phoenix Suns, and yes, they're 6th, right above the Phoenix Suns in the standings. Find that because you also still want to put yourself in a position to maybe host games in the playoffs and have a good run. But I think that they need to find that identity and they need to do it soon. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I think we'll have more opportunities to talk about the Rockets over time. But right now, this Texans team has got a lot of the attention of the city of Houston. And I imagine a lot of the conversations around the water cooler are about C.J. Stroud.
Ooh, baby.
And how much do we love at the water cooler giving advice to people that we have no reason to? So question of the day, 713-572-4610. Coming off of a rough game for C.J. Stroud. Not all bad, but definitely rough. What advice would you give to C.J. Stroud? Good, bad, indifferent, serious or not? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day. I already know y'all are not disappointing. The text line is blow up
Blowing up
is how I would like to call it. 713-572-4610. That question is, if TJ Stroud, after what was a little bit of a rough wild card round out in Pittsburgh, 713-572-4610. Let's jump right into it because there's a lot to hit here.
What advice would you give C.J. Stroud? I definitely want to get to some of these texts, but I'll just...
There's a lot of them. And some of them are pragmatic, like from the 713. See the ball into your hands and shotgun.
Yeah.
Which I understand. Very practical. Just look the ball into his hands. One of the things that we were going back and forth about as I read that text before we came back from break is I'm actually not sure how much I would say that, and that it sounds asinine. It's like, Reggie, clearly, see the ball into your hands. Yeah. However, I do wonder, especially for in the modern era of defense where they're always trying to trick you, they're always trying to change, how much that split second of, as the ball is coming, getting that last little picture of what is happening, is somebody moving, how much that helps the particular rep. It's one of the things that I kind of went back and forth because I did not talk to Tom Brady, but one of the weird things where I differed with Tom Brady, where he was talking about the modern NFL, the quarterback is not as cerebral, or basically what he was saying. And I was like, no, I think that you had a lot fewer teams that were trying to trick you as the ball was snapped as to what their coverages was and how they were shifting it. And so I do wonder how much that factored in. That would be giving, I think, CJ an out, though. I think that even in the ways where I was like, were his hands cold? All those were just me thoughts, but putting thoughts out there. Ultimately, the responsibility is make sure you catch the football.
It is him, and you got to make sure you catch it. But I think most listeners who say that, I don't think you're inherently wrong, but most quarterbacks do lift their eyes as they're catching the ball so they can get that head start defense. I think it was a little overplayed. My thing with C.J. Stroud, I just believe this. I think he's trying to be a Hall of Famer on one throw.
You said that I disagree with you here, and I did before this game. Watching this game, it did feel like he was pressing, and that he was, because it's weird. It felt like over the last few weeks of the season, 5-6 weeks of the season, C.J. Stroud had almost like these anonymous programs, allow himself to succumb to a higher power or whatever. Just understand this is the offense. Just fall into the offense. Do what you're supposed to do within this. But in this game, it felt like he was trying so much harder, and so I very much would be in that same place.
It's so important for him to be great. He wants a legacy. He wants to be the best quarterback in the NFL. It's just important to him, and he's seen all these other quarterbacks, many drafted behind him, kind of getting those accolades. I just feel as if he's pressing because he's like trying to be a hero and make that legacy happen on one play.
Accept the things that you cannot change in this.
Play.
Yeah, just play. And to that end, someone on the text line said, remember how good you are. Just basically, you are capable. You don't need to prove it. Honestly, the thing that I thought of is it feels like he's trying to not be Eli Manning.
Yeah,
I personally
that's a great way to put it.
I'm personally am one of the people that will slander Eli Manning up and down.
Yeah.
But
but he knows what he was.
And Eli don't care.
Yeah, that's right.
Eli got him his rings to comfort him.
Yeah.
He got him all his money. He's got his successes. Whether you call him whatever, right? A dude who was lucky, game manager, whatever. Instant, especially because of what we said in that first segment. C.J. Stroud, I fully believe he's getting that next contract, no matter what we on the outside think or talk about with this. That security should probably give him a level of comfort as well.
Maybe.
Like, hey, man, you're not playing for a contract right now.
Just go.
Just play.
Yeah, I think he some advice I would give him. I think he got to stay away from these hoes, man.
Really?
No, I was just playing.
Because I was like, the text line is actually saying
the opposite.
Maybe he needs to. Yeah. Maybe he needs to say hello to these hoes.
He need to get with Amber Rose again or something.
Somebody
Take
said
her back to the hotel.
Well, you say again. Hold on. He gave her a ride, is what we heard, right?
That's what I said. He need to get back with her
okay.
again.
He needs to drive her around a little bit, do a little Amber Rose Uber.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
All right. That is a God-fearing man. Which, funny enough, maybe that's some advice. Like, hey, man.
Yeah.
Don't worry too much about it and lean back into your faith a little bit more, because it does feel like, especially in that time period coming back off a concussion, he was big in talking about how his faith was helping him, was humbling him in a way.
Yeah.
And it did feel like that coincided. I mean, I don't want to be someone that speaks on their faith in someone else's journey, but it does feel like, hey, man, just lean on that for your strength, because it feels like he was doing a lot of leaning on himself in that moment.
We got to get to some of these texts.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. What's your favorite?
My wife says he needs some.
Yep. Yeah.
Tell Amber Rose to give him his soul back.
All right. Okay.
There's some good ones here. He needs a Lizzo-level slump buster.
Thank you. Very good. From the 713, I would tell CJ to just let it rip.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where we are.
It's funny, though, because I do wonder, what do you think that DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caley would tell him just let it rip?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. With the way the defense playing, I don't know if they just said, go out there, just let it rip.
Mm-hmm. Someone else said, you look like a pouty little baby. Show some anger and urgency. I didn't know my wife texted us.
Wow. Oh, man. Hi, Jan. I actually don't think that would be helpful for him. I think that would be putting on.
Mm-hmm.
That would be him trying to be something that he's not.
Oh, well, maybe they said show some anger. I think they mean get angry.
I think on a serious note, my real one, I feel like he need to, I was going to say watch that Ohio State-Georgia game.
Run. There we go.
You should watch that. Maybe that might be a little too far back, but watch some tape for your rookie year, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just try to get that feeling back, because remember, how long was it until he threw his first interception?
Yeah.
That was a long time.
Yeah,
man.
I forgot that was a conversation point all the damn time.
Yeah, so I think he needs
Was it like 15 games?
Something like that.
It was a long time, man.
Yeah.
And so I think he need to look at that and just kind of look at the decisions he made. I know he could have had an interception before, but
yeah, there were a couple that were bounced around.
Yeah, so just kind of get back to that mode, man.
Have you ever done the equivalent of watching your own highlights just to give yourself a boost? Right, I know there are players in various different leagues that will go and they'll type their name into a bar and go and see their highlights real quick just to give them a little boost. Like, I do wonder if CJ Stroud might need to do that.
Maybe just sort of recalibrate a little bit.
But specifically, I don't want to rush past when you mentioned the Georgia game at Ohio State. Hey, man. It is that time to run the football.
Dude, he was playing like it was on the line. I mean, it was on the line.
Yeah.
But that's how he was playing, and should have won that game.
There were several chances for him to run, including one interception. On Monday night. 346 Smoke a Doobie. I don't
know if he does that.
You don't need the drug test.
And here's the thing. Well, yes, that's one. If you don't smoke, that is very hard to get yourself into that place. Just be like, here, your first time experiencing this.
Throwing it backwards.
Right. You're just going to put him in a different mind state? That would not help.
Maybe you're trying to get him to relax a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you think CJ would be at all beneficial of the Marshawn Lynch plan of getting yourself ready for a football game? Just a nice Henny shot before you go?
I don't know. I mean, it worked for Marshawn.
I don't even know if he drink. Do we drink?
I have no idea. These are all just throwing things out there. I see you on the YouTube page. Are we therapizing him? To some degree, people always are therapizing him. And I thought the undercurrent of all of this is CJ Stroud, I think, is largely going to be fine. And what he needs is probably already in that building.
Yeah.
They have a good relationship with him, and at least DeMeco does. And Gerard Johnson clearly does.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Caley has been working to make sure that relationship is stronger. I think that also they have a lot of confidence in him. I believe that it will come to the fore. But we've all heard somebody saying what CJ should do, so I was like, hey, let's put it out there, right?
Yeah.
What do we think? Let's collectively come together.
Tell him what Lopez says. Don't screw it up. I think DeMeco's telling him that. Dude, just screw it up. We're good.
That has been a lot of it.
Yeah.
Do you think that the hesitation to run is just the general CJ thing, or do you think this has anything to do with the concussion that he sustained?
I think it has. I think it's a combination of things. I think he's been told don't risk it because of the concussion in part. I also think he wants to make those big plays.
Yeah.
Those Caleb Williams, throws.
This been a conversation in college, man. The first time I saw him run as much as he did was that Georgia game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, damn, where was that at?
Yeah.
So I think he really want to focus on being this pinpoint accurate quarterback. And sometimes you just got to do I don't want to compare him to Justin Herbert, but what Justin Herbert was doing, just trying to run, sometimes you got to do that if you're trying to win a game.
Yeah.
They say he needs a darkness retreat.
Hey, I'll try anything at this point.
Didn't he kind of, I mean, not necessarily specifically a Darkness Retreat, but didn't this offseason kind of exist as that, right? This offseason was the one where he just kind of was not seen or heard
Egypt
from?
or something like that?
Nah, he wasn't on social media.
Are you trying to make him Aaron Rodgers now?
No,
Aaron Rodgers went to Egypt.
He did. No, but I think he went somewhere. It wasn't there, but he made it something of a retreat, at least a sort of expanding horizons type vacation. Yeah.
This is different for the 512. If you're going to give God all the credit when you win, how does it make God look when you lose? Don't do that. Don't do that. Keep those coming in. Y'all are having some funny. The problem isn't let it rip. The message needs to be protect the ball, which has always been the message, I think. That's why it was so odd to see him not just lose the ball, because it's one thing to there's some throws where you make a throw and, the ball is tipped or, it's just a really great play because they get paid too.
Yeah.
It was the careless way, the cavalier way that it felt like he was losing the football in this one that felt so odd.
Yeah.
And, I can't imagine that happens again, but he's going to need to make sure, because if it does happen again, you're not guaranteed to have the Pittsburgh Steelers under your thumb in that same way, or the Patriots under the thumb in the same exact way as the Steelers. So you got to come with better, and I think that he absolutely knows that. Somebody said take more accountability, which that was an interesting.
That was
thing
Sean's thing.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you about that a little bit as we continue on here in the loop. But coming up next, I want to get to around the NFL where we got some more movings and shakings in the coaching carousel that I'd like to talk with, and there's been a request for a very particular defensive coordinator that has some impact in Houston. We'll talk about it next.
Ready? Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610 on this Wednesday, where there's things that keep moving and shaking in the National Football League. And while the Texans and 7 other teams continue to concern themselves with the playoffs, the rest of the NFL continues to concern themselves with what their teams will look like and who will be at the helm of their teams in the 2026 season. Obviously, the big news in the NFL was Mike Tomlin stepping away from the Steelers. And with that, it creates a very big void in the National Football League, and it puts another job that I think is pretty interesting out there. How people found out about this was very interesting as well. I would like to take you to Baltimore, where Steve Bisciotti was the owner, or is the owner of the Baltimore Ravens, and obviously a big rival of the Steelers. They also are in this place where they're dealing with the head coaching spot. And oddly enough, Steve Bisciotti was speaking to the assembled media, something that does not happen a lot around the NFL, an owner in this moment speaking to the media. However, he found out about Mike Tomlin in the moment. This is what he was saying on the podium.
At Pittsburgh.
He did? Is it official?
That's what I keep hearing. So, is he a candidate here?
Holy Mike, wouldn't that be awesome? Only if John takes the Pittsburgh job. Wow, wouldn't that be interesting? I don't know, that thing last week maybe disqualified him for my opening after our kicker missed a kick to let them advance. Good for Mike. Yeah, I don't know. Talk to him. I love Mike. I mean, I've admired Mike for 18 years, and that's really shocking that he did it that way. But yeah, that's kind of crazy.
A couple things that are important here. That was in the moment. That wasn't plan what you're going to say. Hey, you're going to be asked about Mike Tomlin. That was, true emotion, which led to the second thing. That's not a no. That's not a no.
It's not a no. I feel like it would be a no. I think he understands.
Do you really? I don't know.
He also said, I admired him for 18 years. He coached there for 19.
Yeah.
Which year?
He was in 11. He didn't like him that year.
Like, bleep that guy that year.
Probably this year, to be honest.
It probably was with the way that it ended. Him sending a kiss to the camera.
Crazier things have happened.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seemed for at least a week, people were doing the Tyler Luke kick was an inflection point. Mm-hmm. And if that was the case, both of the coaches are now gone. But Bisciotti was asked if Tyler Luke did hit that kick, would John Harbaugh still be the coach?
Yeah.
If Tyler Luke makes that field goal, is John Harbaugh still here coaching this team?
For a week.
Damn.
For a week, okay.
Damn.
Yeah, he probably knew it was over.
That's
early
rough.
On in the season.
That is rough.
I ain't gonna lie, he kind of entertaining, man.
Oh, he's great.
I didn't know he was this entertaining.
No, he's
like
great.
This.
Yeah, and very honest.
And you got to enjoy it while it lasts, because I thought it was very insightful what he was saying actually about his ownership of the team. He's 65 years old right now, and this was his conversation in that meeting or in that press conference about how long he'll own the team.
How long am I going to? Because I kind of always said I'm not passing it down to the family. I made that decision 25 years ago. I don't think that's healthy for my family. I've seen families feud and ruin over these damn teams, and I was determined not to do it. But when I watch guys like Art Blank and Steve Ross and Jerry Jones, and Jerry talking about what part of his anatomy he would give up for a Super Bowl, at 83 years old, I don't want to be there. I really don't. I want to win a couple Super Bowls and get the hell out. I'd love that to be in the next 10 years when I'm 75. That's my dream. If I got one of the top teams at 75, I'll probably stay till 76. So I'll probably bail somewhere around 10 years from now when I have a really bad season or back-to-back seasons. And he'll probably be coming with me, right? Eric said he's not a lifer either, so.
That guy is refreshing. I love his approach. By the way, one of the teams has had, I'm not going to say, falling apart, but had some issues. When the team gets handed down, right here.
Oh yeah, I love. I wonder if he watched like Succession or whatever. Yeah. He looked at his family. He was like, "Nah, they will."
Yeah. I kind of appreciate that.
I did as well
because look, everybody don't want to be a team owner.
Yeah.
So that's kind of. I know it sounds crazy to say, but it's a little bit inconsiderate for me. When you pass away, now I got to deal with this.
Yeah. He was like,
it's
"Look,
like any other business."
And you don't know.
I will get all the NFL money, and y'all can split that. I don't need y'all fighting over the football team.
And you don't know how invested in that, how passionate they are.
That's just like a regular business. If you have a tire shop and
I don't like tires.
Yeah, you're like, what I'm gonna do with this? Like, I don't want this company.
My man said, "I'm going to cash out."
Ooh, and in 10 years,
I do love also that
$10 billion at minimum.
I also love that he looked around. And he's like, "Hey, they are not living right. I don't like the way to be this business."
No, my favorite part is, damn, they had 2 back-to-back losing seasons, and I'm out. How many teams want to hear that from their owner?
Yeah, that was weird. Like, it was refreshing to hear it. Seeing as we are not in Baltimore, I imagine if we're in Baltimore, we're like, just sell it now then. Yeah. If that's how you feel, just open this thing
just
up.
Imagine being a Browns fan and you hear that from all right, bet.
Yeah,
please. Yes, please sell the team.
Yes.
But yeah, so shout out to Steve Biscotti. I thought that was really interesting. A lot of eyes on who's the next coach there, who's the next coach in Pittsburgh. But Mike Tomlin, the thought is, especially as we talked about yesterday, because he stepped away and because he wasn't fired, the Steelers retain his rights. If somebody wanted him, they'd have to trade for him. Right. So people are thinking that he just steps into media. Have you thought about what would be the best media space for him? I imagine that he's probably more of a studio desk guy as opposed to an analyst.
Really? I was going to go
You
the
think
other
he's
way.
an analyst?
That voice, those pipes, the insight of a head coach. I mean, just the way he talks, that's built for in-game analysts.
Well, the thing that I always say is I hate an analyst who still has aspirations of going back in
to be
coaching.
Yeah.
Because if they do, they usually hold back.
Yeah.
Now,
that is
Tomlin might not be a hold back type of guy, but I hate it if you're in the booth and you're clearly holding back, because what are you here for? Mm-hmm. You're supposed to be giving me insight and give me your insight. I think that he'd be good on a table. Apparently, Fox is considered to be the favorite for him to step in with Strahan, Bradshaw, Howie Long, Gronkowski. Do you feel like that'd be the place to go? Maybe sliding into that Matt Ryan spot that's been vacated at CBS?
I think either Matt Ryan or Terry Bradshaw would be where he steps in. Bradshaw, it's already, I think he even kind of is almost out. You can tell that he's already almost out. But Matt Ryan would be logical. If he can, be, critical enough, I think he would be great in the booth, man. I mean, just the sound, the insight, being able to...
The quaint, folksy stuff that he says?
But yes, all of it. And also just knowing, what's happening on the field because he's defended it, he's, coached it, all that. I think it'd be great if he can set it aside.
So happy trails to a couple of offensive coordinators. The big one, Kevin Patullo, was fired yesterday.
Get out of town.
It just had to happen. Well, let him tell it. He, I think through a roundabout way, he was pretty upset. He felt like people did not give him enough credit for what he did there.
Not too bad.
Did Kevin Patullo deserve to be fired, John?
Yeah, I think so. I absolutely. Have you noticed the number of coordinators that are out there?
There's a lot of them, a lot of jobs that are opening up. So Patullo goes, and so for I don't know how many straight years now it is, the local boy, Jalen Hurts, will have yet another offensive coordinator. People are starting to ask, the streets are asking, does this need to go further up the train? Like, does Nick Sirianni need to have some reckoning with this?
Yes, and I think when you start, it's a classic sort of formula. You start with the coordinators, and then the special teams coordinator, and then I think this just sort of survival for Sirianni. But yes, I think there's a strong case that can be made that he needs to go.
The other offensive coordinator that was let go, Greg Roman for the Chargers. Justin Herbert, obviously a very interesting figure around these parts because people are sick of hearing about Justin Herbert. I thought that this would work well for Greg Roman, because Greg Roman's history of an offensive coordinator is he comes in, he gives you a bump for 2-3 seasons, and then it looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was just bad
there
with the Chargers. They're wasting what
How many
has
years
been.
in is he?
Who, Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
Is
6?
Yeah, it's been a number of them at this point.
Yeah, because he got paid. I want to say he got paid. Was 2 years ago?
Yeah, something like that.
Justin Herbert has played. This is year 6.
Yeah.
2 Pro Bowls in there, including this season. But
Dude,
this is year 6.
Past time.
And it hasn't been there for him.
Yeah, it's past time.
Don't forget about Texas legend Mike Devlin. He was the offensive line coach there.
Yeah.
He gone too.
Yeah, and I get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had some terrible injuries all the way through, and that's not going to help. But you can't have dudes just being olayed to your quarterback in the wild card round. It just can't be that.
Yeah.
So those coordinator positions are open, and it's interesting because I think there's more offensive coordinator, candidates out there than there are offensive head coach.
Yes. Yeah.
Candidates,
That's
really.
kind of why I brought it up, and. 2 of them are right here. We're talking about Matt Burke, which I know we're going to get to.
Yeah, I was like, none of those names have popped up just yet in offensive coordinator searches, but also we're not in the heat of the
and we don't know. I mean, some of them may have already been, back channeling it,
Sure.
So to speak. I think Ben McDaniels and Gerard Johnson could easily, or both, could easily move on, and that would be a direct hit to Nick Caley, who really relies on them a lot in the passing game.
We'll keep our eyes out on for that.
Yeah.
But more immediately, Matt Burke has officially joined the ranks of coaching carousel names, as yesterday the Arizona Cardinals requested an interview for Matt Burke.
Arizona Cardinals, Tennessee Titans, apparently.
Did the Tennessee Titans actually? I didn't. Okay, so there's interest. Yes.
Yeah.
But this is official. He's name on the board, Matt Burke. And I'm trying to remember. I think Arizona had another defense coordinator. That name eludes me right now. Does this feel like one that he could get, especially coming off of the Jonathan Gannon tenure there?
Every owner that saw Monday night's game has Matt Burke at least on their list somewhere. If not now, somewhere down the line. You can talk about, hey, it's really D'Amico's defense, but people in the league know what Matt Burke, first of all, his resume, this wasn't just they put him there in the last 2 years. No, he's earned the right to be a candidate and has been a coordinator in the past. I think Matt Burke is, big-time candidate.
You confident that he can balance because the conversation that inevitably comes up when one of your coordinators is in one of these searches is, are they going to manage to balance the interview process with making sure that their team is ready for game day?
Yeah, I think the NFL, that's one of the things that the NFL does well. You can't even, begin to interview, not even Zoom calls, or maybe you can do Zoom. But anyway, you can't begin to interview until after you're done or you have the bye week. I think coach maybe that was Vance Joseph or somebody that had an interview because they were off. But they do it the right way. So yes, I think he can.
Yeah. This is going to be a place to watch. I don't know if there's been people doing the thing where they go, hey, there's some interesting defensive talent there, and can he bring that system there? Without doing that, I just wonder, how do you like the Cardinals' job as a potential opportunity? Now, it might just come down to it's one of 32, and if it's there, you have to, explore it. But how do you like that if you are Matt Burke as a potential landing spot?
I think Matt Burke has to be very, very serious about it and likes it a lot, simply because, he's not, as much as everybody notices him and he's on a lot of lists, it's not like he's the hot candidate, the big name, the former coach.
That's what kind of make him perfect for Arizona, to be honest.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, because I don't think I think Jonathan Gannon, I don't think he was the hot girl on the block right there, but it seemed like they kind of they like those type of hires.
Yes, and I also think, there's an opportunity there for a quarterback. There's an opportunity there for him to bring in some players, because people say, well, he's not going to be able to take Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson with him, and so maybe he's just benefiting. Or
he could take Gerard Johnson with him.
He could do that, but I'm saying he could build. He knows how to build that type of defense. Because he's been around D'Amico and he's done it himself.
Yeah, we'll see how that continues to progress. I'm not going to lie, though. I remember probably when I was half awake scrolling on social media and seeing fans of, and I can't remember what team specifically that needed a defensive coordinator, looking at it like, I think we should get Matt Burke. He's going to make a lateral move?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
With these guys?
Yeah, just wild. But they're people have been taking note of what Matt Burke does. Some other things that are maybe more, related on the field. Fred Warner says he's ready to return for the Niners. And I think that could be a huge maybe not a swing, but it could be, big in making that side of the bracket a little bit more interesting, because the Niners are a team that they are, a 7-point underdog versus the Seahawks. Fred Warner in the middle of that defense does a lot to pull everything together. He is the glue of that defense, obviously playing the role that Azeez Al-Shaair does in this defense. Do you think that can narrow the gap some for the Niners?
Absolutely. This is a team that is basically being held together with tape right now.
Yeah.
They have so many injuries, and on the offense,
Eric Hendricks and Garrett Wallow were playing linebacker for him.
I saw that. I was like, Garrett Wallow. Yeah, Garrett Wallow.
Man. That's a Texas legend right there.
That guy. He was a special teams guy,
and Garrett Wallow, with all due respect to him,
guy too.
This year, he was out here looking for a job a lot of times during the season, and so he found that landing spot there because they just needed somebody.
So, Garrett Wallow or Fred Warner? I don't know. It's close. No, it's not.
Hey, ask Nick Caserio that. It's close for him.
Well, it might be for him.
I don't know if this closes the gap for them. But the thing that you can say is the Seahawks offense, it is pretty good, but I still have a little bit of an eye towards, does Sam Darnold hold up?
Yeah.
Because even last year, it was the playoffs where it kind of, and of course, two weeks prior to that. But then I wonder if you do have a Fred Warner who has that experience in calling that guy, getting those guys in the right places. Does this look the same way? I don't know. It'll be an interesting thing to see.
I think it's a fair point, but I'm not necessarily like all in on Sam Darnold elite or anything, but I don't think he has a lot left to prove.
No. But it's not about proving it. It's about like having that same consistent level of play, and we'll see. I still think though that the Seahawks defense is so good that we might not have much to talk about there. But that's that. There's a lot of fun football games on the docket for this weekend in the divisional round. One of those obviously being your Houston Texans going to New England to face off against the Patriots. Patriots 3-point favorites, remember, in this. But one of the things that maybe might give your Texans a chance to upset at least Vegas's view of this is, can they run the football? And to that question, in my early looks at the Patriots, I think yes. I'll tell you why next.
The playoffs. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. You know the folks. It's John Lopez, the OG. I'm Reginald Attitula and Figgy Fig rocking with you on the ones and twos. You too, get involved with the program, 713-572-4610. Not the point, but as I scroll the internet looking at various different things, as I continue to try and plot the Houston Texans' domination in various different ways.
Oh, we're plotting domination.
Apparently, Tyrell Shavers, I understand why you're saying who in this moment. Wide receiver for the Bills also has a torn ACL. He played on it in the second half, in fact, of that game last week. So he's gone. I mentioned, remember, that Gabe Davis is gone. Josh Palmer was put on IR as well. They barely have any wide receivers left.
Oh, how do you feel about some of these guys like
on the practice squad? Because they have 3 wide receivers on their active roster right now. Mm-hmm. Yes, they can field a starting lineup. They have Brandon Cooks, Khalil Shakir, Keon Coleman, and then after that, it's dudes, man. McCole Harmon's still in the league.
That's probably going to be the guy, huh? That they elevate?
He definitely gets elevated in my mind. And then maybe they elevate. Won't be a lot of personnel for them.
Stephen Gosnell?
Not sure who he is.
Christian
to be honest.
Wilkerson?
Hadn't heard of him. Oh! So, yeah, that's probably not going to help my desire to host an AFC Championship game for the Bills to get a victory. But who knows? Maybe Ed Oliver coming back, maybe he'll run some routes in addition to rushing the passer. I don't know. But we got to worry about the New England Patriots. The Texans worry about their side, and whatever else happens will happen. And with that being the case, the Texans, I think, are going to be able to run the football here.
I do, too. What is your case? Because there's a couple things that just jump out at me.
Well, first and foremost, I was obviously shocked by the 112-yard performance for Woody Marks and the 40-something, a lot, yardage performance from the offense running anyways. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that they did really well, obviously they had these duo blocks that they did a lot of great combination blocks. A lot of inside zone as well when they were starting to uptick on this is working, we're just going to run it down your throat. And I had to go and ask one of my really football knowledgeable friends. I can say his name. I threw it out to Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. I was like, hey, does inside zone have like a natural advantage versus 3-4 fronts? And he was like, yeah, actually it does. I was like, okay, so this is something I had not considered. You know who runs a 3-4 front?
That would be the New England Patriots.
Yeah, the New England Patriots have a 3-4 front. So you know me, I had to go and see what are the statistics that I can use to maybe see what's been happening with this New England Patriots front. And I tried to go from week 10. Obviously, the full season isn't necessarily giving you the best idea. What does the last half of the season tell you? And since week 10, the New England Patriots, against inside zone in particular, allowed 4.8 yards per rush. It was good for 28th in the league. They were one of the 5 worst teams stopping inside zone.
And you think defense with them.
Yeah, I mean, at least when you think of Vrabel. Yeah. But this team has really been a lot of Drake May and a decent amount of little bit here and there. Obviously, Christian Gonzalez on the backside is really good.
Yeah.
On top of that, you talk about like duo and man kind of things, which, again, are one of the concepts that the Texans did really well in this game. And they've done pretty well all season long. The Patriots allowed, interestingly enough, 3.4 yards per carry, which was 5th best. So, oddly enough, they were pretty good in those circumstances. But inside zone, which I know this team likes running, this Texas team, they're really bad at. And I was like, maybe this is here. The interior of their defensive line can be moved.
Yeah.
It's something that up in those parts they've had some concerns about. Now, they did bring back Milton Williams, who was one of their 3-4 defensive ends. And he looked good in their game last week. And he's not in this sample of stats for a long time because he missed probably something like 6 weeks during the season. And then also their inside linebacker, Robert Spillane, who plays, obviously, linebacker, getting up in the run, that matters. He just came back as well. So does that change from being 28th versus inside zone to what? 15th? Like, are they going to be average? That's about where the Steelers were. I think that you have a pop. And if you're on your blocks, which it felt like they did pretty well, and with the schematic advantage that I think you can create using this inside zone, I think you could still probably run the ball. Maybe you don't run for 100, have a running back run for 100 yards, but you can still have an effective run game, which is necessary, I think, for the best versions of this Texans offense.
Yeah, no, look, I feel much the same way, and part of it is exactly what you said. When they and it was a thing of beauty, to be honest. The way they were double teaming the nose or the interior tackle in this game, and being able to get to the second level in the Steelers game, it has just been it's been a revelation. But I think two other things just flat out, that have been more recent, kind of what you're talking about. You're looking at the last third of the season or so. This offensive line is just better. This offensive line is just better at the outside positions too. Ariante Ursary, I'm not going to say revelation because he's a rookie and it's just about a development, but he's played really, really well. In the pass game for sure, but certainly in the run game as well. And Trent Brown has been doing much the same thing. He really held the edge with some help from Blake Fisher.
He was throwing dudes out the club.
Yeah, Blake Fisher had probably his best game as a Texan outside of the getting smoked on a pass rush, but that's going to happen occasionally. So I think the edges are real good too. And then the other part that is truly a revelation is there is no more who's your number one running back. Woody Marks is your guy. Woody Marks has found that comfort level, that ability to the proverbial the game has slowed down and knowing when and where to cut and being able to hit the ball at full speed when he knows it's there. So the combination of the offensive line, the ability to double team, how good they've been at that, and Woody Marks. Nick Chubb has been a nice changeup, but Woody Marks is the running back.
Sure, but I will say, though, seeing Nick Chubb look that effective as he has been put on the back burner for a lot of the latter portions of the season, that was deeply encouraging as well, because I think there is something to be said for I feel like we should name the blue tent, like the Woody Marks honorary tent, because he be in there all the damn time.
Yeah.
Somewhat to his chagrin. I don't know if you saw, he seemed like he was pretty upset. He posted something on his Instagram story that I imagine was about the way that the Pittsburgh Steelers ended up on his ankle with the time that he went into the tent this game.
Yeah.
The possibility of Woody Marks missing a few plays, even though he'll come back and play, he'll tough through it.
He did it this past week.
But the possibility of him missing a few plays to maybe, knock on wood, wherever you are, missing substantial time because of one of these types of injuries, it's mitigated a little bit, especially if Nick Chubb looks useful in especially those inside zone reps, those duo reps, where he has an opportunity to read the blocks and use his feet well and kind of dance in the space like he did. I think that is helpful. Plus, we're another week removed from what Jawar Jordan was dealing with. Is this something where Jawar Jordan will be back, and now you have a three-man complement, and you can give them all a little bit of burn, see who's doing the best, and just let them go?
On Jawar Jordan, I hadn't even really considered that. I thought high ankle sprain he'd be still out, but we don't know. By the way, they'll be taking the practice field here in a little bit more than an hour, so we will get some early look at that thing. Wouldn't expect to see him out there, but
if you see Nico Collins out there, honestly, I might call the NFL on the Texans myself, because ain't no way. Wait, what?
That guy was loopy. But no, Jawar Jordan might be something. And D'Amico Ryan's actually addressed this, and we were, I played it for you before the show. I think just the confidence level in how physical they can be on the front, and what Woody Marks is doing has kind of been off the charts.
When it comes to the run game, if we want to have, success, it's going to be us. It's about, having that desire and that will to truly stay on your blocks, to truly trust your technique, trust the fundamentals, things you worked all off season, all training camp, all those things you work. Like, you got to put it on display. And the other team, like you mentioned, the Patriots, a really good run defense. So it's never easy running the football, right? And that's what I like about it, because it's not easy. It's hard. A lot of people shy away from doing hard things. But if you want to have success in the playoffs, I feel like you have to be able to control the line of scrimmage and run the football really well. So that's what we have to do versus a really good run defense. And that's what it is at this time of year. You got two good teams going at it, and that's how it should be.
Yeah, the transformation up front reached its peak. Really, I think, against the Steelers. I mean, they were just mauling fools. They took the life out of them. They tired them out. And then Woody Marks was tiring them out, and Nick Chubb, but tiring them out with the way they were finishing runs. I feel very confident that they're going to be able to run the ball here.
And if that very much bodes well for what this team's capability of winning it, especially because if you can get rid of those major turnovers, we know the idea of finishing, that is one of the keys to them finishing, is being able to run the football and take the life out of a team. It also kept the defense off the field, man. You limited possessions in that game, and you had those long 14-play drives that allowed that defense to be maximum fresh.
Yeah.
Like this is important not just to the offensive side because for one, you give yourself good third down circumstances, right?
Yeah,
and third downs make the difference. That was the most glaring disparity in this game, in the wild card game, is that you were 10 of 15 on third down, and they were 2 of 14.
Yeah.
That was a glaring disparity of the game, and what made it the blowout that it was. If you can run the ball, you give yourself thirds and shorts, like what we saw in that game. Remember, 5.5 yards was the average on third down in that game. You do that, again, you give yourself a chance to win on offense, but then you give the defense an opportunity to be maximum fresh, get themselves into those long third downs on the other side, and beat the hell out of Drake May, which I think we're all invested in.
Yeah, we know why the 2 of 14 happened, because this defense was playing out of its mind. The 10 of 15 it points directly to the run game and the offensive line. Ultimately, comes back down to what you just said. If C.J. Stroud can just eliminate any of just do half the turnovers that you had, they'll be able to get it done.
Yeah, so I think that they will be able to run the football, but ultimately, like DeMeco Ryans was saying, there's a level of want to involved with it, and I think you saw that really show up in Pittsburgh. I mean, it's not like I'm doubtful by any means, but I would love to see what they're capable of doing in that moment. And just to add a little bit of spice to the idea of the potential if the Texans run the football. You want to know what the success rate allowed is for the Patriots on third down?
I think we all do.
47.2%. It is the 5th worst in the NFL. If you can give yourself good, manageable third downs, you will continue drives versus this Patriots team.
Yeah.
So run the ball and run it well.
Run the damn ball.
And you have an opportunity to really very much win this game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody says, do the Texans still have to draft a running back high? That's a good question that we'll have to talk about, because I've for the while said that Woody Marks still probably profiles as like a running back too. Is he changing that narrative in your mind at all?
No.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to see. And look, hopefully we'll have 3 more games to make that decision based off of, right? But we'll have that conversation when we get to the offseason. Right now, we're still playing playoff football, baby, here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping. The Cougars with a dominant win, and the Rockets managed to get a victory themselves. Plus, a familiar face joins the Patriots. We'll talk about all that and more next.
Yeah, let's talk about Louis Flory and ability.
Time sniffling, aching, fever. Best sleep with the flu. Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The Texans will be practicing, getting ready for their Sunday 2 p.m. matchup versus the New England Patriots. Excited to see what's happening there from the team, and we'll get you any updates that we see as soon as we see them. Also, happy trails to Adam Thielen, who apparently just announced his retirement not more than 20 minutes ago. Made a play in that game, so in a way, you retired another player.
Yeah. Got rid of Tomlin, got rid of Thielen.
Like you said, threw him out
That brother was gone at the beginning of the year, man.
He really and truly pretty much
You don't have
was.
to go home. Gotta stay here.
Gotta get the hell out of here is the way that I always hear that. All right. Shout out to the Houston Cougars. How about it?
How about it?
They welcomed in West Virginia yesterday to the Fertitta Center.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the mess out of them boys.
They've been doing that with everybody. Talk about a team that, and we know the reason why. These freshmen have been good all year, but they are really getting into a groove big time.
They needed to beat the hell out of West Virginia for what happened on the football field.
That's a great
that's
point.
right.
Yeah.
Did
Mr. Reggie over here talking about, West Virginia ain't good at all.
They aren't. That's why it was frustrating.
Hey,
you lost to a bad team.
They look real good. I was in the stands like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like, you sure?
They had no business losing to that West Virginia team. I stand on that, and I'm still mad about it. Like, that made me mad again, and I'm happy that the Cougs won 77-48 in this game. I was watching it, and shout out to Sinak, to Chris Sinak.
Don't gloss over that.
Yeah,
48.
Their previous lowest score, their lowest point total at this point for the Mountaineers was 56.
Yeah.
That's sick.
They forced 5 turnovers in the first 2 minutes. They were just strangling.
Who got the better defense, the Houston Cougs or the Houston Texans?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yes.
Because it's close. I mean, what they have, I saw that. It was 5 turnovers the first 5 minutes. I think, was it 15 points, 15 minutes or something like that?
Yeah,
that
they were
strangling those guys.
West Virginia needed a pretty, they had 18 points in the first half, West Virginia.
Yeah.
They came out, knocked down some threes early in the second half to start trying to get this interesting. They had clawed it down to 15 or something. It was like, oh, wow, we made a run.
Yeah.
Chris Sinak was fantastic getting boards in this game. And obviously, Milos Uzan had, it feels like he is.
Another one and done.
Kelvin Sampson was giving him a lot of praise on just how his ethos, the way that he comes into the game, the way that he plays, and he was basically like, whatever whatever NBA team gets him is getting a great dude.
Not basically, he said that.
Yeah, so he is all in on Chris Sinak, and he should be. He was fantastic in this game. Milos Uzan was great from 3. This team generally was great from 3, and they're pretty good from 3 in this game. 11 3-pointers knocked down, but I will say, and shout out to Ocho, who is the dude who watches the most college basketball that I've ever met in my lifetime. Not necessarily true, but close.
Yeah.
Ocho has been pounding the drum, and we're kindred spirits and never being satisfied and always finding something to pick at. This team offensively it does look a little ugly at times. Like, they were taking a lot of outside shots, not a lot of penetration until later in the game, at least by my eye. It's one of those things. They depended a lot on the 3-pointer. They depend a lot on getting second chance opportunities at times. But they can do it, and their defense is stifling, and I think that works a lot more in college than it
frustrating
does
when
elsewhere.
the threes aren't dropping, but they were dropping.
They were dropping enough.
Yeah.
They shot 31%, so I think it might have cooled in a point when I was not paying as much attention in this game. But the starters handled the post to, and they beat the mess out of West Virginia. The number 7 Cougs keep rolling on. That one loss still remains. What was that? Texas Tech earlier in the year? Was that what it was?
Tech.
No, okay. I have to recall what that loss was, and it's hard to remember because it was a long time ago. It was Tennessee. That's right.
Yeah.
Rick Barnes' Tennessee was the one loss that they've had this season, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Another one's going to happen anytime soon. Can't necessarily say that for the Rockets, but they did get a win. They broke a 3-game losing streak at home versus the Bulls, and a young, exciting Bulls team that is energetic, and you saw it in this game. But thankfully, the Rockets were able to turn up late in a way that they hadn't in those previous 3 games against the Trailblazers and the Kings. Managed to get it done. It was 119-113 the final versus the Bulls, and Kevin Durant just continues to be that dude. 28 points in this one, taking all the difficult shots that he needs to take and knocking him down. But a dude that deserves some credit is J.D. Davison. In this game, he comes in, and let me make sure I get his stat line correct. Jumps into the rotation, gets himself the most minutes off the bench of anybody. 9 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, a plus 14. That is a guard. That is a point guard just doing what is necessary. And I think that was indicative of a conversation we had earlier. He just came in and he gave energy and he gave effort, which is one of those things that, weirdly enough, the Rockets haven't been doing enough.
And earned the right to do it again, to play some more. Durant obviously carrying the weight, but this was just one of those games where it wasn't always pretty. I knew there was a lot of late lead changes. You said earlier, and I was like, is that many? 34 lead changes, which is incredible. But it almost doesn't matter. It's struggling and trying to find an identity. Get Davison in there obviously helped finish the game. It was a classic NBA game. Last 2 minutes, let's see what happens, and they got it done.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I feel bad for waiting this long. Alperen Sengun was really good in this game. 23 and 11 and a plus 19, not the end-all be-all by any means. It's just a stat to give you a general idea of what it was like with his minutes on the floor. A lot of fight, did a great job working for rebounds, which is important, especially when he is on the floor as the only big a lot. They're getting back to running things through him and running it back to him, especially now that he's ramping up and getting back into the flow of things coming off of his injury. And that is a stabilizing force that's necessary for this team, especially as they still try and find what the predominant identity will be for them right now.
Yeah, you talk about what this team is doing. Did you see what Kevin Durant was tweeting about with the crowd?
Yes, that's exactly where I was going next because there was a picture taken of the late arriving crowd rather. Or actually, it wasn't a picture; it was a video.
It was a video of what it looked like at tip-off.
Yeah, and there were some red seats that you could see on the picture. A lot of them. Kevin Durant on his Twitter after the game, mind you, quote, "We're fashionably late down here, champ. Check back around mid-second quarter, and it's a different picture. Been that way in Houston since I've been in the league." And he's not wrong. It's one of those things. I do appreciate that he very much is embracing being in Houston, and I love that because the Rockets fans are going to embrace him. He said, "We're fashionably late." He's like, "Nah, this is us down here." This is
man. Now people gonna be looking at that as the excuse. It's just like, man, that's not a good excuse for me.
It's not, but they are going to be looking at it.
But we've had this conversation a number of times.
Yeah, no, he made it seem like, hey, that's how it is,
it's
man.
Good. It's
like
good.
I'm sure the Houston Rockets like, no, we don't want this.
We want them there early.
Yes.
What I will say though is the Rockets are doing their damnedest to try and get people in seats. They actually got something coming for tomorrow's game where they're playing against the Thunder, right? So a rematch of the season opener, but they're doing a happy hour. So the tip-off's at 6:30 for the hour before tip-off. Domestic beers, hot dogs, soda, and popcorn all 50% off. And I am going to be intrigued to see how if that works at all to get people in the stands. They're not fighting against Thursday night football. I don't know that there's anything else really major that you're thinking is competition. A big team in the Oklahoma City Thunder. If this doesn't do it, I do wonder what would do it.
We do need to make note of that. I think it'll help a little bit anyway. 50% off? Hell yeah, I'll get that.
I mean, that's what a lot of people been kind of throwing at the Houston Texans a little bit. Like, oh, maybe give them half off on beers and all that. But yeah, I'm curious to see how well this works.
Yeah, it will be interesting to watch. We'll see. Somebody said, "Did you just say $10 beers?" Hey, get out to that Rockets game tomorrow and see what's happening. But make sure you get there early. That's obviously the thrust there. And then something that happened earlier today that we mentioned earlier in the show, I kind of want to dig into a little bit more. Darrell Taylor just recently jettisoned from this Texans team after returning from Ion to home. And he will be seeing the Texans again very soon as he has joined the New England Patriots. I asked you this earlier. I'll ask it again. How much of this do you think is the espionage aspect of the football, trying to get more information? How much do you think is this him being a valuable pass rusher?
Oh, I think it's a factor. I can't put a percentage on it, but I think it's absolutely. I mean, the Patriots do this as well as anybody, trying to find, any little sliver of an advantage. And, especially when you're talking about a team in the Texans that keep things pretty straightforward defensively. Even just a call here, a call there could make a big difference for the Patriots. But they do need help, too. They do need help on the edge.
Yeah, and
he was actually pretty good.
He was.
Yeah,
And we said this when they released him.
Mm-hmm.
When was that? Last week. The idea is he was a good rusher. Just didn't feel like he was necessary for what they have with this team. You can get an element of speed with the guys that you have already. That is actually why I am interested in this from the Patriots' perspective. Is I think that they do have potentially a need for speed. One, that is a position where if there was ever a plug-and-play position, edge rusher feels like that is absolutely a plug-and-play position.
That's the epitome of see ball, get ball.
And their outside rushers are Harold Landry III and Kayvon Chason. And they don't necessarily inspire speed in my mind.
Yeah.
I think that they might be invested in actually playing.
Oh, he'll play some, but
Darrell
I think
Taylor.
it's also a factor.
Right.
Yeah.
And that could be intriguing because your edges or your tackles rather, are Trent Brown, big dude, maybe not the most nimble per se, with all due respect to him. Very fantastic, but also he can be gotten with the level of speed.
Yeah.
And if there's somebody that knows how to rush these guys, that guy who has worked against them, I'm not going to say I'm afraid because that is not the emotion, but it does raise an eyebrow like, huh.
And has worked against them, you say. I think he's worked against them as much as anyone, if not more. Just because of his role on the defense and facing the first team offense and knowing where he can have some success, et cetera. I think absolutely it could be a factor.
Yeah, so that's going to be of great interest to me personally in this game.
Man.
But there's a lot of things of interest in this game, clearly.
They're showing this guy Siamalu. I feel bad for him.
Oh, him just getting. Oh yeah,
they showed it at least.
Sheldon Rankins will mess his life up
times in a row.
Sheldon Rankins messed his life
up. Just flat on his back, depleted as an offensive lineman. Man, that poor guy.
I mean, it's going to happen in the NFL. I think that you get that, but unfortunately, what are the chances that you end up with like a highlight or a low light in that way
position
that is just going to haunt you?
Yeah, it's going to stay with him.
But that's the Texans defense for you,
yeah.
Right? I have a feeling that over there with the Patriots, they're looking at the left side of that offense like, please don't end up on a highlight reel because they could.
Yeah,
they could. They got a couple of rookies on the left side of their offensive line, and that could go poorly. Yeah. In fact, I think that in moments it very much will.
And you said this yesterday, and I think it's important.
I be saying things.
You say things occasionally. Like we have a pretty good hunch. The Patriots know how good this defense is, and it is. I want to say scaring them. Let's just say it's a big concern. It's going to do that left side.
Pat McAfee himself he put it on he put it on Twitter talking about how this defense brings the boo birds out of home teams because you're just the home fans are going to get mad at you. But it's like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah,
they're monsters.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do here?
Yeah.
It's so fun to be on this side of it. I've got to admit.
Yes,
you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's keep talking about this division round matchup. But in a way, we'll talk about it through the lens of this wildcard game because you can't ignore how C.J. Stroud played Monday night. Is he closer to a fix than it appears? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about C.J. next.
Oh! Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you rolling with us on this Wednesday.
They don't want me to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, apparently not. Apparently not. To pull the curtain back, John Lopez, and myself as well, and I imagine everybody else at Sports Radio 610 gigs. Excited for the Super Bowl. We got to go through a credentialing process, and you're fighting with it right now.
Error. Invalid.
You know what I think it is? I think it's the.
I'm not invalid.
That's such a dad joke. That's such a dad joke. I mean, I get it. That's such a dad joke.
It says invalid.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. I think it's the
picture.
Yeah, the picture that you're putting in there because it's looking at it and they're like, that's a coaching picture. For some reason,
that guy.
The portrait that you have here looks like one of two things. John Lopez looks like he is the assistant offensive line coach somewhere. And weirdly enough, I think this works, he looks like a defensive backs coach because for some reason in my brain, whenever I see a defensive back coach, they either actively look like a defensive back, like they play defensive back, or they look like they have no business playing defensive back whatsoever.
Might have played like in Division III.
And I would like you to guess which of those I think you are in that picture.
I'm going to say defensive backs coach.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
John Carroll alum.
That's it's such an odd thing. And the thing I'm hoping for, one, that we get credentialed, obviously, but two, that we are credentialed to talk about the home team playing in the Super Bowl in Santa Clara. That would be really cool. In order to do that, C.J. Stroud's got to be a better version of himself than we saw in Pittsburgh on Sunday. We know it. He knows it. He very much stepped up to the podium immediately and acknowledged at least that portion of it, even though I think people still want a little bit of a pound of flesh from him.
Yeah.
In acknowledging that, you had some good things, but it's unacceptable what happened there. All agree needs to be better. How close is he to being better as we continue along here?
You know, my gut reaction yesterday, and I think I expressed this with you. You know, when you were talking about, well, he did make some good throws. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln kind of thing,
Yeah, no, and it does feel like that when you have not just 3 turnovers, but at least, all 3 of them.
5 fumbles.
4 fumbles. Yeah, I can't
2
speak.
lost.
5 fumbles.
Interception.
2 lost, 1 interception, and 3 of those, your 3 turnovers were all.
Yeah.
I think they fit into the bonehead category. I don't know. I do not believe him to be a bonehead, but I believe that those were boneheaded turnovers.
Yeah.
And that is entirely anomalous. I could see a game in which you had 3 turnovers and it just kind of sometimes it goes like that. Those types of turnovers was what made it kind of egregious.
Yeah.
Again, neither here nor there. How do we fix
it? So that's how I felt. That's how, I think that's how most, Texans fans or really just anybody watching these games, like, okay, cool, really good ball to Christian Kirk there, But then I kind of started, digging in a little bit because I think everyone here who follows this team or cheers for this team, wants C.J. Stroud just get a little better. You heard me talking about it yesterday. Just be average, and this team's a Super Bowl team. So I started digging in, and clearly he's pressing. Clearly that's something he needs to get over.
Wait, you got onto the tape?
I let someone else do it for me.
Tape man. Yeah, that's him.
I let someone else.
See, he's leaning into the coach. He was like, I got in the film room because I needed to see.
Got my hoodie on. Got my charts back.
Yeah, give me the scatter.
So I let someone else do it to me, and I was like, okay, I can see that. So it was Doug Farrar. I know you're familiar with his work.
Yeah, he does a good job.
He does a really good job watching.
Not that he needs me to say that, but yeah.
But he might. And so
he's just somewhere waiting.
Yeah.
I hope Reggie likes what I do.
And so I was watching some of his his breakdown of what C.J. Stroud was doing, and it was really very telling. Like, he was actually very accurate downfield when he had the time and the confidence.
Yes.
And you brought that up specifically, and we talked about it. But the one thing that I thought was interesting is he was looking at not just Steelers tape, but tape of other teams. Having success against C.J. Stroud when C.J. Stroud struggled. I think it was the Colts. It was I forget the other 2 teams. But what he's having a lot of trouble with, and this might explain, kind of in his head type things that we talk about.
Sure.
When there is a lot of pressure shown pre-snap.
And that was the 5th highest pressure rate that he had had.
Not even the actual pressure. Like a lot of pressure shown. 6 guys, 7 guys.
When they're mugging the line.
At the line of scrimmage. His and he had the numbers exactly, but his success rate, his ability to get the ball to the right place was really, really down.
You can't tell me that he has the numbers, not give me the numbers.
I know, but it's shown pressure.
Sure.
Not necessarily that when they show it and then they all back off and kind of cap the backfield, the defensive backfield. C.J. Stroud has struggled, and so I don't know how you're going to fix the between the ears element, but Christian Kirk in particular, and some of their approach with the short passes and getting the ball out. And the run game, for that matter. But Christian Kirk in particular, that's a big fix for that because of what he can do on the short passes and the crossers and stuff.
Giving him easy answers when you know that there's guys at the line. Honestly, I do wonder, and I don't have a good answer to this because I have not thought about it all that much. You're bringing this to me now. I wonder how much not using as much of the play action and boots kind of mitigated some or did not give him some of that confidence because that leak out has become bread and butter. I remember I wrote it in my notes during the course of that game, and we didn't see it nearly as much as we have in other games. I wonder how much of that was also because Dalton Schultz did not seem as involved in the pass game. I don't know exactly why.
That's another good point, yeah.
Kate Stover got one of those kind of leak outs where he goes, blocks, and then leaks out. And I just wonder if those are the type of plays that you're talking about as well that will help give him confidence, help him get a grasp on the game, and then build up that confidence as you go.
Let me ask you this then. The question that we put out there. Is it closer to a fix than it might appear? Or is the headspace element really, we don't know. We don't know how that's going to play out.
Not to sit on the fence. It's a little bit of both. I think it's a lot more of the former. I think it's closer to a fix. I think the issues that he had in this game stemmed from things that we've seen him do correctly before. I think the circumstance got to him in a weird way. I don't know why. And I'm not speculating as to why because I can't get in his head, and I'm not even close enough to try and start getting into his head. But if you keep him out of his head in that way, he knows how to do this. He knows even when you step up, the ways to protect the football. There have been instances where he's made poor plays in those ways, but to this point this season, they have not killed you. Right, when he's made some of those poor plays, maybe you've been a little wasteful at times of opportunities, but they've not been things that killed you in the way that, I guess it didn't even necessarily kill you, but the way that it felt like they did versus Pittsburgh. I think that you get a lot closer to the C.J. Stroud who is accurate, but then also really good with the football. DeMeco Ryans a number of times this season has complimented him for that pressure, take the loss on the down, live to fight another day. It felt like in this game he absolutely was not. And I think that and hopefully the game itself, the way that it played out, gave him some confidence in that you don't have to be perfect. You just need to live to fight another day and be good enough, more good than bad in these games. You've been given a blessing in the NFL. Not very many quarterbacks have this blessing to where there's some margin for error for you because of how dominant your defense is, and especially when the run game is working that way. Live in that margin for error, I guess. Enjoy that.
He really is, and I mean, it's not just his words; it's things that we've seen for years now. He really is an accurate quarterback. It's a matter of just getting over it, getting over yourself, and even the ball to Nico that was a big miss high. Nico slipped; otherwise, it would have been a lot closer.
I don't know that he missed on that.
That's what I say. What if it's to the sideline and might have been a toe tap kind of thing? It was still high and outside, but it might have been.
But I think that's kind of where you needed to throw that.
Yeah, it might have been in the right spot. So the ability to make those throws is there. I mean, boy, this is going to be something that we're just going to have to watch, and we will be watching, and it's going to be really one of the stories of the game in New England. Another volatile environment, another place that has haunting memories, for the organization, even if not necessarily just C.J. Stroud. And another place where he's facing off against a quarterback that has had incredible success. Is he going to be able to get out of his own head enough to not make those bumbling, type plays?
Yeah, and I obviously I can't speak fully to that, but I have confidence in him. If for no other reason than even in this game, and you still saw them pop up, which is what will undercut what I say here. But you saw him make the strides in some ways to respond to his own mistakes at times. one of the bigger plays that he made, throwing the ball deep to Christian Kirk on a corner route, hitting him in stride.
Yeah.
One, he had protection, but it immediately came after he put the ball on the ground due to a snap that comes before he's ready.
Yeah,
for
that
it.
was like a 3rd and 17 or something, wasn't it?
I have to check my notes in this moment.
It was in
to
that
see.
area.
But he's had even in this game, in the small context of this game, a bounce back. And so those are the small instances of bounce back. I think if you just are able to steal his reserves, you can do that. And again, I think that they've done a good job of keeping guys around him that encourage him. I've seen some people say that, oh man, he ain't been the same since you lost backup quarterback, whose name I'm forgetting in this moment. I feel like I'm Clint Stoerner.
What do you mean?
Who left? Who went to?
Oh, Case Keenum?
Thank you, Case.
Yeah.
I don't know how Case Keenum left me. I was thinking about all the names that were not Case Keenum. I was thinking about dudes that he threw to at Houston.
Chad.
I was thinking about everybody besides Case Keenum. My brain is not helping me.
I was waiting for you to say, "What's my man's name?"
I know. That's what I was like, how do I embody
What's my
Clint
man's
Stoerner
name?
fully
What's my man's name?
in this moment? But I mean, yes, but I mean, Davis has been a good resource for him.
Absolutely.
His quarterback coach has been a good resource for him. There's been a lot of guys in that building, in that room that even in other instances have consoled him. I mean, Nico Collins has talked about it, like making sure to go over to your quarterback and being like, hey, let's do it, right? And so I think that they're going to get him into the right space, and the technical portions of it have been more good than bad.
So confidence level.
The confidence level is pretty good that they're fixing.
Pretty
for
good.
Me.
Figgy, confidence level is going to get fixed. Is he closer than we thought?
I don't want to sit on the fence. I'm
gonna say decent. I know that's not a great endorsement.
Yeah, for CJ, I think we won't see the fumbles and all that stuff in this game, but I'm still a little nervous, man.
I think it
the interceptions the interception, that bonehead one got me.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, so I'm a little worried about that part.
No, it's fair, and to be fair, it's not just you don't have Nico Collins, but you do have Christian Kirk. All of a sudden showing what he can do, and you have a running game. The run game is going to be big,
and that's going to be in the confidence levels. I think that the run game, due to some of the tendencies that we've seen from New England, the ways that they line up with what the Texans have done and are doing recently, I think that the run game should be able to supplement and help him and get into that space where now he's in his flow state and able to do things well. I think that is all the circumstance that you have, and if you do that, you have an opportunity to host an AFC Championship game, man. Now, some of that is being knocked down. We talked about some of the guys that Buffalo is losing. Also, I think it's worth noting that the Broncos are also getting guys back. Drake Greenlaw looks like he'll play in this game, even though Sean Payton seems to be upset about you noting that. Can you give me this audio here, Fig? Sean Payton, why is he like this? Can you tell me this? Because Sean Payton, talking to the media, I don't know why he refuses to be likable. This was a pretty reasonable question about Dre Greenlaw returning to this team, and it was really just like hey, what does that do for you?
Yeah.
John, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. But have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
Did that reporter pee in his cereal?
No, it was playoff mode, man. That's just playoff mode. Everything is, you gotta be angry about something.
Why is he like this?
You said it. Why does he have to be unlikable? Why does he feel compelled to be unlikable?
It's like he wants to.
Yeah.
And for as obviously the selfish reasons, I would like the Buffalo Bills to win. I'm becoming less and less confident that happens.
Well, yeah. I think the Broncos would be the right pick. But hey, man, they're going to be have an opportunity to play here, and Josh Allen is still Josh Allen.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Because also a note that was made on the text line.
Even here, when they just destroyed Josh Allen, they had a chance to win it at the end. Buffalo did.
That is fair.
Yeah.
You didn't have to bring that up. I didn't need that. But if it is Buffalo-Houston at NRG Stadium, we were talking about it earlier, the idea of the Rockets having the happy hour before. You think the people are actually in the building in their seats when it kicks? Because I think they are.
100%.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that is the fix.
It's the AFC Championship.
Yeah.
People will be like wanting to take their kids and their spouses and let's take some pictures. We got to get there early. No,
100%.
It'd be absolutely.
I think that's been the issue with just getting there early. I think a lot of people had that mindset of the same old Texans, or they ain't gonna.
That would change it.
Yeah, 100%.
281. Greetings from Texans fan in Louisville. What's happening?
Yeah.
I think it's worth noting that D'Amico defeated Vrabel twice in 2023, and the Texans defeated Drake May last year as well.
Yeah. I mean, I noted. I think it's a lot different right now.
Yeah, and what's funny is I think you ask D'Amico Ryans and he'll tell you. I think he very much goes from the perspective of every year is a new year. So as much as there's a familiarity with some of the things that Vrabel wants to do, you saw Drake May in his first outing. You look around and you go, hey, it's probably going to be a circumstance different.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
False alarm. False alarm.
Wow.
False alarm. I did the double check.
Oh, man.
So you should thank me.
For what?
There was some news out there.
How dare no?
You know how people try to cop these
We should
accounts?
thank you.
I made a mistake. I caught it.
No.
You should thank me for fixing my own mistake.
No.
Is what we're doing here.
You should. Say thank you, Figgy.
Ain't nobody doing that.
I'm doing my job here.
For what? All right.
There was an account that was very much like another one that's a big one that's trustable. Then I did
Oh, man.
I did the dig in.
For fun. What was that?
I can't
what
say.
Was
No,
it?
I
Yes,
can't
you
say.
can.
No, I'm not going to say.
Hey,
No, I'm not
let's
gonna
just
say.
Don't do that.
No, because then you give them credence.
Sure.
I want to know now. I just want to know what the fake news was.
No, I can't do it. That's why I did the double
Man.
check. I did the double
I
check.
can't believe I'm switching the music.
How much confidence before I get out of this, just to pull us out of this this nosedive that you have put us in? How much confidence are you giving in CJ when you look over at Drake May and you saw that he had a pretty rough, outside of the turnovers, he had a pretty rough go of it as well last week?
Well, I think, but the difference was Drake May was just kind of having a tough game against a defense that had his number. There is confidence that the Texans will be able to do that, but it wasn't just spit in the bit, turnovers and such.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio.
What was that breaking news, man? I just want to know.
You're just not going to give it.
Ain't going to give him the time of day.
You're just not going to give it.
Not going to get it.
You're not going to give him more time.
I just want to know. You ain't got to shout out the source.
No, man.
No. This has been a very weird
Nico
end to
playing?
a segment. That's been a very odd end to a segment.
Nico saying that practice.
All right, 713-572-4610. What is the wildest news Texans related?
CJ Stroud out for the
that
year.
could have been.
Davis Mills in.
Yeah. Go ahead and recklessly speculate on the Texans.
Miko Ryan's fired.
Let's speculate as to what the fake news was that got Lopez.
I like this better than what would have been the actual
I'm
news.
sure. 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that. Well, no, we won't talk about the next. We've got lunchtime confessions. I forgot where we are. Sorry, we'll do it next.
Ready? One down. starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions. Not so fast, my friend. We'll get to confessions here in a second. Y'all are really good at reckless speculating. Y'all took that to places I never thought.
I'm kind of glad I did that now.
Unfortunately, this is not reckless speculation.
More breaking news.
This is breaking news, and in all reality, I don't like it. I'll tell you that up front. Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez, who is in the concussion protocol, is practicing today for the Patriots.
So how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like they might have their best cornerback on the field while Nico Collins might not be on the field.
Yeah.
And I don't like that at all.
Yeah, because every concussion is different. And how they treat it and how they respond.
It's all about symptoms.
Individuality.
Yeah. It's crazy because it was Monday, and today is what, Wednesday?
Yeah.
And he's practicing?
Well, Christians, they played on what, Sunday?
Yes.
Oh, it's Sunday, yeah.
But even still, now, of course, him being at practice does not mean that he is going to be cleared from concussion. There's there's a 5-step, protocol there, and I think at least 3 or 4 of the steps
That's a damn good sign, though.
Yeah, it is. At least 3 or 4 of the steps require you to do some activity. So I'm guessing that that's what he will be doing at practice today, is going through whether it's the light practice or whatever without symptoms and trying to see if he has no symptoms. But either way, he is on the path on the first day of availability to do this, to being returning from protocol. That is a little frustrating. The idea that you might not have your full complement of receivers, but they will have their full complement.
And we said it earlier, I don't expect Nico Collins to play this weekend, much less appear at practice, but I mean,
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll
maybe,
see in the next 20 minutes.
Maybe we do get the insight where Nico Collins is at practice and we go, all right, we're on the path to recovery there, but we'll see how it goes.
Concussion protocol.
Yeah, who knows? These are my confessions.
So I realized something as I was talking about this game earlier today. Actually, it was when we were doing cross. There's something that has always irrationally bothered me about the Patriots. It has nothing to do with the cheating or their winning or the fact that they're winning again so quickly and it just doesn't seem fair. There's something about the Patriots that irrationally bothers me, and that is the New England part of it.
Really?
I have never liked it. Used to be back in the AFL days, the Boston Patriots. It's the Houston Texans. It's Dallas. It's each city.
You don't like the New England part?
I don't like the new. It just
you don't
bothers.
like the Golden State Warriors.
I mean, what do you do? I never liked the Golden State Warriors. Remember the California Angels?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Never liked the California Angels.
Huh.
Is that weird? I think it is a
little bit.
City, man.
But I guess it kind of makes sense. Yeah. I get why it's
rep your city.
What about the Texas Rangers?
I don't never like that.
Well, yeah, that one's annoying. Because you have the entirety of the state.
Right.
There's another team here.
Right.
I think in that one, they are the team for the entirety of New England. I do recognize wanting to establish a level of community over all of it. I will say, though, also, there's not a non-zero amount of people that I know are like, so where do the New England Patriots play?
I think that's fair.
That is,
yeah. What is New England? Is that overseas?
All right. I don't know
think that happens?
Not with anybody that should be taken seriously.
Well, there's a lot of people that you saw that Titans video on draft day a few years ago. They're trying to ask these people questions about each team.
Yeah. I feel like there was a lot of people who would probably refer to football as sports ball.
Yeah.
In that video. So I don't know how useful.
I wonder why they just don't want to go with Boston.
Why don't go with represent your city?
Yeah.
Boston. That's
a strong city.
It's a strong city. It's got some power behind it in terms of championships and such.
I kind of understand with the Texas Rangers. You might not want to go with Arlington or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's better Texas Rangers or something like that.
But at least get the area.
When was the last time the Dallas Cowboys played in Dallas? 1971?
Yeah, somewhere in the 70s probably when they left the Cowboys.
But they're still the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I don't know why. I know, and that's why I put it in confessions. I know it's kind of silly.
It is a little silly, but I think there's something there.
It's always bugged me.
I would bet that you have more people than not that agree with you on that take, that they just don't really love the general geographic instead of being specific to a place.
It feels like a marketing ploy, too.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It is. To Joel on the Twitch chat with the fantastic thought, F Boston. Appreciate that. That was very useful for the conversation.
These are my confessions.
I am actually usually one of the people that is a lot less annoyed by LeBron James than I think a lot of people are. A lot of people, oh man, LeBron James and all this, he's corny and all those things. And I'm like, yeah, it's true, but it doesn't annoy me nearly as much as it does all other people. I have found my LeBron James annoyance. There's a few things, but this one is the most recent that really hit me squarely in the chest. Did you guys see that LeBron James, for the remainder of this season, will wear a special edition patch on his jersey to celebrate his, quote, record-setting 23rd NBA season since he made his, and he started in Sacramento, I believe that was yesterday, if memory serves, because that's where he made his debut in 2003. So this is a patch that, if you want to understand it, it has an image of him, or maybe not an image, but a silhouette of him doing the chalk toss. Has 23 on it, 23 NBA seasons, and it has 3 stripes on it, each the color of the teams that he played with.
God.
How self-felating can you be?
Yes.
Are you serious?
I know you have a thought on this.
Are you serious, dog? Like, this isn't our team is wearing a patch, right? This isn't we're commemorating a legend of the league after they've gone or something.
Yes.
This is just,
or even like the NFL Man of the Year.
Right.
Or something like that.
This is just, look at me.
Yeah.
This is look at me, Louis stuff, and I cannot abide this. And there's been a lot of things where I've been like, I think people are giving him hell for it. You give him hell for this, you got my stamp of approval. What the hell is this?
So did he come up with this?
I
Is this
have
an
to
NBA
believe
thing?
You think Adam Silver was just like, you know what we need to do?
Yes.
Put a patch on LeBron James.
That seemed like an Adam Silver type.
And if it is, bump him too.
But because my thought on this,
if LeBron came up with this, I'm with you on it.
I think he did. This is so LeBron. There is nothing more LeBron than this. There is nothing more LeBron than this. That's where I was going with it.
Yeah.
I just like, come on, brother.
Yeah, if he was any part of this, like, yep, that's a great idea. That's how I want to do that. And designing it and all that stuff, I'm with y'all, man.
Yeah.
You can't do nothing like that for yourself.
It's already bad enough that, when you have a retirement tour, it already looks a little look at me. But, I think that when you play long enough and when you're great enough in a game, we all just, we're willing to give that respect.
Yeah.
Doing the thing where you create memorabilia and stuff. Like this, what are we doing here? This is so contrived.
I am kind of surprised that out of all the things to be annoyed with LeBron with, this is the one that got you right here.
And maybe it's like the straw that broke the camel's back or something.
Okay.
But it's just like it's because it's so small. It's because like with all of the ways in which the league has bent to LeBron James, and I think there's been reason for it. You need one more step. You gotta push it to this. You need the patch on the jersey. Really? It just feels like so much.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm wrong for it. It's possible, but it's a bridge too far for me.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. I've been seeing a lot of tweets, or I don't know if they're coming from Patriots fans or just fans in general, talking about the Texans' last 3 playoff wins and how they kind of pretty much saying it was easy.
Yeah.
And they ain't really played nobody and all this, pretty much trying to discredit it. I gotta confess, man, to all the Texans fans out there that's defending it, that's pretty much saying, no, it wasn't easy and, all that stuff. It's going to get a lot worse this year if they advance, because I think a lot of people, I don't think, even if they make it to a Super Bowl, I still feel people are going to say the Houston Texans had an easy schedule or an easy path to the Super Bowl because it was. Yeah, because it was no Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, I see.
No Lamar Jackson. Maybe no Josh Allen, or if it is Josh Allen, then that team was beat up and all this other stuff. We might as well quit fighting this fight, man.
See,
people still going to talk about how easy this schedule was.
I think that's the argument that people are going to make if Josh Allen wins the Super Bowl. Hey, no Lamar Jackson, no Patrick Mahomes. About time you won one. The Texans, I think, are going to be a really good story. But I mean,
no, it's the first time and all that stuff. But I think if people complaining about the last 3 playoff matches, which I feel like it wasn't no gimme, especially the first year.
I think that suits Josh Allen. Like, hey, Rockets didn't win a championship when Jordan was playing. It's going to be one of those things. You know?
I think that I've been thinking about this in this way before. I don't even think this is specific to the Texans.
No.
I think it's the nature of these playoffs where everybody is flawed and there is no dominant force.
No.
Any team who's going to win it, the Super Bowl team, people will look at and say that this was some level of Mickey Mouse championship.
Yeah.
And you know who that's going to matter to? Absolutely no one.
Nobody.
We are haters by nature.
Yeah.
I demonstrated my hater in that previous confession.
Yeah.
We are all going to find ways to hate. That's the nature of this thing. If you win the championship, you win the championship. Ain't no taking that thing back.
I just think it ain't gonna get no better because a lot of people, well, watch when we beat the Patriots or watch when we get to the Super Bowl and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
I think people still gonna have this conversation. You might as well not even argue. Yeah, because it's hard to win an NFL game, period.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? I think around these parts, you did not have to give them that. We were going to dance on that celebration regardless. If you get that Lombardi trophy, the city that had to deal with all the asterisk talk from 2017, they ain't hearing you about it. Oh, it's easy. Championship, scoreboard.
Yeah.
It's just funny seeing people like, oh, that playoff game against the Browns. Oh, that was a mid-Browns team. Oh, Chargers. Oh, anybody beat the Chargers and then Pittsburgh. Oh, they were washed up.
Right.
It's just like, man, come on,
get
man.
It. Yeah.
Like, people still gonna keep making excuses for it.
Yeah.
So there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. If you missed it, Christian Gonzalez, the best cornerback on the New England Patriots, seems like he's practicing today. He is in the concussion protocol, sustained one in their game this weekend, and so we'll see how he comes along. But it looks like he is on the path to possibly playing. We're watching the practice report to see what the update is on Nico Collins. But coming up next, it is a Wednesday, so you know what we got to do. Put the wig on, John. Let's do some Judge John Lopez next.
The playoffs.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitula.
All right. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. The court of the Honorable Me is now in session. All right. So a couple cases for you guys right now. Let's talk about this first one. Obviously, some big-time news out there with all the job openings, Pittsburgh being the latest one. And people are going to be talking about rank the jobs, rate the jobs, what's the best job out there. The case in front of us today is the Baltimore Ravens is the best job opening available as of this moment in the NFL.
Yeah, I think we know that. I think that feels right?
Yeah.
Is the Falcons' job the second best? Figgy, where do you want to line up on this?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to say no, that's not the second best job. Maybe not the third best job in this whole NFL carousel.
Mm-hmm.
I think I state the case why it's not.
Okay.
I feel like the Atlanta Falcons, they are probably unsure about their quarterback situation. Michael Penix, who they drafted pretty early and kind of shocked the world on how early they picked him, he's been hurt a lot. And that's not even talking about how he actually been playing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a lot of question marks with that. And, oh, yeah, by the way, they don't have a first-round pick this year because they traded that last in the last draft. And they could have had the, 9th overall pick if they would have kept it. So a pretty
not even the second best.
I don't think it might not be the third best. I think the second best is the Giants' job. I think they have a quarterback that they're very confident with, and they got a couple pieces on defense, and I think they just need pretty much somebody that can hold the fort. I don't want to say hold the fort down, but just they need a real head coach to step in there. And then, hell, I will put the Tennessee Titans job over the Atlanta Falcons job, man. I just think they don't really know where they're going with this. Now, they could have they probably have a better chance to make the playoffs because they're in the worst division in football. But you really don't know what they're doing, man.
Right.
And I think that job is I will probably put that job 4th or 5th.
All right, and just for the record, the jobs that are open for those who don't know: Baltimore Ravens, Miami Dolphins, New York Giants, Tennessee Titans, Arizona Cardinals, Atlanta Falcons, Cleveland Browns, Las Vegas Raiders, and Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, Reggie. You think the Atlanta Falcons job just might be the second best job?
I am tasked with defending the Falcons job as being the second best one. The Ravens clearly is. They have a generational quarterback, or maybe if you don't even want to go there, at least he's a 2-time MVP. You have to acknowledge that because that is factually accurate. I think when you step into a job, one of the things that you look at is what is the quarterback situation. And Figgy, you diagnosed pretty correctly that it seems like, the pick that they used on Michael Penix Jr. is for them. However, I kind of could turn this in a different way. I think that they do not have a quarterback that locks you into what they are. We've seen various different places where a coach comes in and they just have to accept the quarterback that is there. That is not the case. You can step in and you can make the quarterback position what you want when you get to that time period. But in the meantime, you have a team that is serviceable and a quarterback that is serviceable that can get you over in Kirk Cousins. Like, he does exist there for you. So you can play relatively winning football and then still find yourself a quarterback that fits the mold of what you want to do as a coach. Plus, they've finally invested properly in defense to where you have a defense that can do something. You're not rebuilding this from the ground up compared to like the Giants, where you're locked in on Jackson Dart. And yes, he's shown some flashes. I don't know what the high end is for him, and the rest of that team still shows me a little bit of concern. You mentioned who else? The Titans. That is a full rebuild. Cam Ward looks interesting. Are you interested as a head coach in Cam Ward as your quarterback? Possibly. Do you now have to build the rest of this thing out with a division that is looking pretty good around you as well? Oh, by the way, the NFC South, some cheeks. I think that this is actually quietly a very fertile ground for a coach to step in and be able to win immediately and make this team what they want it to be.
It's interesting. You mentioned, with the Falcons, I mean, they have Bijani and Pitts and, some pieces there. This is a tough one because I as I'm listening to Reggie, I'm like, that's a really good point. But,
Thanks, man.
But yeah, you did make some really good points.
I have a feeling I know where this goes.
Why, no, and you do, because ultimately, as much as Kirk Cousins, and you have a chance to win with him, on the other hand, are you going to be okay? Are you going to be a Steelers kind of team that, can win 9 games, 8 games, 10 games, whatever, but never really get over the top with Kirk Cousins because you kind of saddled in there? Whereas most head coaches, they're going to look at, the first thing they're going to look at is the quarterback. Quarterback as in Cam Ward, quarterback as in Jackson Dart, and their reviews are still pending on those guys, but they're trending in the right way. So I think I'm going to side with Figgy on this one. I think I would say the Giants, might be the second best job.
And a fair point is noted on the text line that I forgot that they had a potential out on Kirk Cousins, and I have a feeling they will take it to get off of all of that money.
Yeah.
So you might not have Kirk Cousins in tow. So that does hurt the opportunity to win an immediate case, depending on how you feel about what
I wonder when
Michael
Penix going to come back because he got hurt kind of late. So they might have a totally different quarterback.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, next. So we were just talking earlier today about this has the potential to be a good long-term rivalry, the Patriots and the Texans, because of all the connections and, they're both young, good quarterbacks, et cetera. But that's not right now. So Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur, as we have documented and people have talked about, they got a real thing going on. Here's what's on the docket here. The Bears and Packers is the best rivalry in the NFL right now. Figgy?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to have to say yes. I think this is the NFL right now. We've seen a lot of rivalries. You could go down the NFC West. There's a lot of rivalries going on there, the NFC East. Don't get me started on that AFC North. Mm-hmm. But this is probably one of the first times I've seen two head coaches in the same division not really care for each other like this. Mm-hmm. And they played twice. And I want to say they played more than that because Ben Johnson was a coordinator in that same division as well.
Yeah.
So I think this is a little deeper, man. I think it changed a lot of things when two head coaches that face each other twice a year, maybe 3 times a year, don't really like each other. So I'm going to say this one is probably the biggest and the best rivalry in the NFL right now.
I think the 3 times a year might be key, but you can also argue against it, and Reggie is.
Yeah. Give me, you mentioned the NFC West. That is where I will go. Seahawks-Niners on the West Coast, I understand that we can kind of tend to forget things. Mm-hmm. These are teams that organizationally have stability, but then also have relatively young at the very least, because Kyle Shanahan is still relatively young, even though he has developed a pretty strong tree in the league with really good schematics. Mm-hmm. Like the scheming that they do is really great. Plus, it just feels like the Seahawks are in this weird upward trajectory, and the Niners have a really good quarterback that matched with a great play caller, and I don't know that there's any given point where they will stop being that. I think that looks like a rivalry that is set up to, I mean, hell, that division had 3 teams win, 12, 13 games?
Yeah.
And it doesn't times. Like, maybe you could say the Rams with Matt Stafford and his advanced age might slow down. Those other 2 teams feel like they're just going to keep doing this over and over and over again.
Yeah, look, man, I think sometimes the way the case is worded matters, and I think this is one of those cases. The wording here is the best rivalry in the NFL right now. You didn't even mention Chiefs and Bills. I mean, that is still going on. Just because the Chiefs didn't make the playoffs,
I don't know that it is.
No, but you still got Patrick Mahomes. You still got Josh Allen. You still got deep-seated hate, among those. And I'm not trying to state your case for you.
No, I hear you.
All I'm saying is, right now is it's not right now. So I'm going to side with Reggie on this one because right now you could still argue Chiefs-Bills. You could still argue, obviously, Rams-Seahawks as you did. And right now, I think it's trending that way, Packers and Bears. But I would side with you on this one.
It is really tough to look at the quarterbacks that they have relatively young in this, and the way the coaches, or at least one coach, really does not like them. Oh, they got headgear built into this.
Yeah.
Is this new? Are the cheese graters? Is that new?
Relatively new.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember which team it was because that's a Texas company that makes those.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's a Texas company that makes those. It was one. It might have been. Was it the Bears that actually started, or did they just take up for one of these teams that was like started wearing the cheese graters, and then all of a sudden we were off to the races with Packers opponents wearing the cheese grater hats.
I was watching this. I was like, how long has this been going on? Did I miss this for several years? Because I don't remember
this year, and it's kind of a nice addition. Because what other teams have had headwear in the same way? It's just been them. So it's nice to kind of have that combated some way.
I guess just the Packers. I guess the Dog Pound, don't they wear those helmets a lot, with the ears?
Yeah, but it's not like a not to Pittsburgh
it's
or
not
anything
like the whole
like
stands
that.
either.
Yeah. I don't know. It sounds like a hell of a rivalry right here, though.
Oh, yeah. You want me to reconsider?
I think you should. I might have
retrial.
I might have to sign up for a retrial.
You're gonna appeal? Yeah.
So there you go. Little Judge John Lopez here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Some other attorneys weighing in here from the 713. Titans have $100 million in cap space, more than anyone else. That is there. I don't know that they're just going to go into free agency and just buy themselves into better standing as a team.
It's good to have.
It is, and they're going to need to fix some.
The Texans are here
key
because
blocks.
of that, having extra money.
They are. Yeah. But then they supplemented that with making sure to draft really well.
Right.
The guy was Mike Berganzi. What's his name? I always forget how to say his name. He's got his work ahead of him, and he's got a lot of tools and a lot of cards to play. But he's going to need to play them right to get them into the right place. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, "See the Bears fan who snuck in an actual cheese grater and cheese." Hey man,
oh yeah,
how did they get that in there?
Shaking it the whole time.
They had the camera on him the whole time.
That feels like a really dumb thing to do. Like I understand why you do it. I would not like to get thrown out.
They kept showing him.
They kept showing him.
Maybe they didn't throw him out. I feel like that's a great way to get thrown out in place. That'd be a very weird place to be. But hey, what do I know? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Right now, let's give a 4-pack of tickets away to the Houston Automotive Show. Caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610, will win a 4-pack of tickets to go to one of the days of the Houston Automotive Show. And Lopez, I mean, you've been talking all about the Automotive Show.
It's big time, man. January 28th, February 1st, cars and boats.
Yeah, so pick one of those. Go out and see all of the various different things that are out there. I mean, there's today's cars and trucks, off-road adventures, all sorts of different things. In fact, you can see 5 acres of the newest sports boats all around. Obviously, you can pay for it by getting tickets at automotiveshow.com, or you can call in right now. Call number 7, 713-572-4610 will win that 4-pack of tickets. We're giving away a 4-pack every day for the remainder of this week and next week as well, so make sure you keep it locked here to Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, where do you think DeMeco Ryans rates amongst the head coaches in the league? Because there is one analyst that had a somewhat surprising ranking of DeMeco Ryans. Let's talk about it next.
All right, guys and ladies.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitude.
We're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, rocking with you. Apparently the Steelers have their first known head coach interview requests out, and it seems like they're trying to raid. They're trying to raid the Rams. They're trying to do the touch the hem of Sean McVay's garment. A couple of names. Chris Shula, clearly defensive coordinator there. He's a dude who has been on the top of these, names to watch boards for the coaching carousel. But Nathan Scheelhaas has been up.
Has been a popular name.
So, Nathan Scheelhaas. He is the passing game coordinator for the Rams. So, obviously, he took over for one Nick Caley. And he's 35 years old, played quarterback at Illinois back in the day. But he's a young brother that people are interested in. Apparently, Baltimore, Cleveland, Las Vegas have also requested him. So, he might be doing the jump the line thing because, I'm not talking about offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
They're looking at interviewing him for the head coaching job.
That's nuts.
Weird.
Absolutely. Especially we understand Sean McVay, as you said, touch the hem.
That was the Zach Taylor experience, wasn't it?
It's important. But from passing game coordinator, when the head coach calls most of the offense and game plans most of the offense, reportedly, so expectedly, to head coach, whew, that's a big jump. That's a big jump.
Man, can I work for Sean McVay? Because apparently you just can get jobs off it, man. That is incredible. But yeah, that's a news, a little note that is flying around. A more important note around these parts: the fellas are at practice. Texans are getting their practice in, and no, Nico Collins is not present at practice today. And I feel like that might all but do it for the possibility of him playing.
Yeah, because you need the 2 practices, right?
You probably need the 2 practices. You might even need another additional opportunity to get out there and work on a Friday. Clearly, you couldn't do much on a Saturday, or maybe you could. Maybe you would work your way around traveling to get him out there and do things on a Saturday to see if you can get him up to speed. Remember, there's 5 steps in the return to play protocol, and like 3 or 4 of them require active work, and without showing symptoms on the backside of it. So the reason why I sound nervous about this is, 1, because I can tend towards anxious in a way that I shouldn't anyways. But 2, the Patriots are getting the other side of the concussion story this week back. At least it seems like they're on track to. I shouldn't say that in a definitive way, and I want to make sure that I reel that back in. But Christian Gonzalez, the cornerback, number 1 cornerback for them, really, he dealt with the concussion on the weekend, is in the concussion protocol, but he will be practicing, or is practicing rather, today, which means that he is trying to fulfill those steps. Now, does he actually fulfill all of those steps to get back? We will see, but you have to be able to get out there to try in order to do that, and he is doing that. Nico Collins is not, and it feels like that probably should have been the case. We had ourselves in that place. It's his 2nd concussion of the season, which that has
to be a factor.
Has to be a factor.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And I still think that earlier hit where he went to the tent is a factor.
It's possible.
On Monday night.
It's possible. But it feels like you're not going to have Nico Collins. And I think that, for me, this elevates the idea that, what you have offensively, you're going to need to make sure that you run the football, and it's going to be incumbent upon Christian Kirk showing up.
Yeah.
I think Dalton Schultz has to show up in a bigger way as being the number 2, target for C.J. Stroud. I want to see him have more than 4 targets in this game, or at least be more productive in being an outlet there. And then Jaden Higgins is going to be an interesting
I think Jaden Higgins might be the most important piece. I think Jaden Higgins, hey, you're not a rookie anymore, kind of thing. You're built like Nico Collins. Now, I know it took Nico Collins a while to really become the guy that we know, but you've made some plays. It's playoffs. It's late in the season. You're not expected to carry the load like Nico Collins because of Christian Kirk and Dalton Schultz. But you have to be a factor in this game. I mean, you have to be able to make that 50-50 ball catch and those type things.
Well, the thing I was hoping for if Christian Gonzalez didn't play, and we're still not certain that he will. I want to, again, make that clear. He is practicing. He is going through the concussion protocol. It's already tough enough to make it back in 1 week from the concussion protocol, so I should put that out. But I was looking at who would have to step in the instance that he did not play, and I was given a little bit of confidence in looking at this for the Patriots. I believe it would be, let me make sure that I have my notes right here. Alex Austin. Does his name sound familiar? He's been on the Texans, but he stepped in for Christian Gonzalez in the 3 games earlier on in the season, like literally started the season when Christian Gonzalez was designated for return from IR. Or actually, he IR, but he's had a wrist injury, but also he can be spun around. He's susceptible to double moves. He's not as physically stout as Christian Gonzalez. I was like, okay, cool. I know that Marcus Jones, the slot for them is really good, but if they are dealing with one of their outside cornerbacks that is susceptible, well, you can have Higgins on one side and Xavier Hutchinson on the other side that can maybe get to it. Now, if you go back to their standard of what they have, it's a little bit less certain that you're going to be able to attack them, at least in a way that feels like it is a definitive advantage from the jump. You're still going to have to create advantages. Nick Caley's still going to have to be on his job getting guys open, but it would be a little uncomfortable if Christian Gonzalez is there, but you don't have Nico Collins to counteract that and impose your will.
And I get the feeling of, hey, wait a minute, how is that happening? And Nico is still being held out. I mean, we all know, but just to reiterate, the concussions are all different. The level of, I guess the testing, how they react, et cetera, makes it different. I actually do, and Mike Vrabel talked about it, that he expects him out there in practice. I actually do think Christian Gonzalez would probably play, and Nico Collins would probably not. Now, there is a level of good news out of Texans practice.
There is. Yeah. Jawar Jordan has been seen at practice, which is good. That is good to see him back at practice because, again, I think running the football is going to be important, even more so now that you're looking at, obviously Nico Collins probably not playing. Again, I should not speak in definitive, so I'm trying to be very careful about that. But if you get Jawar Jordan back, that is kind of like doing some of the things, although Jawar Jordan is more of an outside guy. I think I should acknowledge that, and I do wonder if this is a game where you want to go, again, more to the inside, especially inside zone, those types of things. But he read his blocks pretty well and ran all right, and ran actually more than all right when he did that. But I sometimes wonder, is that his bag? But if you have 3 guys there, I think you can give all of them a little bit of touches here and there, see who's going, and really lean into it to give yourself a good opportunity of running the ball well.
No, I think it's big. And boy, even just a month ago or 5-6 weeks, we wouldn't have said it. But the ability of, and it has nothing to do with his 100-yard game. Just a change up of him to be able to hit the outside to give this team another option. I think it's very, very big.
Yeah. So that's some of what we're seeing out of practice. Trent Brown also absent per Cody Stutes out there.
That's got to be just a veteran thing.
That's what I would imagine. No Trent Brown, no Danico Autry, no Justin Watson either.
Now, Sam Warren is saying that the first receivers out with the offense are Christian Kirk.
Okay, that makes sense in the slot.
Jaden Higgins.
Sure.
And Jalen Noel.
Also, maybe not Christian Kirk in the slot,
no,
depending.
Christian Kirk, Christian Kirk outside.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's as of, hey, first session of the first practice of the week. So who knows?
Maybe this is just getting the look of it, and trying some things out and seeing how you handle that. That would be different than what they did last time with, when Nico Collins was out earlier on in the season. That was not the way that they went about this. So that's ways of trying to address this. I want to take some time to maybe
and just keep an eye on it.
Yeah, keep an eye on it, but also, spin that around in my mind and see what that is. But yeah, Autry and Brown, I'm not worried about. They are a little bit more advanced in the league.
Yeah,
they know what they're doing, and I think also just giving them that rest is probably a smart way of handling it. Which D'Amico Ryan seems to handle getting his guys back to play in the right way. Would you say that?
Oh, 100%.
He's been a very good coach this year, and I say that understanding that there has been criticisms. There's still some criticisms of D'Amico Ryan as we speak, but there's been times where it's been hot, it's been loud. He's gotten into de facto arguments with the media, if that's what we want to call it. You good and all, but on the other side of it, you can't argue with the results.
No,
to some degree. And with that, where do you rank D'Amico Ryans amongst the coaches, especially the ones that remain, or just the coaches generally? I saw this as
let me do both.
Yeah.
So you're talking about. Where would I rank D'Amico Ryans as a head coach in the NFL? And I don't have the entire list in front of me. I'm just going by off the top of my head. I would say he's
even just roughly, if you want to.
Roughly top 10 would be safe. I think 12 maybe. What do you think? Just your gut, Figgy. Where
my gut?
Your
is,
gut. You have to say it. You have to ask gut. There you go.
I will probably say slightly out the top 10, right at this moment, because I still feel like people are still, they look at DeMeco Ryans as a great coach, but I feel like they still trying to fill him out a little bit.
Yeah, and I know people look at him, especially with the ways that we've talked about it, where is he just a defensive guy and then the offense does not get a lot of love, which there should be a level of appreciation. I saw somebody commenting from Pittsburgh about in every drive where the offense was on the sideline, he was going over and talking to the offensive line. And it's one of those things that you do not see typically, but if you have the right vantage point, you see the ways that he's trying to really be that walk-around CEO coach. Interestingly enough, John Frashella, who is, a self-reported NFL insider, NFL writer, he put together a tweet, or I guess you could kind of call this a piece because it's kind of long here. But in it, he did his own personal ranking of the best 30 tactical coaches in the NFL.
Which is interesting because there's only 23.
Well,
right now.
Well, right now, but
I'm just kidding.
He also included some the
best 30 tactical coaches.
Yes, and he says coaches, doesn't necessarily get into head coaches, so because there's some coordinators that he'll throw onto this list as well, right? The likes of Clay Kubiak shows up here, the 49ers offense. No, Clay.
Oh, Clay.
49ers offense coordinator, but he's 29th, right? Just to give you an idea of some folks that are in here. He also excluded some coaches because he did not feel like they were good enough.
Yeah.
And this is one person's opinion, but I found it to be interesting. Number one, Kyle Shanahan.
Okay.
He feels like the guy that we're looking at running the league when it comes to
especially this year,
right?
And especially when you consider tactical.
Tactical,
like getting
all caps,
X's and O's. Yeah.
Number go Ryan here.
What?
I was surprised. Ahead of Ben Johnson at third, ahead of Sean McVay at fourth, ahead of Mike McDonald at fifth, ahead of Mike Vrabel at sixth.
Hello, Andy Reid.
Ahead of Liam Cohen at seventh. Andy Reid at 11th. Sean Payton at 10th.
What? Tactical?
Yeah. And I found that to be interesting. Are we underappreciating in any way our head coach?
It sounds like we are.
Well, it sounds like we are, but I think he's overappreciating. Look, this is not a slight. But, I mean, Andy Reid is pretty good at the old X's and O's thing. Shanahan, we know that, and he's number one, right?
Yes, Kyle Shanahan, number one on this gentleman's list.
Wow. Give me the top 10.
All right, top 10. Shanahan, Ryans, Ben Johnson, Sean McVay, Mike McDonald, Seahawks head coach, Mike Vrabel, who you'll be seeing, opposite of this week, Liam Cohen in the Jacksonville, Shane Steichen at 8, Kellen Moore at 9, which I haven't thought a lot about Kellen Moore, but he did do a pretty damn good job with the Saints this year. And then Sean Payton at 10.
Hey, good for him, but I would go Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid. I mean, just based on the job they did in the turnaround, you got to put someone like Liam Cohen at least in the top 5. Top 6.
I mean, done a great job. And
tactically,
what's also interesting is if you're going to tactics, Robert Saleh is 22nd on this list. And I don't want to say that they should be handcuffed because the same guy, but DeMeco Ryans and Robert Saleh, understanding Robert Saleh is just focusing on defense right now. They run similar defenses.
They learn from each other.
Yeah, we'll learn from one another. Not saying, again, that they need to be right next to each other, but the far disparity there. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to look at DeMeco Ryans and what he's bringing as a coach. And are we fully appreciating? Because it seems like there are some people on the outside looking in saying this is a phenomenal job from DeMeco Ryans in all different facets.
I think that's a little high for him, but I also think at the same time he has done an absolutely phenomenal job with this team. And I guess a lot of that has to do with, even though they're saying tactically, starting 0-3 and to be able to keep this team moving in the direction and where it is now, it was just phenomenal, just absolutely phenomenal job. And, changing offensive lines, I don't know if that's tactical or personnel, more of a, roster type building thing. But, no, he's done an incredible job.
Yeah, I mean, defensively for sure, right? Somebody said maybe he's looking to DeMeco from a defensive standpoint.
Yeah.
That defense is pinpoint accurate, right? And maybe that is the case. Matt Burke comes in 16th on his list.
Fair.
But yeah, the defense is pinpoint. The thing that gets me about the tactical is, did you feel like you saw an improvement from DeMeco game management wise?
Well, and that is part of being a tactician.
That's the thing that when I preface this and I was like, yeah, but there's also some instances where people will have their concerns. That's one of the ones where using your opportunity to score in some of those instances,
we saw it this past
using
week.
your timeouts, things of that nature.
I think there were some holes in his game there. Probably the only hole in the game outside of C.J. Stroud that you can criticize, but there were on Monday night. But also part of being tactical is just being fundamental, and this is the best fundamental.
I'm glad
team.
you mentioned
this
it.
is the best fundamental team in football right now.
And fundamentals has gotten them where they are.
Yeah.
This defense, because when you hear tactical, I know we're thinking X's and O's and scheme, and one of the things that's said time and time again, defensively, the scheme ain't crazy.
Yeah.
They are doing some fun matchup zone type stuff, but it's not crazy. What makes it great is that they play so fundamentally sound, so fast, so physical, and that is a height.
There's something just beautiful about that.
It really is. And then you see that also offensively. Them being able to run the football was them honing in on the fundamentals, making sure that you're sustaining blocks by having good technique. Also, when you're running the football, making sure that you have good eyes and reading well and placing your feet well. All those are the fundamentals that have made them a lot better. And C.J. Stroud, when he's at his best, is focusing on the fundamental aspects of playing quarterback. I think that's a great point. That's one of the things that has made DeMeco really good.
Yeah.
And hopefully that continues, because you look up and you go, is he helming this team to the best year that has happened in franchise history? Is this the best defense that's ever happened in franchise history? How many bests in franchise history are you looking at under DeMeco Ryans?
We're finding out in real time right now.
There hopefully a lot more to come. So salute to DeMeco Ryans and what he's been able to do with this team to this point. You're headed to the divisional round, and this does not feel like it is the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
You got to get things done, though, and it looks like it might be without was not practice today, but Jawar Jordan was, and that is encouraging, I believe. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got to tell you guys about a guy who went on a date, and he did something, and I want to know if he was right for doing this. Plus, if you had a chef in your house, how often would you kind of criticize what he's making?
There's a story here, and I've got to hear it. You can hear it as well. Next.
The Drive. Family or friends. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers 222222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So it was a guy on the Nightcap show with Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp. And I didn't know they do this, but they just be taking random listeners. And I guess they just be asking them questions and all that stuff. And there was a gentleman on there who popped in, and he kind of wanted some advice from the fellas, some dating advice.
All right.
So
because that's who I would go to for my favorite dating advice.
Yeah, hey.
Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco.
Don't hit record. That's my advice.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Hey, it might be a little entertaining, but anyway. So a gentleman went on a date with a girl, and this is what he had to say. He wanted to know if he was wrong for doing this.
Okay. So I take this girl to Trulux, and she orders the prime ribeye medium with the king crab truffle butter. It looked amazing. It looked amazing. She doesn't finish it, puts it in to-go box. We end up leaving. I drop her off at her place. She gives me the weakest side hug ever. I was like, all right, I can tell. Like, I'm never probably going to see you again. I was fine with that, but cool. I get to driving up the street. I'm probably like 3 minutes up. I see her call it, and then I look in the back seat, and I see the to-go box. Am I wrong for putting my phone on do not disturb? I hit her back once I got home, but am I wrong?
So before we get to Chad Ochocinco's response to this, I want to ask y'all, is he wrong for this?
Oof. I don't think so. It's clear what she wanted.
Well,
she wanted a very expensive meal.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Is he wrong is a different question I will answer in a second. The first question I want to answer is I would have done that. Like, I would have, especially if I'm in a place where I'm like, look, I'm not seeing her again.
Yeah.
Like, I just, not even, because the way that he said it didn't sound like he might have been interested, but like, nah, this just is not going anywhere.
It sounded like he was interested, but he could tell that
it was over.
She wasn't really feeling
it. Not going to happen.
Gave her a weak side hug.
Yeah.
So at that point, he probably, in his brain, he probably like, I ain't going to see her again. It's over.
Not only would I have done that, I would have enjoyed it. I would have enjoyed doing that.
I probably would have did that. I don't know if I would have hit her back. I would have waited for her to hit me back. She got to double back a couple times.
I do think he's wrong though. Like I think I'm wrong. I think you're wrong. I think you're
the
wrong.
guy that would take it back. You'd be like, okay, I'll bring you. Hey,
You already paid for it.
Hey, you left your stuff in the car.
So eat it.
You already paid for it.
So eat
it was hers. Let her have that.
Man, hell no.
I'm with you,
man.
Figgy.
Nah.
Like I said, I would have enjoyed that. Like, ha ha. You didn't even get the food.
Yeah, because I'm already thinking in my brain, I ain't gonna hear from this girl again.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you calling me 3 minutes after I dropped you? That's why you calling me again.
And look, I am with you.
had fun with
I believe that we have diagnosed the situation correctly. Is there a small chance that we're wrong? Sure. But I believe that we have diagnosed the situation correctly. You want to know how we all know that we were wrong? He thought to ask the question of if he was wrong. Yeah, man, you felt guilty about it. Just take her the food. It's cool.
I wouldn't have.
Nah.
I wouldn't have called anybody.
I said I also wouldn't have. I would like you to know I am on your side, but I'm trying to be responsible.
He said he called her back once he got to the house, too. I don't even know if I would have did that. I would have, waited a couple days. If she would have called me, then cool. If not, then it's over.
I would have gone so far as the next day just text her and say, that lobster was delicious.
Oh, you wild. You wild for that. I see you on the YouTube page. Reg is a stand-up dude. No, I'm not. I would have also taken the food, but I'm saying, should I have? I should have taken it back.
I'd have just done the chef's kiss emoji and all that.
Hey, that food was so good.
So good.
Man. So here is Chad Ochocinco's response to the guy.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Right.
I like the fact that you
right.
did that. I like the fact that you did that because the way she treated you, right? When she got out the car, and you got to be able to read body language. You got to understand mannerisms. You understand in that situation, she knew she didn't like you, but she basically saw you as the food guy. You were the food guy. I'm glad you kept that meal, young bull. I'm glad you kept that meal.
Yeah.
You got to understand, never date the women you like. Don't chase after women you like.
All right.
Date the ones that like you. It makes the transition into doing much more smoother and peaceful. Women know they have no interest in those type of individuals. They're really not attracted to them. But, oh, wait, you want to take me out? Oh, a free meal? They're definitely going. They're definitely going. You got to be able to decipher the two. Especially a woman that would say, we have to go to certain restaurants. We got to go on a certain outing for it to be considered a date.
Yeah.
That's a red flag in itself.
He had me in the first half.
Me too.
He had me in the first half. I was like, what you mean don't date women that you like?
Don't date women you like. Date the women that like you.
Hopefully there should be an overlap. Hopefully there should be an overlap in the Venn diagram because also you don't want to end up in a relationship where you're like, she likes me, but I am resentful of her. That is not where you want to end up.
Oh, man.
Yes. I ain't gonna lie, that sounds so narcissistic.
That's so bad.
Like, no, don't date women you like. Date the ones that like you because they gonna do everything for you.
Yeah.
They gonna stick around. They ain't gonna mess nothing up.
I was with you. I was like, up until that point, I was with you until you were preaching.
I was like, what are we talking about here, Chad? I think we lost the plot.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I don't know. Was this she was like, we got to go to True Looks, or was he trying to impress her? Because if he was like, look at this money, when she ordered all the food on the menu, it'd be like that, dog.
Yeah.
That's the game.
Yeah.
Charge it to the game.
I have no idea. It seemed like he didn't have an issue with it. He was just kind of, because I would have been like, if she chose that I would have been like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Or if I would have chose that, I probably would have been like, yo, what's up? Like, what are we doing after this?
Yes, exactly.
They ain't
that
no
is why
True Lux and go home.
And that is why I will circle back to, he sounded
Ain't no
like
side hugs over here.
he sounded like he was good with flexing up.
Was that?
Yeah, hug that girl. Don't give me no side hug.
Oh boy, sounded like he was all good with the True Lux and flexing up until he felt some type of way, which is how you know. Take her that food because you had no problem giving her the food. You felt some type of way afterwards. Yeah. Now you don't have to take her again.
Dexter said I would have finished it on the side of the road.
Hey, yo.
I don't know if I would have did all that, but no, I think he was 100% right with just, I ain't gonna answer this call. I know what she wants. Mm-hmm. What she wants is in my back seat.
Yes.
So nah, I'm not turning around giving her this food. Nah.
All the gold diggers ready to hit up Reggie now.
And what I responded to that text is they will not find any gold in this mine. Like you want to come and mine some debt? I got you.
Hey, just know Reggie gonna bring your food back.
Yeah. I will bring your food back. That is something.
Order whatever you want.
And you won't ever and they won't ever call Reggie again. You bring my food back.
You can order whatever you want, but we gonna be at the Applebee's.
That's right.
Applebee's.
The dollar eater's going crazy. Let's go.
It's It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. How would you like if you had Gordon Ramsay as your chef at your crib?
Yeah.
Like every single day. You wake up, Gordon Ramsay there, cooking you breakfast and all that.
Although I think I might get spoiled. It might get old after a while. Just give me a bologna sandwich once in a while, you know?
Hey, he might make the bologna sandwich. He might make
that's true.
Put a little parsley on there and all that good stuff.
Man, just bologna and sandwich bread.
I think it will work out, but I'd be afraid. Like, I don't want you to cuss me out over my food, man, or my ordering my food.
Well,
That's
he
the
wouldn't
thing I
cuss
don't
out his
want.
own food.
Well, he cuss you off for saying something, asking something that he would believe to be.
Yeah, you be sitting there. Let me get the salt. Look, what you need salt for? Don't you ever disrespect me like that?
Right.
Well, his son, I guess he don't know how good he got it. Maybe he kind of side with you, Lopez. Just kind of want something normal. He don't want this gourmet breakfast and lunch and dinner all the time.
Yeah.
Because here is Gordon Ramsay and his son. They was sitting side by side talking, and Gordon Ramsay asked him to, I guess, give on a scale of 1 to 10. How do you grade his scrambled eggs?
How good are your scrambled eggs on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, I like them differently to you. I like them diner style. I don't like this French creamy stuff that I have to eat with a spoon. It's just not very. I like to be able to stab my eggs and pick it up.
Hold on a minute. Now you're sounding like Jamie Oliver.
No.
Hold on a minute. So you don't like my scrambled eggs all those years with sour cream, a little bit of chives in there, and fluffy like?
Yeah, it's good, but it takes 15 minutes. I like to just stick them in a frying pan, done in 30 seconds.
You cook eggs in a scrambled egg in a frying pan?
Yeah, I do.
It's called a frying pan because you fry eggs in there.
Why do you think I don't want to be a chef?
Yeah, no, but you don't scramble eggs.
I'm going to wait till you're out of the picture, then I'm going to jump in and...
Oh, for sake. Where the is Jamie?
That's his son, ain't it?
That's his son, yeah.
Yeah, I think his son was cooking because I love me some diner-style eggs.
That's kind of my point. Like, give me a night where you're just making hamburger helper, man. Or something. You just have that old school touchstone nostalgic meal of growing up. And I don't want any scrambled eggs with cream and chives and with a spoon.
I ain't gonna lie. I was sitting there like, damn, I need to try. I've been having fried eggs, scrambled eggs all my damn life.
Yeah.
I ain't had no gourmet eggs before, scrambled eggs before. But he was just like, man, just want I like how you said diner style.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, that's everyday style for me.
I like it.
Yeah, diners have done me good, man. Like, sometimes being bougie is unnecessary. A diner. When was the last time you walked into a diner and you were just thoroughly disappointed?
Rare. I can't remember. I mean, Waffle House. Hell, give me Waffle House. All day. Well, not all day.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. It's a figure of speech.
Sometimes you go to Waffle House, maybe you go at the wrong time where you be like, I could have went somewhere else, like a real diner, like a Avalon diner or something like that.
Oh yeah, especially when you get like a nice local diner.
Yeah,
that Heights Diner is next level, man.
Heights Diner, okay.
Ooh, baby.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Send in your favorite diner, 713-572-4610. We might go on a little in the loop diner tour. Shoo.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So Dave Grohl, the drummer for Nirvana, I ran across this interview. He was talking to Pharrell Williams, and I guess he was asked about the inspiration he got for being a drummer, and this is what he said.
I'm a good drummer because I'm the most basic drummer. If you listen to Nevermind, the Nirvana record, I pulled so much stuff from the Gap Band and Cameo and Tony Thompson on every one of those songs. All that. Wow. That's all it is. Can I not hear that? Nobody makes the connection. That's straight up Gap Band. I told Tony Thompson that came to my house for a barbecue with somebody, and I was like, man, I just want to thank you because, I owe so much. I've been ripping you off my whole life. He goes, I know. Whoa, the big disco flam. Like, it works.
I thought that was so cool,
Dang,
man.
I love
I
that.
didn't even put two and two together.
No,
and I
of course
listened to
not.
both of those songs all the time.
You and me both. That's my playlist.
Yeah.
That side and the other side.
Gap Band and Nirvana, Smell Like Teen Spirit. I never put those two together.
Yeah.
And once I seen this, I'm like, oh.
Now I know.
I can't unhear it again now.
But Dave Grohl gets to a simple truth from an excellent standpoint, which is the best steal. A little bit, right? Obviously, you want to do it in the most ethical ways, but the best deal. How many times have we said that, this is a copycat league? It just has to work is the only rule. And honestly, that's one of those things that you see in coaching, and you go, man, you see something fantastic. Can you take it? And really, the genius is, can you find a way to implement it in what you do? And Dave Grohl, he did a fantastic job in Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's not out of place, and that's the reason why you didn't put those things together.
Yeah, the thing is, and you're right, Reggie, I think a lot of people do that. But I had no idea. He was just like, oh, I was inspired by the Gap Band.
Yeah.
I got this from the Gap Band. I'm like, I hear those two songs all the time.
Yeah.
Together.
It also kind of speaks to why certain types of music speak to you more than others. Because, growing up, I was all about, funk and a little bit of disco. And now you're like, man, I love Nirvana.
Yeah. It kind of
we know.
It kind of make you think, like, that's why a lot of people, they go to that song.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that song, or hell, that album kind of speaks to them.
Yeah.
So it made total sense. So salute to him, man. I thought that was dope. And I'll get y'all out of here on this real quick. I just saw this. Netflix posted this on their Twitter account.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Irvin. He got a new video podcast going on, and I don't know.
The name of this is insane.
Yeah,
the name of this is insane.
So he got a new video podcast called The White House. It's called The White House with Michael Irvin.
Mm-hmm. This is like when OJ wrote that book called If I Did It. Why are you doing this? Why are you pointing us back to the things that you've done that are illicit?
Yeah. When I first seen this, because I seen the tweet like an hour ago, and I'm thinking like, oh, it's probably a White House documentary or something like that. Nope. The White House with Michael Irvin, a new original sports video podcast. And that's coming January 19th.
Yeah.
And I think my other favorite part is he going to have rotating co-hosts on there.
Yeah.
Including former All-Pro wide receiver Brandon Marshall. I'm like, yep, that's a perfect marriage right there. There's going to be a whole bunch of sweating. Everybody in there going to be sweating for no reason.
Sweating. That music now, it's just all coming together.
It's got you?
Now. It's just all coming together.
Yeah, I just like people do that all the time, but I didn't put those two records together.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, dang, that's the same thing.
Well, I was like, what Ray Lewis's podcast would be like the dumpster, or
that would be great. We could do a whole segment on that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Name the podcast.
Yeah, name the podcast for the famous individual. 713-572-46.
White Suits.
There you go. That's exactly the White Suit podcast with Ray Lewis. Or the stained white suit, in fact. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is the mixtape right here, 1:20 p.m. every weekday on this very program at the Figgy Fig. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, there's a lot of people talking about this food. You done started a whole war up in here in this. Oh
Really?
My goodness. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive.
Ready?
Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Always fun to be with you here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciate, especially you guys getting involved with the program. Makes it that much more fun. And I'm being very direct in this one because the mixtape gave interaction, and so thank you for that. But especially, I'm still shocked and flabbergasted, honestly, that Michael Irvin got a podcast called The White House.
The White House.
And to that end, y'all started throwing in your variations of various figures and what their podcast would be called. It seems like there's people going with either The Parlor or Therapeutic Sessions with Deshaun Watson. I see you. Beats by Dre, the Andre Johnson podcast.
All right.
Understood. The Powder Room with Michael Irvin.
Fair. Close enough.
Very good. And I also threw in there, how about Climbing the Ladder with Jack Easterby, you know?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So if you want to keep having that
Did y'all
fun.
mention the Pink Cruise?
The Pink Cruise, oh yes, with Stephon
Stephon
Diggs.
Diggs.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely forgot.
I wonder what that powder was.
Yeah.
It wasn't powder, was it? Was it actually powder or was it little
It was like
powder?
a pink little bag.
It was a bag of something pink.
Yeah.
I
thought it was powder.
I can't even recall. I just
Numbers are hot with Reggie Atatula.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't expect to catch a stray here. I've been nothing but good to you people. All right, we're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in just a moment. If you missed it earlier, a couple of notes that we had seen come across the timeline of sorts. Practice today on on both sides of this divisional round matchup. See, Christian Gonzalez, the cornerback for the Patriots, did practice as he's in the concussion protocol looking to get out of it. Nico Collins did not practice in the concussion protocol. I don't know how much of that is just every concussion is different, like a snowflake. It has different symptoms. How much of that is just simply the day between Sunday and Monday, having that extra day for recovery and getting yourself closer to the protocol or closer to the end of the protocol. I don't know. Little disconcerting for me personally. I'm an anxiety-riddled dude, though, so that happens at times.
I got problems.
Also, yes. But what hurts in that, because, again, you not having Nico Collins kind of makes it tough for your pass game. We've seen how that can be the case in times. And then if they have their full pass game complement, they're not terrifying, I won't say, but they have shown a capability of being solid. Also, the reason why that's the case is yesterday in this time slot and at this period of the show, I kind of accidentally gave myself homework.
You did.
Remember that?
You did.
Because I was just, I'm curious about this thing. I should go look it up.
I have confidence that you did, in fact, do your homework.
You know me.
Yeah.
My mom will whoop me if I didn't do my homework. That is the trauma that I continue to carry. But jokes aside, it was about the slot receivers, right? Because the Steelers were actually pretty bad at covering slot receivers this year. They were one of the three worst teams, or gave up the most yards, rather, to slot receivers this season. And you saw that with Christian Kirk literally putting up a franchise record number of yards out of the slot in this game versus the Steelers. And I was like, well, what are the chances that you can do that again against the Patriots? Well, I mean, sure, there's probably a chance just generally. The numbers don't necessarily support it, is what I will tell you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So New England versus the slot. Now, this isn't the second half of the year. This is the full year, just because I could not find a good way of slot receivers were able to get 7 yards per play, which was actually good for 10th.
I was going to say pretty good.
In the league.
It's actually better than pretty good.
And then EPA per pass was 7th. So they're top third defensively versus the slot. So it's not going. If you do go off in the slot, it's because you had a fantastic day. It's not because that is a susceptible place versus the Patriots. And it makes sense because Marcus Jones is their nickel.
I was just looking it up. Like who are we looking at?
Yeah,
here?
Marcus Jones has been a very good nickel for them. So that makes sense that it ends up being that way. But if you're looking for like the places that are soft in that team, it wouldn't be in the slot versus the nickel. Now again, when this team has done well in breaking routes, especially when they have time to protect C.J. Stroud. Slants have been something that have been useful for them at times. So who knows? Maybe they can still get into that place and attack the middle of the field, but it has not necessarily been, at least when it comes to the slot, a place this year that the Patriots have been susceptible to. So there you go. That's my homework assignment.
And you did well on that. It does give me a little bit of pit in your stomach because with no Nico Collins, which of course, if you didn't hear earlier, not practicing as you just said, but that could be problematic. And Christian Kirk, hell of a game.
Yeah, hell of a game.
Will he even be in the slot?
No, yeah, that was an interesting thing that Sam Warren made note of in the early portions of the practice that the media could see, because obviously they don't get we don't get the full exposure to the entirety of practice. They went for Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Noel. Now, it's the first reps of the first practice of the week. That does not mean that's specifically what they're going to do. But the idea of Christian Kirk on the outside is one that it kind of tickles the brain, but I don't know if that's a
But he
good
did
thing.
that some in Jacksonville, right?
I mean, sure, but you want to look at his tenure in Jacksonville and say that that's the way that you want to play this?
Well, he had one good year.
Okay.
1.5.
All right.
Maybe.
That does not inspire me per se. And especially because as much as Jaden Higgins has the same size, we saw immediately how he does not have the intangibles that make Nico Collins really great. Right. I will again bring you back to the back shoulder throw that he has on a go route, where he does not even really identify the football to be able to get around and grab it, where Nico Collins, I'm guarantee you 9 times out of 10 makes that particular grab. You see the differences in the ways in which Nico Collins helps create some things offensively. Obviously, Jaden Higgins is early on in his development. I don't know necessarily that he's doing that. But Christian Kirk also just doesn't profile as that on the outside. And so that's the thing. That's the thing that kind of freaks me out about that in particular.
Who's doing mental gymnastics to act like that? That sounds like a good thing.
Oh,
I just wonder. I wonder how many people. All right, like you're not fans.
Well, getting Noel on the field is the issue.
You mean Noel in the slot and Kirk outside?
Well, really Kirk outside.
Like,
you know what, man? He had a good game. Like, I just wonder how many people are.
I think you're desperate times right now.
And I'm not saying.
No, I think it's just desperate times.
Yeah,
what are your other options?
Yeah, I mean, damn, man, Xavier Hutchinson. I mean, we got to just give him a shout out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Played well, and I would assume that's probably where they get to. And I mean, man,
I think
that's where that is the significance of the Nico injury.
Yes.
It swings
everything.
Christian Kirk to what would have been the thought with Christian Kirk?
It was one session, one period.
I'm guessing that this was let's throw this out there and see. Yeah, we will very quickly be able to tell if there's anything here, if there's nothing here, and we can move back to what you're talking about, which is where my mind would have been. Xavier Hutchinson, that is a guarantee. We know that we can go to that at this point. Let's see if we can find a spark.
But just thinking about it.
But the thought is probably we got to move some pieces around and have some, because, I mean, maybe Xavier Hutchinson or Higgins may have to come out at some point. Then who do we put over there?
Yeah.
Is Jarrett Wayne somewhere?
Braxton Berrios, baby. Come on down.
That's another slot guy.
He got a little beef with the Patriots. Well, at least with Tom Brady, don't he? So
another
his ex, huh?
Hey, man. If there's anything, and I feel like Clint Stoerner, and of course appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing.
That's right.
Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk with the fellas of the drive.
She traded in. She traded up.
Well, you can't deny that with all due respect to Braxton. But I know being in an NFL locker room, you have seen the motivating factor that can be babies, money, and women in the locker room.
Yeah. I mean, that's but when it's Brady, man, when it's
what can you say?
When it's Brady and
she went from a Highlander to a Bentley.
Yeah. She's moving on up. She's moving on up now. I mean, it's the power of it, boy.
Yeah, you're darn right.
Our Brady time when his ex-old lady's getting married and knocked up.
It was like same week, same day.
Oh, she announced she was pregnant or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brady said, "Hell, I'm in a bad spot." Oh, hey, Alex, I'm in a bad spot, man. I'll deal with Berrios later, baby. He's by the crib, man. I'll be in L.A. shortly.
Yeah, so that
wherever the hell they were.
Yeah,
we'll see what the wide receiving core looks like, and I'm sure that we'll get some questions, or maybe we won't. Who knows? Some questions about that when D'Amico Ryans talks to the assembly media. All right. Anything else you need there?
It worked.
All right, very good. Our question
said I had her first.
You think that's enough? Is that
My
really
sloppy
solace?
seconds.
Good
Is
for
that really
you.
solace for dudes?
Good for you.
When you hurting?
My slappy.
Does that really do it for you?
Nah, he probably got a nice one somewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
he's
sure.
an NFL player.
Yeah,
Telling
yeah.
himself, that's my sloppy second.
Athletic white boy, good hair.
You keep telling yourself that.
I mean, Clint, you made some things happen being an athletic white boy with good hair.
I don't know if he's on my level, Chief.
Oh,
Oh man,
That's why I'm very.
He got somebody that Brady scooped up after him.
No, that don't mean nothing. Brady got the same level of dog all four of us in this room got. Hey, if she's good looking, Brady he'll come hunting now, especially when he's solo.
He's got a resume now.
yeah, Brazilian supermodel, right? Like, yeah.
Rex said I got a resume.
Yeah, I had Mike Madonna hunting down my exes.
Go ahead.
Really? So it ain't all bad. I mean,
that's rough. Because in Dallas, that name's out.
That was in his prime.
Yeah.
Now I'd be lying if I didn't tell you didn't hurt your boy a little bit. But in hindsight, being a grown man that I am, I say, hell, that's the kind of talent you was keeping around, G. That's what's going down.
All right, speaking of hurting your boy, I will bring you something that caught fire during Figgy's mixtape. There's some gentleman that went on with Shady and Ocho, and he asked if he was wrong for taking a woman out to dinner, real nice place. She ordered big money food. Trulux, yes. Yeah. And then afterwards, she ain't seem all that interested, so he was just like, all right, it's not going to be.
Gave him the side hug.
Right? He's in the car driving away. About 3 minutes away, gets a phone call. He looks in the back of his car. The doggy bag is back there, right? The leftovers. And he was like, put his phone, did not disturb, and took that food home. Was he in the wrong?
No.
Hell no. Hell no. She was in it for the food.
Hey, man, Trulux, boy.
She forgot that. That's on you.
I told Reggie I'd have pulled over and eaten it right there.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't.
I'd have thrown it in the trash.
Hey, she'd have learned on that date right there. I ain't afraid to eat off your plate. That's right. I mean, if it's them stone crabs that I remember from Trulux, we them ain't leaving the restaurant. Yeah. Them ain't getting in the car.
We're finishing them here.
Oh, hey baby, you done with that? Oh yeah, I was gonna take them home. The hell you are.
I mean,
knock them back, mama.
I mean, what about the ovaries on her though? And I mean, hold on, I left my
bowl.
I'm on side huggy. My friend zone huggy.
Yeah.
Let me call him. Hey man,
hold on. I need my food.
I need that bag.
Yeah. No, you don't.
Nah, you good.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Yeah, I ain't getting it, and you ain't getting this bag.
That's right.
All right, very good. I'm glad that we're all in lockstep. I do think though, like if he was already bought the food for her, let her take the doggy bag.
Nope.
Might as well just give it to her. It's fine.
Nope.
Anyways.
Well, she forgot it, right?
She did forget it.
You would have stopped and gave her the bag?
Zero chance. She'd better been bad. I mean, there better been a chance of me getting rewarded. And I ain't talking about in a month either. It's when I walk back with that doggy bag. Oh, well, second thought, you can come on in, baby.
Yeah.
Cash on arrival, except not cash. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. That is how we get you going on a Wednesday with the drive. Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow for a Thirsty Thursday. We can go behind enemy lines, all that. But for the time being, you got the best damn afternoon drive show in all of Houston. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. Everybody is in their proper spot. It is a Wednesday, but coming up in a bit, a little tape drop. We'll get to Clint as he looked at the tape and watched that Steelers game, and it's got to be a lot of good in CJ in that. So we'll hear what Clint's got to say about that as we drop the tape here in a bit. But I do want to start here with news from the injury front from both teams. With the Texans not practicing today, no surprise. Nico Collins and Justin Watson, they remain in concussion protocol. Danico Autry, Trent Brown, this seems to have been what happens with them the first day of practice, and each week they've been doing that for months now. They'll be back tomorrow. Autry with that knee that he's been on the report for months, and then Trent Brown, that knee and ankle that he came back from. But a little bit of a surprise, Clint, returning to practice. Gerard Jordan, he returned to practice with that. Now they call it mild high ankle sprain. He returned to practice today. We'll see how much later on. I would assume it's probably limited when we get the official injury report, but he returned to practice this week, and I guess that at least sets the stage that he can potentially be available coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean it would be nice. I mean I'm not gonna overvalue I guess the O-line work that I saw this past weekend, or I guess it was Monday night. I'm not gonna overvalue that and just say, oh yeah, well it doesn't matter who's running back there. I do believe that Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks are your best options, 1-2 punch at the running back position.
Even though Nick Chubb was good, he had almost 5 yards a carry on 10 carries.
Yeah,
but I'm with you.
I mean, look, after watching the film, it don't. I mean, hell, I think you could have got about 4 or 5 carry if you was back there down here. I'm telling you, Ron. I'm telling you, it was impressive. But no, I think when you get into a situation where the O-line is not performing at such a high level, which hopefully we don't see again. Hopefully this is a turning of the corner, if you will. But in the scenario that I would imagine is most likely, I think a 1-2 punch of Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan's going. But I'm not. I mean, don't want to minimize what Chubb did do. I mean, that was impressive, and he had some runs where he made the first guy miss kind of deal. So. This is just a good situation getting better with Jawar Jordan potentially being there.
Yeah, so that's good news. And then on the other side, we talked about the concussion situation. Obviously, Nico Collins unable to go. That's going to be something we're watching all week. And again, judging by the fact that he had a concussion in Week 7 and had to miss a game following that concussion, and then just the way it looked coming off the field, the way he looked coming off the field, then him having to be taken back on a cart with the towel over his head, probably doesn't have a good feel that he'll go. But this is going to be the big thing that we're watching from an injury standpoint. On the other side, Clint, we talked about Christian Gonzalez, one of their best players on their entire team, their best corner. He had a concussion and left the Charger game early with that concussion and didn't return. Clint, according to his head coach, Mike Vrabel, was expected to be out at practice and was at practice today. So Christian Gonzalez, with that concussion, he returned to practice for the Patriots. So those were two big things. Him and Nico Collins, which, if everybody was healthy, would probably be locked up on each other most of the day. And it looks like, obviously, Christian Gonzalez is in a better spot right now to play on Sunday compared to where Nico Collins is.
Yeah, that's it's if you're especially if you're going to be without Nico, boy, you'd love for them to be without their number one corner, one of those. But if you're going to get you're going to get the best of them, again, this is one of those times where no Nico, or you're looking at maybe having one really good corner in this league. It's probably going to benefit the Texans that all year long they have been playing the stay stagnant, spread the ball around, get everybody involved, because that looks like, especially if there's no Nico, that's going to have to be the way that you move the football through the air. If you, in terms of the pass game, it's going to have to be reliant on the whole group and not just one guy, which, again, that's how they've approached offensive football all year long. So, who knows, maybe it pays off in a Super Bowl run. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So that is the latest injury-wise. When we get the official injury report, we'll let you know that. Yes, it is Wednesday, but they obviously played Monday night. And usually it's a tape drop Tuesday, but we're dropping the tape here on a Wednesday. Clint, what did you see from that performance from the Texans against the Steelers on Monday night?
Well, there's a lot here, man, and it's so I tried to organize it a bit so it's radio friendly. But Nick Caley, I've given him hell when he wasn't good, which was a significant chunk of this year. When it mattered the most, and he did, and it was. I'm just telling you. I'm talking about me giving him hell. I'm not talking about. I gave him hell a lot this year, rightfully so, justifiably so. But I got to give credit where credit's due. Nick Caley was absolutely tremendous. Number one, it starts with the run plan, and then committing to that run plan once you see it working. That was awfully impressive. From a circle back to it when we talk O-line, but right now just the plan itself, schematically, what you plan to do, how you did it, sticking with it. Nick Caley was tremendous. The pressure looks that have plagued this team all year long, I thought they handled them really well. I thought schematically they handled them very well. I thought C.J. Stroud, which we'll get to in a minute, I thought C.J. Stroud didn't necessarily handle them well, but schematically we knew who was coming, where they were coming from. We had a hat for a hat. We had guys that could block. We stoned them a lot of the time. And so Nick Caley having his crew prepared for pressure looks is it's about damn time, and it's perfect timing. And then I think one a little bit more specific thing is, if we watch that game, with the exception of the crossing route versus man, which I think it came out of this formation as well, but a trio or a trips, 3 receivers involving a tight end a lot of times, 3 pass catchers in a bunch set, in a cut split, so they're a little bit closer to the tackle in a bunch set. They clearly had a bead on what the Steelers were doing and how they were going to cover, how they were going to try to cover that specific look with Nico out wide or Higgins out wide, and then the opposite tight bunch look. That tight bunch look produced 3, if not 4, of the big plays in this game, right? Early on, when he forced the ball to Nico, I think it was the second play of the game, he forced a slant to Nico in traffic over there to his right. He had Kirk on the corner pretty open late. And he took quick option, but he had Kirk on the corner. Nick Caley turned right around, called damn near the same play. Now, it wasn't, because the control routes underneath were different, but it was the same formation, same scheme, same thought process. Somebody had to get in CJ's ear and say, hey, we're going to go back to that same formation. If they defend it the same, look for Kirk over the top on the corner. And I'll be damned if they didn't defend it exactly the same. Kirk ran the same route, got a little cleaner release, and it was there over the top. A couple of drives later, they come back, same set, and instead of going to the corner, they throw a little bit more of a bang post, a bang 8 type route to Xavier Hutchinson. And then they came back later in the game, and out of that same formation, they hit, I believe it was Higgins on one. I can't remember exactly. But that formation, going back to that look and different personnel and keep going, knowing, hey, this is how they're going to play it. Let that high safety chase something underneath, and then you're going to have big shots down the field. He went back to that multiple times, and it was absolutely tremendous from a plan perspective. So Nick Caley was good. We'll bump down to CJ. Yes, there were some big throws there, but it's exactly what most people that watched it close enough thought was that there is a panic, there is an overwhelm.
So it came through watching.
Yeah. I mean, it came through. No question about it. I mean, there's just a happy feet. There's a panic. There's an uncomfortable. There's an overwhelm. There's a panic there, and it leads to the fold snap. It leads to the fumbles after when you're moving up in the pocket and sliding, and you're trying to, do I run? Do I not run? What do I do? Instead of being decisive, he's back there, stuttering around and not using his instincts. The overthrow to Nico Collins. I mean, there's definitely and I don't know if it's a lack of preparation, because that's big picture. That's what people will tell you. If you're prepared, you're not going to be overwhelmed. You're not going to panic. You're going to respond the right way. The majority of the time. This I don't know if it's not being prepared. I don't know if it's not being comfortable in this offense. I don't know if it's the looks that the defense is giving them. Several of them were, hey, you're getting pressure, and he's not trusting that the guys are going to pick it up because he immediately drops his weight and gets his cleats in the turf and gets to where he's trying to move, and hell, everybody's protected in front of you. Stay tall and get through your progression, and that's the time when there's big plays out there because most of the time they're in some kind of man because they're bringing extra heads in the rush. So, yeah, I think it showed that CJ was overwhelmed, a time or two. There's nothing more telling than the interception down there inside the 15-yard line.
I was going to say, what happened on that, man?
It's late. Everybody was covered up, and he panicked, and it was when he went into that panic mode in the pocket. And he shuffled up, he shuffled back, he squared up and kind of looked around, and then that late crosser that came open late, it's kind of like throwing it back across your body if you're a quarterback, right?
In the middle of the field,
the angles that those DBs have, it looks like a wide receiver's open, but the angle is actually not in your favor. And so to that late crosser over there, it looks like X is open, but when you throw it, that DB undercuts it, and you're lucky it wasn't a pick six. You're lucky you didn't undercut it and take it the other direction. Yeah, it was just nothing was there. It was either should have been either just an easy, reset your feet and throw it away, one of those backline throws, maybe somebody can go up and get or throw it away or tuck it and run. And if you get a yard, get a yard. If you take a sack, it's a 1 yard loss. You huddle up and you go again. But he panicked, and so those are the kind of plays that you got to get out of CJ's game because they're gonna end up hurting you in this playoff run if he doesn't figure that thing out. I want to get to the O-line, Ron. The O-line, I'll tell you what was most impressive. Obviously, the O-line was good. Everybody knows that. You watch the game and you can tell from the TV copy. When I say there was very little to no leakage in zone concepts. When they're blocking and they're building that wall and they're moving the defensive linemen into the laps of the linebackers 3 and 4 yards. It doesn't allow the linebackers, like we see our linebackers so often, just hitting gaps, shoot gaps, you see a crease, get through it, and get in the backfield, be disruptive. They were so good up front across the board. Now, they spent a lot of time running to the right-hand side, obviously, so Ed Ingram and Trent Brown, and then you put the job, if you put 57 over there, bring Blake Fisher in there, they spent a lot of time running to the right because I'm going to tell you, Ed Ingram and Trent Brown can flat-out move some folks. Now, when you talk about a double team,
and they were on the 3 of them over there.
Yep. Yeah, Fisher was really good. You mentioned that yesterday. Dalton Schultz was really, really good. Cade Stover was not so good early, but he was really good late. And so it wasn't just a good scheme. It wasn't just a good draw up. It wasn't just, hey, man, we got a hat on a hat. The truth about the Texans' offensive line is they were moving. When they double team somebody, we talked about this for 2 years, Ron. I mean, you and I talked about it. I can't remember how many times I flipped my damn game film around there to you and said, hey, man, look at this. How in the hell is 2 grown-ass men that are NFL offensive linemen getting split the way these guys are getting split immediately? Why are they leaving double teams without that down defensive lineman being in control? Like he is controlled by the guard. Okay, tackle, you get up to the next level. You should never leave a lineman like that. You should never leave unless that guy's got the edge, got him secured. Right? This group, this Monday, took that to a whole nother level. I can't tell you, I can't give those guys enough credit. It was 3-4 yards sometimes of just a solid wall with no leakage whatsoever.
And it was every time consistently. And I wondered, were the Steelers making an adjustment trying to sell out to stop the run?
They tried everything, man.
And it still didn't matter.
They tried everything down the stretch. And that last drive, they were selling out. And look, the thing is, they did. They're a 3 down, which gives you a 5 down front, really, when you got the 2 edge rushers. And so a little bit to do with it, we were able to get guys and move guys, and then they've got one less linebacker that's actually shooting gaps kind of deal because of schematically the way they play. But man, it was amazing how clean it was, right? It was amazing how much there was. Very rarely did somebody get in the hole, get beat, and cause to a point where it's disruption up front. Cade Stover got beat a couple times early. That was a problem. A couple of times the linemen got turned sides, but for the most part, Ron, they built a wall and was moving folks. Man, that's beautiful.
No, yeah, I do wonder because they had 3 sacks in the game. He talked about a little bit of the pressure stuff. How I guess did the sack numbers look worse than maybe the offensive line's performance did in terms of pass protection? Because there were some moments there. The flea flicker, we remember, obviously they got 2 of the sacks was he got hit.
Yeah.
2 of the turnovers because he got hit.
I think a few things stuck out, Ron. I think, number one, the protection, the drop snaps kill your one of the sacks came from a snap that hit him in the chest and he ran over and slid on it. One of the sacks, do they get credit for a sack if it's a sack fumble? Right? So I know at least one of those was a sack fumble.
Yeah.
And there's one time when when T.J. Watt kind of swats at his feet and he just kind of cowers down. Looks like he could have got by him. He just kind of cowers down and takes the sack. So I think C.J. ran into a lot of those. C.J.'s at least the mistakes that he made is responsible for a lot of those. So I don't think I watched the whole game. I don't think there was anything where you watch and you go, boy, that protection was just it wasn't it. Protection was pretty good all day long. The mistakes balloon some of the numbers up that I think you can you can lay at the feet of the quarterback, most of them.
We don't like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that I was just putting that out there because that's going to be something that they've got to be better at against. This is another good pass rush. Maybe they don't have the T.J. Watt name.
What did they end up with?
Who? The
Sacks.
Patriots.
Yeah.
The Patriots got 6 sacks.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, the Steelers had 3.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I'm thinking back on it. I think all 3 of them, Ron, were mistakes. I think all 3 of them were mistakes by the Texans, by CJ ultimately that landed those 3 sacks. So yeah, he had a good. I'm gonna tell you what though, man, too, and I don't want to pile on CJ at this point, and I'm not trying to avoid that. That dude, what that dude can do from a spinning the ball standpoint. I mean, it's impressive. There's 2 or 3 throws on here that I don't know how. Now they're not big plays. The big plays were throwing the oceans, right? But there's 2 or 3 throws in here that he makes, and you're just like, that's not normal. If he can just clean this crap up, man, this little simple stuff, he can just clean this crap up, man. This dude could be, I mean, as good as you want to be, man.
I don't know if this offense will allow it.
No, there's a lot of ifs, but we'll see.
All right, coming up, especially off of what you just watched, I want to know that happened in that Steelers game, if this is something that is sustainable in the next game against the Patriots and down the line if they are able to get further than New England. We'll discuss that next.
Hey, it's that time. It's that new year, baby. If whatever rigs you got in your vehicle, your car, your significant other's car, your kids' cars, you got to make sure that they got fresh oil. They got fresh oil in them, man. Get that oil change taken care of. Start the year quick, professional.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, a busy, busy Wednesday. At the bottom of the hour, we look to hear from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, and in the 4 o'clock hour, we'll hear from the quarterback. Look, I'm intrigued to hear what CJ got to say today. Coming off of that game, some time to think about. I'm intrigued to hear where CJ is. And especially based off what you just talked about in your assessment of his play after watching the film, really intrigued to hear what he's got to say coming off of that tough game. One of the worst games he's played, to be honest with you, especially when it comes to the turnovers and some of the decisions.
Can I tell you what I hope to hear?
I know what I hope to hear, but go ahead.
I hope to hear. Not accountability, because I don't think he has a problem with accountability. I think just the level of importance around taking care of the football and not the I can take care of the football a little better, but I made some good plays, man. Overall I'm happy with our offense. Like we can't be the leader of your offense cannot be happy with what went on. The leader of your offense can't be accepting of what went on. I hope, and I don't even know what this means. I just personally hope. I know, I would like to hear, like, man, hey, we got that dub, man. The defense was tremendous. We got that dub, but offensively, man, I killed us, and I gotta be better.
I just want to get the feel and hear, like, clear confidence and like we're good. Like that, like I want to hear and get that feel from him. I want to hear and get the feel from him that, like, listen, I'm good. Like because right now there's a part of me that feels like he's in his head.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly.
There's a part of me that feels like, like his confidence more like his confidence is not to the level of confidence we've seen from him in the past. And that's more or less what I want to hear.
Yeah.
I want to hear that. I want to hear and feel that.
That's a big ask after that game in 2 days after that game.
Yeah, but
that's a really high expectation. I agree wholeheartly with you. I don't know how you turn that corner in 2 days.
Yeah, but there's some really good leaders and leaders. Like, hey man, we're fine. Yeah. We're good. Right, and I kind of that's what I'm hoping to hear from him. But we'll hear from him in the 4 o'clock hour or 3 o'clock hour, excuse me. So stay tuned for that coming up. D'Amico in the next segment, hopefully. All right, there are a couple of things, and Nick Caserio, the GM of the Texans, spoke about this to me that I think we talked about a bit, but still, even I think the most optimistic Texans fan of the offense was a bit surprised by, and that was obviously Christian Kirk and the offensive, not really even just the offensive line, but the running game in general and the success they had. Here was Nick Caserio talking about that offense.
We ran the ball. We hit some explosive chunk plays, which that certainly aided us. And then our execution on third down, we go 10 of 15, I believe it was, on third down. That keeps drives moving. So if we can just stay out of our own way, like, we're probably going to put more points on the scoreboard. But when you have 400 yards of total offense, I mean, great job by Coach Caley and the coaching staff, and the players went out there and executed. I think we almost averaged 5 yards a carry. Both Woody and Chubb had a number of good runs. And then CJ made some good plays. He made some really good throws. I mean, even going back to the first quarter, the first third down conversion was a chunk play to Christian. That was kind of a harbinger of things to come. Kirk had, honestly, one of the best nights of his career.
So right there, as he spoke about it, right, they ran the ball really, really well. He talked about that. And then Christian Kirk, as he said, the huge first third down, which obviously he continued to do throughout with 8 yards and a touchdown. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. Nico is most likely, I would assume, going to be out of this game. Just the way it is, not practicing today, and there's the way he looks, second concussion since week 7. So they're going to need some other sources to come up. And it would appear they're facing a better overall defense in the Patriots. Clint, what do you have more belief in that they can pull from? The run game that they were able to have against the Steelers, or Christian Kirk being able to come alive the way he did? Which one are you more, I guess, is more believable to you that they can continue to do in the next game?
I would say the run game. You know, that was I don't know. I mean, Pittsburgh's shooting themselves right now in the foot, not in the foot, but they're mad as hell that they let Christian Kirk get that matchup so often and because it ain't like Christian Kirk went out there and just was cooking folks. I mean, he was wide ass open on them throws. And
he was cooking 26.
I'm talking about catching the ball and making guys miss and hitting seams and running away from guys. I mean, there's no doubt he showed a different twitch that we hadn't seen from Christian Kirk at the line of scrimmage to get open. But you look, I mean, those were all perfectly designed plays, and I don't know that it's going to be that easy, I guess, is where I'm going with it moving forward in the pass game.
They're certainly not surprised by Christian Kirk coming into this game now after that.
Yeah, I just down to it is, you remove the piece that's struggling is C.J. Stroud, and that has to be on point, I think, for the pass game to get rolling. You take that out of the mix, turn around and hand the football off. Now you're talking about Trent Brown, Ed Ingram, Cade Stover, Dalton Schultz. You're talking about that group. I believe in them being able to run the football effectively more than I believe that Christian Kirk is going to go out there and go for $150 and lead the way to a win in New England.
Yeah, I'm going to need Christian Kirk to show me that again.
Oh, I'd like to.
Woody Marks now here, and Gerard Jordan may be able to be back as well.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I don't know that they're going to be able to do either one of them to the extent that they did. Just came out like they just had not run the football like that all season, and obviously Christian Kirk has not had any moments like that. But I would say the run game would be the one that you would think you can lean on. I think there's a big, like I just said to Tyler in his ear, like, how far you think down for the Steelers Christian Kirk was on the list of, like, all right, these are the things that we've got to watch out for. I bet you both the rookie receivers were ahead of him. Obviously, Nico and the backs and Schultz. Like now you go and go 8 for 144 in a touch. Like Mike Vrabel and company over there are looking at you, especially with no Nico.
Yeah.
So he is not going to surprise anybody this week. I'm with you. I would lean towards the running game. All right, let's hear from the head coach. Let's head to NRG when we come back. D'Amico Ryans, as he'll speak to the media for I think the final time of this game against the Patriots.
All right, power outages around these parts, y'all. If you've been around here any amount of time, you know it can happen, man. Whether it's extreme heat, hurricanes, or what you're looking at now, potentially extreme cold over the next couple of months. Here's the deal, man. Stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get you a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. They're the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. And the reality is
nicknameth. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, or unfiled returns, call the Texas Tax Attorneys at 972-484-0829 or visit myrsteam.com with offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Wednesday edition of The Drive, as we will hear from C.J. Stroud next hour. But let's head down to NRG and hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryan.
What's the offensive line and the way they're run block right now? What difference do you see in the way that they're coming off and playing together as five, as one?
There's no difference with our offensive line. They've been doing a good job all year in the run game. Guys are staying connected, playing physical, and that's what we expect from them. Just your blocks, play to the best of your ability. That's good enough for us.
You look at how New England uses their two running backs, Stevenson and Henderson. What have you kind of seen from them? Henderson seems like he's come along here on the back part of the season.
Yeah, both backs have a ton of respect for. Both guys are really, they run the ball really well, starting with Henderson, where he sets himself apart is just the breakaway speed, the home run speed, definitely can get out on the edge and really take it to the house. So you have to be conscious of that. You have to do a great job of tackling him, just a really fast, explosive player. And then Stevenson, and this guy is just all around, just stud. Runs the ball, physical. He has passing game ability as well, catches the ball well. You can see he's just a three-down guy, all around, purposeful guy that they use in a lot of different situations. You can tell that they truly trust him with the football. He's done a really good job for them. So he's another guy that's a tough tackle. And we got to tackle well versus both of these backs. They do a great job breaking tackles, making guys miss.
How have you seen Drake May grow and develop to help the team to this turnaround in his second season?
I think Drake is doing a really good job of not making bad decisions with the football. He's doing a really good job of utilizing, where his playmakers are open. He's getting those guys to football, and I think Josh is calling it really well for him to give him, easy plays to make good decisions. And where he's taking that next step is his ability to escape the pocket. I think it's really doesn't get talked about much, but his athletic ability, his ability to escape the pocket, has been really clutch for them. He's made some big runs to really have to be conscious of that. But he's making good decisions, good young player, has a really bright future, can throw the ball at all three levels of the field very well. So they do a good job around him. I think it helps first and foremost with how they run the football. They do a really good job of staying committed to the run game, mixing up their personnel groupings, giving you a lot of different looks, a lot of different runs, and they play physical up front. So they're going to make you, stop the run first, and then you have a quarterback who can drop back, and he can go through his progressions really well and make good decisions with the ball. So it's a really well-coached unit. I would say you watch the tape, that's what I see. Very disciplined, well-coached team, and those guys execute really well.
Coach, go ahead, Sam.
You're facing Stephon again for the first time since he left the team this offseason. It seems like kind of over the 2 years, well, when he came to the offseason last year and now this year, the secondary has taken a big jump with the Texans. Do you feel like his presence, the practice battles, the advice kind of helped this group kind of over the years?
I think with our secondary group, our guys are just always eager to go out and get better. No matter who they're going against, our guys, they're competitive guys. Steph has done a great job there in New England, making some plays for them, being very quarterback friendly, which Steph has done, his entire career, run a lot of option choice routes, and he's very explosive after he catches the football. So another guy we got to make sure we have eyes on and make sure we're doing a great job of tackling and covering him really well.
You and Vrabel are both former NFL linebackers. What skills play that position do you find valuable as a head coach?
As you play the linebacker position, I think the thing that for me that helps you, in coaching is as a linebacker, you're responsible for more than one thing. As a head coach, you have more than one thing on your plate all the time. When linebackers, of course, you have to step up and you have to play the run game. You have to know the front. You have to know run fits, which can be very intricate, and it changes a lot based on gap pulls, different schemes. So you have to be able to adjust and adapt on the fly in the run game. And also your you're required to play in the passing game as well, which is a lot of different details depending on the calls and what you're running. Linebackers have to account for, covering receivers, covering running backs. You have to do it all. Same as a head coach. You're kind of in the middle of everything. You have to be able to do a lot of different things. You have to be able to be trustworthy, smart, accountable, and that's what the linebacker position requires. So Vrabel has done a great job of leading this team. He did a great job of leading the Titans when he was there. Really smart coach. His team is always well prepared. They always play physical. Right? So it's a tough challenge. He's done a good job there, having his team in the position they are in right now based on where they were last year. See his leadership. It's really taking an effect over that building, the entire team, and they play that way. So he's done an outstanding job right there. I have a ton of respect for Vrabel.
Can you talk about the secondary and being eager to improve no matter who they face? What's that internal competition between them as far as I know they're a team and they're just kind of that friendly internal competition between them?
Yeah, our secondary guys, like I said earlier, they're competitive guys. They're not just competing, with other people. They're competing with themselves first and foremost, right? And it's a challenge amongst our groups to see who can make the most plays. And I love that. It's a healthy competition amongst our guys, and that really drives those guys to be better. And the way they work out on the practice field is second to none. So the success that they have is not surprising to me because they put the work in the right way.
When you look at how y'all – I'm sorry, go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. What is it about the Patriots' defense that makes them so good against the run? What do they do well?
Starting with the Patriots' defense, the thing that they do well is that the two interior D tackles, right? You can't talk about their defense without talking about how those guys play. Barmore and Milton, they do an outstanding job. Explosive, physical guys do a great job, run game and passing game. So it starts there with the interior guys, and, they are physical up front. That's one thing I said. They do a great job of setting the edges. You're going to have to earn every yard that you get in the run game. It's not going to be easy. That's why they're good in the run game. Tough, physical guys at the defensive line spot and at the second level. Those guys play very hard, play very physical. So they make you earn it, which is what you have to go do at this time of year.
I was going to ask you about the defense too, but
Thanks, Ben.
In terms of how y'all won the game this past Monday, like how much changes week to week and how much of just the way y'all won is like the formula, aside from obviously turning over the ball, y'all ran her down, obviously had defensive plays, like how much of that is just a straight up formula versus having to change from week to week?
For me, at this time of year, however you have to win games, it changes each week based on who you're playing and what are their strengths and how do you minimize the strengths of your opponent. So this week it probably look different, based on what we do schematically, but our style of play, it doesn't change. No matter who we play against, our style of play will never change, and that's just playing fast, playing physical, swarming. That's who we are. That's what we do. That doesn't change, and that travels wherever we have to go.
Coach, if any changes, practice, just ball security, I know that was a little bit of an issue there in Pittsburgh. Does that emphasis change, or is that something you guys handle all the time?
No changes, right? Just making sure we're aware of what's going on and making sure we handle it the right way. I know CJ and Jake, they'll do a great job of being on that this week, and I think no one feels more bad about that than CJ. I know he'll get that corrected, get it fixed, and he'll be ready to roll this week.
Go ahead, Christy.
If you had to describe your pass rush to someone who had never seen you guys play, how would you describe it?
Oh, I'll leave that up to you with all the beautiful words that you have for us. If I had to describe our pass rush to someone who haven't seen it before, I would just say, oh man, a lot of different terms. But I would just say, you're looking for four guys who, it's like four Tasmanian devils, just everything that's in front of them. That's how I look at our guys. They are fast, they are physical, and the way they get off the ball, the way they collapse the pocket, they're a terror, and it's fun to watch those guys, and that's what makes our defense go. Like, why are we able to rush four guys and play the way we play? It's not because of I'm such a great coach. It's because we got really great players up front. And this game will always be about the players, and those guys, they set the table for us, for our entire team.
You good?
A lot of people are impressed that you're able to have such a ferocious pass rush with mostly just doing the 4 players, not blitzing a lot. I think even Tomlin mentioned that. What is it about your guys that allow you to have that success with just the 4-man rush?
Yeah, the thing about our guys is, it starts with their coach. Like Coach Rod Wright has done an outstanding job of helping, each and every guy in that room improve their craft. They are constantly after it, whether it's staying after practice, walking through, like studying film to see what are their moves, how can they counter off of what they've been doing, like having Daniil and his experience in the room to be able to help the younger guys as well. Will's such a young player, but he's had a ton of success and he's gotten better, right, from just that room and the competitiveness, the pride that they have in that room of understanding that we go as a team is only how they go. Like, they are the engine to what we do as a team. So when they have that mindset that it's on them every single time that we line up, they understand that, and they don't mind shouldering that responsibility, right? And because they work their craft, they get better at what they're doing, and they're never satisfied. So when you have that type of mindset, I'm happy to rely on those guys.
Coach, with Vrabel playing and coaching against them all throughout your career, do you kind of feel like you guys probably approach the job in pretty similar ways?
I'm not sure how he approaches it. So, I mean, from the looks of it and what I've seen on tape, he's very detailed in what he does with his team, right? And that's one thing I see, a detailed coach who always has his team ready to roll.
Coach, Josh McDaniels' offense, or because Drake has a little bit of escapability, does that give him more flexibility, do you think?
Of course, I see a lot more flexibility within the offense with what Drake is able to do with his athletic ability. You'll see some zone read plays. You'll see on third down in the red zone, you see him design some plays for him. We saw last week the pass out of the backfield, even though he ran that against me in 2015 with Brady. So I remember that play. So I guess it doesn't matter about the athletic ability of the quarterback, but Josh does. I would say this: Josh, man, his ability to call plays and set things up. He's one of the better guys I've seen in the league that's doing it. He does a great job of calling plays, setting things up, getting guys in position, really training your rules and you do defensively. So we're going to see a lot of things that we haven't seen before, and we have to just trust and rely on our rules to get us through.
Coach, after one of the turnovers that CJ had, he was sitting on the bench, and Ariante walked over to him, said a couple of words to him. He said he told him, doesn't matter, just keep slinging the rock. Is that the type of culture that you feel like that you built from day one since you got here?
It's definitely the culture that we built. It's built on, it's not about one person. And it's about the team, and it's about everybody truly caring for each other. And that's the relationships that we build in the off season, the depth of our relationships that we continue to expound upon throughout training camp. You hope those relationships help you in times of adversity, like when we have a bad play. It's not a bad game, it's a bad play. Understand, it's just a bad play. There are many more plays to be played in the game, and we just got to handle it that way. You can't let one bad play become another bad play. And so having teammates to support each other through the bad I love that, because that's what true team sports is all about. You can't do it by yourself. You can't win by yourself. We need the help of others. Same for all of us in life. We don't go through life alone. We go through life by the support of others. And that's what our team is about, man. I love it.
Earlier this year, you also said that you told the wide receivers to, practice some touchdown celebrations. Do you feel like now you have to tell the defensive players the same thing?
No, they don't need to celebrate. Just keep it. Thank you, guys.
All right, that's D'Amico Ryans down at NRG. Let's react to a little bit about what he had to talk about there. And he spoke about his quarterback. He spoke about C.J. Stroud, and I think it's a good conversation starter. We'll do that coming up next.
Winners win and losers lose. I think that's real.
The Drive is live and getting you set for the second round of the playoffs on a Football Friday. Join Clint and
TradeSwap.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on a Wednesday on The Drive. We just heard from D'Amico Ryans, and I'll be honest, I'm surprised he went as long as he did after he's spoken to the media this would be 3 straight days in a row. You wonder if they how much more they got that they need to know from him, but he went for another 13, 14 minutes, so good for him and the folks. But we'll react to that coming up a little bit later on in this hour. C.J. Stroud brings his voice to the table. We'll head out to NRG and hear him. What was your reaction to some of the things D'Amico had to say?
Yeah, I think right now for me, I'm still looking back in the rearview mirror. Hadn't quite turned the page yet. The ball security comments, no changes in preparation. I believe he said there's a little, obviously put an emphasis on ball security. He mentioned somebody other than CJ. It wasn't the quarterback coach, but somebody else. He said they'll get it fixed and be ready to roll this week. So that is reassuring. Very confidently saying that they're going to get it fixed. The offensive line, by the way, just simply because I just did tape drop Tuesday. I'm going to disagree with the head coach from a standpoint of this is not what this offensive line has been doing all year long. That was a by far their best performance, and it was, I would argue, the only start to finish performance this year where they were kicking ass and taking names up front. There have been moments, really, I think, since Trent Brown entered the fold, which means really since they moved off the Juice Scruggs, Lake and Tomlinson rotation at left guard, there's been moments, but there ain't been nothing like we just saw for 4 quarters from the Texans. So I'm going to disagree with that particular point right there. And then the other stuff about the opponent next week, talking about the running backs, talking about Josh McDaniels' offense being a little bit more flexible. Don't expect the old school Brady New England offense when you've got Drake May back there that can do some of the zone read stuff in the run game, and it's got some different wrinkles with that particular quarterback. So good stuff from the head coach.
Yeah, man, and one of the things he talked about was with his quarterback and C.J. Stroud, and they seem to talking about these are things that he's going to clean up. He's going to clean up. He is going to get corrected. These are things he sounded like he is confident in getting corrected. And that is, I think, a question to the folks. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this. Listen, if you're in La La Land and you believe that C.J. Stroud had he had a good game, he just turned the ball over a couple of times, and maybe you sit this one out or whatever, or whatever you do. But C.J. Stroud had a bad game, and C.J. Stroud can't play that way for this team to get where they want to get to. I don't care about the stats of 3 times he's turned the ball over 3 times and they've won 3 of the times. This is just not something that is sustainable. He's got to play better. He knows it. I'm sure we'll hear from him coming up later on in the hour. We just heard his head coach. He knows it. We all know it unless you're in a fantasy land. My question to you, 5 fumbles, 2 of them lost, 1 really bad interception, missed some open receivers, in particular Nico Collins towards the end of the half. I'm not saying he was. I'm not in the guy's body. Clint, he appeared to look out of sorts hurts. Oh, dare I say, it looks like his confidence is dropped from the C.J. Stroud we have normally seen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe these are problems, and I've said this to listeners that we're talking to, that's a one-off, and that, all right, these are things like they're saying can be cleaned up against the Patriots, or do you sense and see this as this isn't just one that just you can just clean up in a week?
Yeah, I think it depends on how you view those mistakes, how you view, and to each their own, how you view what you watched. If you're talking about dropping snaps and throwing interceptions, then yeah, I can see where that can be viewed as, hey man, I don't expect C.J. Stroud to do that throughout the playoffs. Like, that's just a one-off, right? And that is precisely why every time that I talk about C.J. Stroud in reaction to what we watched on Monday night, I've made the point is it's the big picture, it's the happy feet, it's the overwhelmed, it's the panic. It's not just one play in a vacuum that causes this uproar, right? It's the whole thing. That itself, can the drop snaps be fixed? Absolutely. Can the interceptions be fixed? Absolutely. You go. Again, I'll disagree with D'Amico Ryans. As a quarterback, if I were CJ, I wouldn't. It wouldn't be up to anybody else. I would be out there 10 minutes before picking. I'd be working my ball, my pocket movement with good ball security, just reinforcing it, not in a panic mode, just in response to what just happened. I would be conscious of and have conversations about, hey man, in the decision-making process, don't try to be right, man. Just get through, trust your instincts, get through the progression, get the ball out or take off running. Don't panic. I would consciously make an effort, so it would be a little different week for me if I were C.J. Stroud. But yeah, I think for me, I think it just depends on, there's a lot of, I think where I differ from most people that I hear talking about what they watched on Monday night is most people look at it through a box score. And not literally, but by the way that they're wrapping their head around it, right? Is interception, 2 fumbles that were lost, bunch of drop snaps. Oh, man, that ain't going to happen again, right? I'm not looking at it through the lens of a stat line or a box score. I'm looking at it through the lens of what I watched and what I know about quarterback play and what I feel like is going through. The game was moving really, really, really fast for C.J. Stroud on Monday night, which is not a good thing, right? And I believe that a good chunk of it has to do with when they show pressure looks or when they show foreign looks that you're not completely aware of, whether that's in the front or the secondary. I don't think C.J. Stroud trusts himself or the system to take care of the quarterback, to make plays. Like I think there is a insecurity there with the system and his experience in this system and kind of the culmination of the entire year. Does the concussion against Denver probably comes into play a little bit as well. But with all that said, Ron, I think there's a bigger problem that isn't about an interception or a fumble. I think it causes the interception and the fumbles, if we're being honest. I think it's the root of all of those issues, and that cannot be fixed overnight. It can't be fixed without C.J. Stroud. You're not going to fix it in practice. You think about it, you work on things throughout the week, and then you go in the game, and you hope early on you get some momentum. You see things clearly. Things slow down for you. You trust that offensive line. You trust the system. And then maybe after a game of having some success and feeling good about it, you can get it out of your system. But it's not about just eliminating this or that. It's about what's going on in the head and in the heart of C.J. Stroud.
Text line coming through, as I said, C.J. Stroud, as we heard from D'Amico, believes cleanup has been the term they've used. Nick Caserio used that same term, cleanup. And what you've watched from him, his game, I mean, like we could take it back. He's got 5 turnovers in the last 3 games. 5 turnovers. He's got an interception against the Chargers that looks just as bad as the one he threw in the playoff game against the Steelers. You and I both know you're turning the ball 3 times, and you feel comfortable that your team's going to win. I know this defense is amazing, but they need him to not do that. Do you sense and look at this and think this is a one-off, or you think this is something that isn't just something you clean up in a week? A couple of texts coming in. How can they fix Stroud's head? He's playing scared. I think it's mental. No, young fella, y'all are whack. Y'all have a whack-ass agenda. Let's praise the defense and ignore the fact that D'Amico has young blood in handcuffs. We've praised the defense. Okay, handcuffs, whatever. Again, if you think he's in handcuffs, do you think this is something that could be cleaned up? However you want to, in your mind, explain it. Do you think this is going to be cleaned up? I listen, as you said, interceptions, that happens. All right, it was a bad decision. I would hope he doesn't make that type of decision like he made in the red zone. That happens. He got stripped when he was trying to throw the ball to an open guy down the field. That happened. No, the strip sack, that happened. I hope his confidence is fixable. I don't know for sure. I'm not in his head, but I'm going to do just like all of you are doing, whether you believe that it is fixable or you don't. Based off what I'm seeing, it looks like he is lacking confidence, at least lacking confidence to an extent of what we've seen when he's been ultra confident. Can you fix that in a week? Like that, like, yeah, the snap, I bet him and Andrews get that cleaned up. That's a miscommunication.
There was nothing wrong with the snaps. I mean that's one of the things that is.
Oh well, I'll just say the one.
I know you didn't mean it, but
I mean, well, one looked like he snapped it early, right? There was some miscommunication on the snaps. That part can get fixed, but just you guys know it, whether it's with your job, with you trying to pick up ladies, whatever. When you lack confidence, like that's a harder thing to pick up and to fix in a short period of time. That's the part to me that's why I said when he speaks here in a little bit, I want to at least hell fake that thing. I want to at least feel or hear that he has some confidence. He was walking around there, and I'll say it again, you may have a different feel, and that is okay. But my thinking was, boy, they've got to maintain this lead. But because if they get down, I'm not seeing the same dude that threw the pick against the Bengals, the bad interception trying to get to Tank Dell a couple of years to the Bengals, and then went down. He said, "Give me the damn ball." Hell, I'm gonna make Noah Brown a star today.
That's right.
And I'm gonna take it and go right back down. I'm not seeing that guy. I'm not seeing the guy a couple of years ago that took the ball against Tampa, and no matter what time was down there and won the game.
It's not easy.
I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that level of confidence from him, and I hope that can get fixed. And then if it can't, at the very least, you just can't do things to kill the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is not. I mean, look, it's what happens is you can call it handcuffs if you want. I would probably happen to agree with the texture.
I don't think, and that might be a part of the confidence.
But I don't think it has a place in this conversation. The reality of it is, you're in the second round of the playoffs, and you've been tasked with leading and executing efficiently this offense. And if you're not comfortable in the offense for one reason or another, whether it's because you're not at this point mentally there with this offense, you don't know the offense yet, maybe you're incapable, maybe the offense isn't a good fit, maybe the coaching isn't effective. I don't know what the reason is, but the reality of it is that, there is a panic, there is an overwhelm there, and it's when certain looks are presented, right? When certain looks are presented up front, it's the clock gets real sped up, and quarterbacks are judged in those moments of, hey, figure it out, keep calm and collected, go make plays. And it is a oh crap, what's going on? Am I protected? Do I know what's going. Clock going. That's what it appears. For whatever reason, there's no agenda to go after anybody. That's plumb ass. That's childish.
Your agenda is that you want the Texans to win. That's
yeah. I want the quarterback to play well. I want the quarterback to stay cool, calm, and collected under pressure. I mean, here's the thing. This may have been the week where C.J. Stroud had to go through this to get confident and to get comfortable and to gain the necessary trust so that moving forward, he gets it. He turns on the film now. He's going to see, hey, man, there's no reason for me to be uptight here and get these happy feet and panic here because, look, boom, 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 boom. I was protected. I knew what was coming. So maybe the next outing it's different, right? That's the only way. The point is that's the only way you're going to get through this is game time. Game time experience, the negative and the positive, and then you grow from it and you move on. The point is, your question, I believe, was about the practice and fixing it. And I don't know that there's anything you can do outside of real game minutes that's going to help it.
Yep. All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down as we do every single Wednesday. You can text yours in. Who is your stock up and who is your stock down? We'll do that coming up next.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
Ready? 1 down, 3. $100. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Yes, it is, and it is a divisional round of the NFL playoffs edition of Stock Up, Stock Down right here on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Let's get started with Raw on the show, and as I am known to do, I want to get the negatives out of the way. Let's go stock down heading into New England in your eyes, Raw on the show.
Well, as I said yesterday, everybody played pretty well Monday in the game against the Steelers, except for the quarterback. But I'm going to go with Kamari Lassiter. I think he came close to allowing some big plays to happen in that game. Like we talked about it, and it has not come up since he's been drafted, and we were off in our thoughts of how concerning that would be. But he had multiple people run past him that had some steps. He even got a penalty on DK. He came close to getting another penalty with Austin running past him. There were some other plays where he had somebody run past him, but thank goodness for Danielle Hunter taking the ball from him. Again, he wasn't terrible or anything, but that's something they gotta look at, because teams are, as I said, and I don't think the Patriots are going to have a ton of success. Teams aren't going to be able to just drive the ball down the field consistently on the Texans. It's the big play ability, and there were multiple times in the game that they got steps on 4, and so listen, I think he's had at the very least a Pro Bowl level season, but that was sticking out there in the game. I'm like, yo, man, hey man, they need to slide some safety help over there or something. There are multiple guys running past Kamari Lassiter in that game.
It is Stock Up, Stock Down, Texans divisional round of the playoffs edition. That was Ron's Stock Down, Mr. Kamari Lassiter. Over to our former NFL quarterback, Clint Stoerner. Texans heading into New England for you, Clint.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Cade Stover. And on two fronts, I think early in this game, after watching the film, I think, there were a couple of times where he really struggled with his edge rusher. Now, given it was T.J. Watt a couple of times, so let's be fair here. So that kind of stuck out a little bit. And then I just think bigger picture, the more I watch Cade Stover, I'm not out on Cade Stover at all. I just, when he came walking out in them OTAs in them red, black, and white ones, them Jordan ones, and was healthy and was lean and coming off a good offseason, and D'Amico was talking him up. I just expected him to be a bigger part of this offense. Now I understand the injury was a problem.
Yeah, that was it.
And now he's just kind of become a guy that they just get out there and fill in that tight end spot. But at this point, I just expected that Cade Stover would be a bigger part of this offense. Not that he won't in the future, but I had high hopes for Cade Stover, and he hadn't really come into his own, if you will, at this tight end position here in Houston. So you got to dig to find a stock down after a game like that. But I'm going to go with Cade Stover at tight end.
I also didn't think we'd be looking at Dalton Schultz coming off being the more physical tight end. Hey, I don't remember a lot of Cade Stover, moments where he was a part of that run game block, and I'm sure he was. But I can remember multiple times that I saw Dalton Schultz that got somebody at the first level, and I mean not just like the touch like you talk about. He hit him, popped him, and then came off and got the corner. Later, he was looking.
It was a 20-yard run down towards the red zone, and he helped. What happened was Trent Brown, I believe it was, your right tackle, was trying to get the edge on TJ. Well, he couldn't get there. Well, when Dalton got outside of him, he just stuck his shoulder and he popped him up. He allowed Trent to lock down, so they got the corner, and then he continued up.
Yeah.
to the corner. That's the play you're talking about. Yeah,
I didn't think Dalton would be the more physical tight end.
Fun to watch right now, boys.
Been hard on 86 now.
Well,
right,
was last year. I've been really easy on him this year. Been a lot of stroking going on, but he deserves it.
It is a Texans divisional round of the playoffs edition of Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive. Stoerner, Hughley. We got the stock downs out of the way. Got Stover and Lassiter trending downward. Now stock ups. Focusing on those positives, boys. Back to you, Ron the Show, Hughley. Stock up for the Texans heading to New England.
I think it was a very questionable hire, and at this point, when you look, it took them a while to get there. It took their evaluation to settle on what they've settled on, but the last, I'd say, couple weeks, 4 to 5 to 6 weeks, this offensive line has really come into its own, and it was Monday's game was the culmination of it all. That was a dominating performance, and the nastiness that they were hoping to see came about. And I got to give credit to, he's a guy that I questioned and wondered about that hire, as he was the guy that was in the room with that offensive line. You saw the nastiness that a lot of players were talking about coming into the season. We saw that physicality in a way, and for him, and you got to give him credit when you look at Ursery, how he has grown through the season, and the movement of Titus being ready to go everywhere. I got to give it to Cole Popovich. He is the guy that leads that O-line group. I think a lot of questions from people when he got hired and throughout the season. Well, this offensive line has picked it up here the second half of the year, and I think he gets a lot of credit for it.
Love it. And in your view, Mr. Clint Stoerner, stock up for the Houston Texans going to New England for this divisional round playoff game.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if you held on to this stock right here throughout the season, it took a while, but, boy, you made some money. And if you bought it for some reason throughout the season, the later in the season, if you bought it low, boy, you have made some money. Because Christian Kirk, his stock has never been higher. Not only did he go 8 catches for 144 yards and a touchdown, not only was it on the road in a hostile environment in the wild card round of the playoffs, not only was it in the absence of Nico Collins after being injured in the second half, it was also on a night when the quarterback wasn't seeing things real clearly. And so it was highly unlikely for multiple reasons, but yet it popped. And if you're holding some Christian Kirk stock, if you bought some Christian Kirk stock when it was some money, right now there's nobody's stock has risen more. There's some higher, but has risen more in the last 4 or 5 days than one Christian Kirk.
Gig 'em.
There you have it.
That's for damn sure. Yeah, I didn't see that happen. My man went for 5 to -3 to 144. Now, leading up to that game, boy, what a performance from Christian Kirk. Big time performance from him. All right, let's hear from the guy who threw him the passes, which led to him getting 144 yards. Let's go to NRG when we get back. C.J. Stroud, be interesting to see what he has to say and the questions he gets. We'll hear from him coming up next.
All my athletic directors out there, coaches, superintendents, booster clubs, board members, man, you need to listen up. If you guys are upgrading.
Warriors, 281-222-2222.
Would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, big day here on The Drive as we get you ready for the big game coming up on Sunday, 2 o'clock. ESPN, ABC, the Texans will travel to New England with a chance to win and get to an AFC championship game for the first time in franchise history. Remember, tomorrow we're out. It is a Thirsty Thursday. We'll be right where we were last week with Scarlett. Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook. Come hang out with us. We had a fun crowd last week, and hopefully you all and more can come on out. We'll be at Talyards in Sugar Land coming up with Football Friday playoff edition. So the next 2 days, we got it set. Come hang out with us tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook location, same spot we were last week in Talyards Brewing Company. Football Friday playoff edition in a couple of days. So it'll be a lot of fun there. Let's head out to NRG and hear from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
What do you think about the opportunity you guys have this week to do something the Texans have never done before and kind of make history by winning this week and getting to the AFC Championship game?
Yeah, I think it's exciting. I think, it's a great opportunity for us to, go out there our next game and, put our best foot ahead of us, and try to get a dub in a harsh environment. It's a really good football team. So, it's just something on our mind that we need to get done, and, that's all our focus is right now.
When it comes to adjusting to Nico potentially missing the game, what do you see from the other receivers and kind of when you don't have someone like that spreading the ball around using lots of people?
Yeah, we're hoping, Nico can play and, be able to play this game. But, if not, we've had this experience before, played a couple games this year without him, sadly. But, these guys, all our guys are talented and we have a lot of depth in that room. And, I'm the most confident in everybody in there, to get the job done. So, hopefully Nico is all right. But, I think if not, we just got to, nothing else we can do, just go forward and, try to, build with the guys we have.
All your teammates tell us the same thing. You're the same guy always, never too high, never too low. Man, how did you learn that throughout your football career? How does that help you through ups, downs, anything?
Yeah, I've learned a quote: "Don't love the love, don't hate the hate." Things be up and down throughout your life, your career, whatever it is. I think that's just how life works in general. But especially in the position I'm in, everything is, criticized and everything is talked about. So, I've learned to stay what's important to me. That's my faith, my family, and then my teammates, and then myself, how I view myself. So, through failures and successes in this game, from time I've been 16, with somewhat of a public eye, and when I went to Ohio State, same thing. Like, they would love me one week, hate me the next. So, I'm well equipped with what is going on, and I'm, excited to play this next game and just kind of keep the same even kill.
Hey, CJ, how much does it help to go into Pittsburgh, a really hostile from a fan perspective environment, all the noise, all the things, to start the playoffs that way? Because in the past you guys have started at home. How does it help you continue to be able to have success and confidence on the road?
Yeah, I think it helps tremendously. I think we've had a couple tough away games this year that we've had to go into harsh environments with a lot of passionate fans that say a lot of crazy things and do a lot of crazy stuff. So, I think last week was a good test for us, and I think being able to get past that with a dub. This next week's gonna be the same type of environment, loud. Northeast is always hectic and rowdy. So, they have a great fan base, loyal fan base. So, we'll be able to try to weather that storm and just focus on what we need to focus on, playing and play out.
How much did you feel like what y'all did on Monday night, kind of open things up for the passing game, and kind of how important that might be in case Nico's not able to go?
Yeah, the run game is always important. It's always a thing we need to do if we want to, have a great play action and drop back pass, be able to establish the run. And, I think, the way Woody and Chubb and, Jawar are setting our blocks up, but I think it starts with, Jake and, those boys up front, setting the IDs the right way, getting movement, all being on one accord, is definitely helpful. So, they're doing a great job up there. If we want to, go deep in these playoffs, that's what we'll need every week.
Does extra work go in with the center, like you and Jake? Like we saw y'all on the sideline during the game. Is there more of an emphasis on that during the week after having some troubles in the game, or do you just kind of go about it the way you always have?
We'll go about it the way we always have, but we'll be extra attentive on that. So it's good that we learn from it, move on and fix the issue and keep it going.
What do you think it is about Christian Kirk that allowed him to stay locked in and stay the course despite, having a tough time during the regular season to be able to have a game like he did on Monday night?
Yeah, he's my locker roommate, so I get to talk to him, a bunch, and then we're really close off the field. But I think that's a great question for him. But if I were to answer it for him, I would say his faith, his support system, his God being first in that, and then, his wife, his daughter, his parents, his sisters. So, he has a great support system that, is close around him. And then, of course, we try to uplift him as well as teammates. So I think if I can answer for him, I don't want to, but maybe it's to that.
CJ, the Patriots defense, what do you see some of the characteristics? We saw them really attack the pocket a lot with the Chargers gang after Herbert. What are some things you've seen from them that kind of are hallmarks of their defense?
Yeah, they play all on one accord. They do a really good job of playing together. Their D-line is really good. They have two really good tackles, really three. And then their ends are really styled and good. Played against those guys a bunch in my career, so they're very talented. And then you got Davis and Gonzo on the outside, two really good DBs who make a lot of plays, and their safeties kind of do the same thing. So a lot of respect for that team, and the Vrabel's got those guys together, rowdy. They're playing together, seeing ball, getting ball. They're doing everything the right way. So it's going to be a challenge for us, and got to just do the right things this week, preparing for them.
Vrabel and D'Amico, as former players, what do you kind of see from the way the teams have kind of taken on their personalities, watching the Patriots the way they play, and of course with what your perspective is with D'Amico?
Yeah, I think Vrabel is a guy, he's a former player, somebody who, understands, what it takes to take a team to the Super Bowl, and, was really good in Tennessee for a long time as a head coach, took that team far in the playoffs there. So, just doing the same things, I think, as he's doing now from the outside looking in. And I know, Steph being there, it's a brother of mine. I haven't talked to him in a minute, but every time I did talk to him this offseason or, a little bit this season, he raves about, their organization and, how they, professional, make sure they do the things the right way. So, it's a great organization, great coach, and what they got going on.
Hey, can you talk about, early this year, you got lots of questions about the offensive line and the struggles. Can you talk about the way they're playing now, how it does, or if it has, helped your comfort level because of just where the line has been playing of late?
Yeah, they've been playing great. Pass protection has been amazing. Run blocking, like we just talked about, has been great. So, it's something that I'm getting, well equipped with, and I'm, starting to feel comfortable back there and, make plays. And, I think they're doing a great job and IDing things and, just trying to make sure, we're all on one accord. If we're all wrong, we're right. If we're all right, we're right. So, try to just stay with that mindset. But, yeah, they're doing an amazing job from left all the way to right, and a lot of different experiences in there from, Tay being a rookie and then Trent, being a Super Bowl champ, Titus, being in the league for a long time, Jake, same thing, and Ed, the same thing. So, they're doing a great job, and Blake has come in and do a really good job for us as well.
Sure, third time in this situation. Where do you think you've grown the most heading into it for the third time?
I would say just, taking the plays as they come, flushing the bad and the good, learning from both, and just, moving forward. And I think, even the game on Monday, got a lot of adversity, turn the ball over, and then next play, they're putting the ball back in my hands, and I feel like I answered the bell when my number was called. So, I think it'll be that again this week. Hopefully take care of the ball, better this game. But, I think when it comes to, adversity, things are going to happen. You see, I watched we played, the last game. Everybody, made mistakes. Everybody had that moment where it was like, dang, we're messing this up. And then the teams who find a way to, fight through that and keep going were the teams that came out on top. So, that's just playoff football. So, we're staying our head down, working this week, preparing for that. But, I think, we're doing a great job of it, and you got to just keep that going. So that's what I'm learning, is just one play at a time, take the good with the bad, and just keep rolling.
Last two. Do you feel like this is y'all's as Landry mentioned, y'all been in the same spot over the last 3 years? Does it feel like to y'all this is y'all's best chance to actually do it, given the adversity that y'all overcome, the kind of season that y'all had specifically this year?
I mean, every game is separate on its own. I think last 2 years, if you asked me the same question, I would have said we would have won. We don't ever go into a game thinking otherwise, you know, that's just not who the Texans are. But, yeah, I mean, every game we want to win, every opportunity, if it was the Super Bowl, if it was the first game of the year or preseason, coach always, eggs us on, like, it doesn't matter who, when, where, why, or how, we want to get a dub. So, I think that's a great mindset to have. But, yeah, we've been in this position before. I think we've learned from those things, and now it's time to go put it on tape. Because, I mean, we can talk about it until we're blue in the face, but until you go do it is when it really matters.
You just talked about Steph and your relationship. You're playing against him for the first time since you left in the offseason. Just what's that going to be like to see him on the field again, and what impact have you seen him have on this Patriots team?
Yeah, Steph is one of the best teammates I've ever had in my career, in my life. Like, he's been amazing just on field but off as well. I think he's, super, teammate oriented. He wants to be around the guys. He wants to, do stuff for the guys. He wants to be, one of the captains in the room. And I don't know if he's a captain or not. I'm sure he is, but he's one of the best teammates I've ever had. So he's brought that swag there, and he got the guys rolling around him. But will always be a brother of mine, always be a friend, and I'm just excited to see his career go where it's gone, and for him to get paid like he did is dope to see. So I think he has a lot of great ball ahead of him. So it's always be a brother of mine.
Last one, DJ.
What do you think it kind of means to see like D'Amico as the head coach? He was with the Texans as a player, helping get to places they had never been before, winning divisions, things of that nature, and now getting here, doing similar things. What do you think it means to see a player come back to the team that he played for in a coaching role and help try to get them to places that they haven't been before?
Yeah, I'm sure it means a lot to him. I'm sure he's prideful in that and wants to, do the right things. I don't want to answer that for him, but, I think he would say that, it means a lot, and, he wants to win and he wants to do it, every week, and I think, that's the standard that he has, and he holds everybody to that standard. So I think he's done a good job at it. We got to just keep this going and, back whatever he tells us, because, he's ahead of everything, and just keep that rolling, because I think, he does want to, take this team to places where we haven't been. All right, you guys.
That's C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans quarterback, meeting with the media on this beautiful Wednesday. We're back in a pleasant week now that the typical off day, which would be yesterday, is over. So I would expect offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator later this week, and we got the quarterback and the head coach today on Wednesday. So if you've got the Odyssey app, make sure you download that sucker. If you don't have the Odyssey app, make sure you download that sucker, and you can use the rewind feature as well as catch all the podcasts and everything that's going on here at Sports Radio 610. All right, it's a tape drop Wednesday, y'all. What the hell did the All-22 show went down on Monday night as the Texans put an absolute beat down in the fourth quarter on them Steelers? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about advanced hair restoration. Look, it's a new year, man. If you're dealing with some kind of hair loss issue that you were dealing with last year, it's a new year. Let's make it a new you, huh? You know who you are. I'm talking directly to you.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirt by them old silver bullets, boys. Them old silver bullets. I got dry January going on, and I miss you. I miss you. Then I hold you near and dear to my heart. And
just go smell them.
I miss you dearly. Them Coors Light, them cold Coors Light, them old Wolf Killers, them silver bullets, them Coors Lattes. Yeah, man, I miss you. I got at least, I'd say 15 or 16 of you sitting in my old utility room fridge, though. So once February 1 hits, we'll get together, we'll hook up, and we'll have us a good old time. Again, Dirty's Daily powered by cold Coors Light. Also, I do want to remind everybody we had CJ Stroud on last segment, and we had D'Amico Ryans on earlier in the show. If you don't have if you've not downloaded the Odyssey app, do that. AUDACY. Every segment we do is podcasted. You can listen to the show live. Obviously, you can go back to independent or individual segments, as well as use that rewind feature to go back and listen to any segment. But definitely the coach speak and the quarterback speak today as well. And also this week, it is a playoff week, divisional round week, and that means that we are going to have a Thirsty Thursday as well as a Football Friday. And I have everybody ask me all the time when we're out, where y'all at next week? I said, hey, man, you got to listen. You got to listen. I don't know the schedule. You got to listen. We'll announce it during the week. And this week, once again, one of our favorite locations. I'm glad we are alive.
That's right, baby.
Willowbrook Buffalo Wild Wings. Willowbrook Buffalo Wild Wings for Thirsty Thursday. If you know where Willowbrook Mall is, we're right across the street right there. We usually draw a good crowd out there. The bar is hopping. Scarlett is the bartender. She'll be rocking and rolling. Year 11 in the same place for her. She gets it done. So come on through there and hang out for that Thirsty Thursday. And then Friday, we'll be back on the southwest side, I guess that is, at Talyards. At Talyards Brewing
right.
down there. And
My spot right there.
Great place. We'll see how the weather is, whether we're indoors or outdoors. If it's as it's been of late, I would imagine we'll be outdoors. The weather's been tremendous. If not, they got plenty of space indoors as well. For a family-friendly place, no doubt about it. So come on through and enjoy a little Football Friday before this divisional round playoff game between the Texans and the New England Patriots. All right, Ron, it is a Tape Drop Wednesday. A Tape Drop Wednesday. If you're new to the show, what that is we usually do it on Tuesday.
Tape Drop Tuesday.
But with a Monday night game, we're doing it on Wednesday. And what that is the official tape drops, right? Not the game TV copy, but the official coaches tape. The all 22 tape has dropped. And spent a couple of hours this morning looking at it. And I'm telling you, if you're a Texans fan, you should be good and excited. There's been a lot of questions about this team, about this offense. Let me clear that up. Not much about Tommy Townsend, not much about this defense. But there's been a lot of questions about this offense, and most of them circle back to one guy, and that's Nick Caley.
Fair question.
Right? And I'm going to tell you, Nick Caley was absolutely tremendous. The run game plan was tremendous. And him sticking with it was even better. You look at it as a team, and you averaged about 5 yards a carry. You look at the back that got the most touches, 19 carries for Woody Marks. He averaged damn near 6 yards a carry. And so the plan from jump just to the end of it, from the very beginning, was really good. And I disagree with D'Amico speaking earlier. D'Amico said, yeah, the offensive line did what they've been doing. No, this was special. This was different. This was better.
No,
this
that's
was
not what they've been doing all year.
Yeah, not at all. This was really good. And we'll talk about the O-line as the show goes on here. But really, I think the way you can sum it up is the way that they built a wall and moved the entire D-line into the lap of the linebackers. The way they did it consistently was a way that we hadn't seen this all year long. I'll be honest with you, you don't see it much at the NFL level. There was zero leakage. No linebackers were able to shoot gaps and get in the backfield and get in the face of the running backs. If it happened, it was rare. It was impressive. This group, and again, this group is Ariante Ursary, rookie at left tackle. Titus Howard, typically a tackle. He's been playing guard again. Obviously, he's been both. He's making himself some money once again at the left guard position. Ed Ingram got kicked smooth up out of Minnesota, early first-round draft pick that didn't work out there. He is doing a hell of a job, arguably been the best offensive lineman for the Texans all year long.
Yeah.
And then you got Trent Brown, big Trent Brown on that right side. When Trent Brown and Ed Ingram lean on somebody, a lot of the running, by the way, a lot of the running plays are going to the right behind Ed Ingram and Trent Brown. And when they get a double team, they absolutely move folks. I mean, they take grown men and sit them in the laps of the linebackers. It was unbelievably, I mean, it was impressive, man. Given where we started as an offensive line, it was unbelievable. It was hard to watch. All right. The prep and the execution versus pressure looks was better this week. That's 2 weeks in a row. It was really good against Indianapolis. And you go, oh, well, that's Indianapolis. They were 1-2-3 Cancun. I bet several guys had already bought the plane ticket, right? And then you move to Pittsburgh, a playoff team that was in a winner-go-home situation, and it looked just as good, and they looked just as prepared, Ron. So the bugaboo for this offense has been showing pressure. Whether you bring it or not is irrelevant, but showing it, and the Texans had a real problem offensively dealing with it. The offensive line and the plan with the offensive line, the running backs and the tight ends, was obviously really good. The execution was tremendous. Nick Caley was ridiculous on third down. I would say half of the team was 10 of 15. I would say half of the 10 third down conversions were damn right throws for C.J. Stroud. I mean, they were big plays, some of them. But, boy, they were just – I mean, it just blatantly obvious. You know exactly where you're going with the football.
Felt like more schemed than have to make a play.
Yeah. I mean, look, and the more this you can get, the better your football team's going to be. So this is a good thing. But there was clearly something they saw on tape, Ron, for my football heads out there. When you put 3 pass catchers, whether it's a tight end, 2 wide receivers, or 3 wide receivers, when you bunch them up tight together and then you move them in, you cut their splits down near the tackle. There was something that they spotted on film in how they defend that particular look that gave Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud a really, really clean look on several shots. The first throw over the top to Christian Kirk in the first drive. There was a throw to Higgins over the middle on a 3rd and long. There was another throw that Kirk caught for a longer pass. I mean, it was something that they saw, and they knew that there wasn't much of a variation by Pittsburgh throughout a game, and they just ate their lunch with that one particular look. Simple, but a lot of times you're trying to do too much, you're overthinking it. Nick Caley was, I mean, he hit the nail on the head with that one. And then I'll add one other. There was 2 shots for 2 different reasons that were missed at the end of the first half.
Talking about the Nico one?
The Nico Collins on the crossing route, and then the underthrow on the Jalen Noel shot. Remember that their defensive backs hit, and one of them got hurt.
He had it in his hands, and Clark came over. And
Titus Howard got pushed back into C.J.'s lap, so Nick Caley couldn't help that, and then C.J. just flat missed the other one. Nick Caley couldn't help that. But getting those receivers and those guys open down the field in those kind of situations, I mean, that's a dream for a quarterback in an offense. So Nick Caley was great at the end of the half. Real quick, I'll buzz through a couple of things. We talked about C.J. Stroud. I mean, until we're blue in the face over the last couple of days. The reality of it is the film showed exactly what everybody thought. He appeared overwhelmed. He appeared to panic. Even some of those pressure looks I talked about, the O-line, the tight ends, the running backs handling them well. I think it still affected C.J. Like he's not quite trusting that protection. He's not quite trusting that plan yet. We talked about the drop snaps. That stuff obviously cannot happen. Flip over to the defensive side of the football real quick, Ron. We didn't hit these earlier. I thought it was interesting. You asked yesterday, like how did the Texans adjust after the first couple of drives with DK Metcalf?
Yeah, because they were getting some yards.
Now they didn't do it every snap, but they definitely started giving the Pittsburgh Steelers some of that little bit of that medicine that we hear CJ and Nick Caley talk about all the time, that extra safety over the top. Right? We decided, hey, we're going to give him a little more attention from a safety perspective. And we're not going to give him any – Aaron's going to take it. He's going to take the throw down the field. We're not going to give it to him. If he's going to take that throw, he's going to take it to Calvin Austin, which he tried with Gainwell a couple of times on a couple of double moves. They didn't get it done. But the reason that you saw DK Metcalf be eliminated from the game, it was a lot like Nico. Right? We put a safety over the top, and they didn't move him. And so it makes it easy to defend that guy. It makes it easy to take that guy out of the game plan. And so you make Aaron Rodgers win with Gainwell. You make him win with Calvin. You make him win with MVS. And versus our defense, it's no chance. And so I'm a little surprised that Arthur Smith, being the play caller that he is, that he just left DK over there. I'm a little surprised that Aaron
he was
Rodgers
moving him a little bit, like early.
He
like
moved
one
him
of the
around
first
early
big
in
plays.
formations. Yeah, he moved him around early.
And he got that wide open where Aaron rolled out, which I didn't know Aaron could still move like that. Rolled out.
Yeah,
hit him coming across.
He moved him around early in formations, but I'm shocked that we didn't see a lot of like the boot action with him coming across the formation like we see Nico do sometimes, and we always see the tight ends for us do it all the time. Some of the quick throws on get him in a bunch formation and just hit him in the flats real quick. Some of the just sit-down routes that we see, I think we saw Gainwell catch a couple of them. Surprised they didn't get him.
That was weird. We see him go for 17 on a screen. Yeah, DK Metcalf, and that never comes around again.
I posted the play where it all shifted, where he dropped the pass from Aaron Rodgers, and it's getting a lot of run on social media, and Sean retweeted it and said that, I think, if I remember correctly, I'm not looking at it right now. I guess I could probably take the time while I'm talking to look at it. But I think that is I think he got 2 targets after that, I think. Yeah, Sean said after that drop, he had 2 targets, no catches the rest of the game. I mean, and that was – when did he make that drop? It was early in the second quarter.
Yeah, first or second
Hell, maybe
quarter.
first quarter.
Might have been late.
For DK Metcalf in that offense to have 2 targets through 3 quarters of the final 3 quarters of the game, and you
I'm
lose.
surprised from Aaron or
Yes,
or
both
Arthur.
of them. Absolutely. And the other one, Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie's just cold-blooded. I mean, the whole defense. I mean, it's hard to single guys out because the whole defense is just. I mean, they are absolutely relentless. I mean, it is the physicality, the swarm is absolutely relentless with this team. And as I said before, you see it in Kamari Lassiter every single play. You know, I think I've seen it consistently from all of them, but from Toa all year long. And, I mean, Jalen Hurts was the one. I mean, Jalen Hurts. I'm looking at the Jalen Hurts talk on TV. Jalen Petrie was the one in this game that it was a work of art to watch him do his thing, man. It was so beautiful.
He was so physical. He was so physical, so quick.
Well, their trigger is just, I don't know. Their triggers are so fast at the second and third levels. When you look at how the linebackers and the nickel defender, how they play downhill immediately, there's not a hesitation, right? And then you look at even Bullock in center field, the way that they trigger, the way, come on, I'm not taking a shot or anything, but the only one that doesn't really trigger like that, doesn't jump off the film, is Stingley. Like, very rarely do you see Stingley just trigger like that and make the other guys. I am shocked that they don't get taken advantage of with play action and with double moves, because it is unbelievable.
I just think I was waiting for it. I'm like, if they like, if you remember the Bears-Packers game, the score to take the lead was that fake screen, and they had all the Packers bite, and DJ Moore goes, like, I think you could get the Texans on that. Like, I was telling Courtney, who was watching the game Monday, I was like, I mean, Kamari, how fast he arrives there from where he is, he's got to be coming right off any kind of, as you said, trigger or indication that it looks like it's going to be a handoff. He has to be coming immediately right there as soon as it looks like he's going to hand it off. And maybe they have, as you said, there is some sort of trigger, something they've seen on film where they feel really comfortable with this being a handoff. But, I mean, for them to arrive that quick, they got to be going as soon as they run.
That's the crazy part, Ron, is, like, to your point, I would believe if it were just one game or one opponent.
Oh, they do it all.
Like, yeah, they're seeing something. It's against everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy that they haven't gotten. And I would even.
There's like 4 guys there on those screens.
No question. I would even live with, you know what I mean? I'm not saying I would change the thing. And I would be willing to live with, hey, man, we just got a couple of times this week. Like, I would be willing to live with it if it were to happen, but I'm shocked off my ass that it hasn't happened multiple times.
We see what like Josh McDaniels, obviously he's watching the film like every other coach has. He's watching the film to see, like, you know, do things to slow down. But all the things that you think, like, to slow teams down doesn't seem to work with them. And maybe you got to go opposite of it, right? Like screens and that stuff, because they're coming so quick right off the snap that those things don't work. And it does. Like the one time they go play action and he's really got his pick, right? They got Metcalf over the top, which Lassiter's trying to stay under, and then he hits Thielen down the field long but that play action like seemed to maybe loosen up some things. So it feels like with the Texans, you got to go the opposite of thinking, how can I slow this pass rush down or slow them down? I think you got to go down the field instead of the short stuff, because they're and that means you're bringing Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, Nico Autry, and
get Big Sheldon now.
Oh, the Sheldon's running over people. So they give it a problem. All right, coming up, we'll have our guy B. Scott a little bit later on to get his Texans report. But there's something that happened that I think is total bull. Bull. Can I say the S word?
Hold on, so.
Are we allowed to say that yet?
If you don't know that by now, I cannot help you.
Are we allowed to say that? No, I think it's total bull. That may affect this game. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Fast break. buzzer beat, and however you like to get in on the action.
Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, welcome back into The Drive as we are live here. Coming up here at 4:40, we will hear from our guy as we have another Texans report, baby. The season keeps on rolling. Brandon Scott will join us coming up at 4:40 for his Texans report as they get ready.
Y'all want to talk about them Rockets?
We
could. Dub last night.
Got a big one last night.
Took them a while.
Yeah, got a big one last night.
Big Barry night. Big Barry night at the end.
Yeah,
anyway,
man, I like how he hit that bad boy and just stood and looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
Just stood and looked at it for Amin Thompson. Continuing, he's had a hell of a run since the start of the year. So big time there. Get Şengün back and get off that 3-game losing streak. So big night for the Rockets. But we'll talk to Brandon about the Texans coming up here in a few minutes. But Clint, and listen, have I been at times maybe over the top about things? Maybe
the showman.
Hey man,
no, show never, man.
Tyler, that like chuckle thing that you just did, those are on YouTube and Twitch. Like you saw that, like that was unnecessary. Like that,
I
mean,
that
was
you're the showman.
Nah, man. I just like
you bring it.
I just want you to know that I felt that like tinge level of disrespect with that. That's what it felt like you did right there. But yeah, but you guys tell me if I am on this. I think this is ridiculous and a loophole that the NFL should close.
Is that my boy Ron?
This report here. Patriots are signing former Texans veteran defensive end Darrell Taylor to the practice squad in advance of the team's AFC Divisional round showdown at Gillette Stadium. They had just scooped up Darrell Taylor today, and he is there with the Patriots. I'm trying not to make this a huge deal, and I don't think that this is going to be the reason the game goes whatever way it goes. Absolutely ridiculous that this cat could be with the Texans all year, and not just all year, just last week, earlier in the week. They just let him earlier, like last week he was with the team. And that he could then be scooped up by the team that they're about to play. I don't think they give a damn about Darrell Taylor. I think they're trying to get usually I don't listen to. I think clearly they're trying to get every edge that they can get. I'm not going to fault Mike Vrabel and them. I mean, you can do it, but this seems really ridiculous to me that this guy can play for the Texans just last week, be a part of their like the Texans. Maybe I'm over the top. You have played and you understand this. To me, I'm thinking the Texans have to change verbiage, signals, a lot of this, some stuff I would imagine with him freshly understanding what they're about and then going to the other side. Like, I think there's got to be some shit that there's no way that Darrell Taylor is not going over there and giving some information that he knows. There's no way. And I just think it is insane that can happen.
Well, no, I think that's why you sign a Darrell Taylor at this point in time. Is to get every advantage that you possibly can. The scary part with the Texans is if this were just some rookie that really didn't know what the hell was going on, even a second-year guy that really didn't know what was really going on. I mean, Darrell Taylor's a veteran. I mean, when you talk like his ability to process and what Texans do into New England's terminology and explain to them how the Texans handle certain situations and what the shortcomings are of this defense and that kind of thing. I mean, it's very real.
Like it's very real. Is it real? Like, do you think both sides, because Daryl, as you said, he's a veteran, so he's worked and understood what the offense does and knows the calls. Because I know I listened to the broadcast and I heard Laura Rutledge, or I can't remember who it was that came on and said, yeah, Aziz is saying Aaron is figuring out some of our signs, and we're having to do this. This MF has been with the team for forever.
They
ain't
gonna have to figure them out. They're gonna know them when they get in there.
Like in your mind, if you are Matt Burke and D'Amico, or even on the other side with Nick Caley, do you think you have to change up signs or verbiage? Does it go to that far of a thing, that an adjustment that you have to make because he is over there on that team now?
There's possibly some of the hand signals that you use, like fist in the air. When you see Aziz go fist in the air, that means they're going from their base quarters look to a middle of the field close, or vice versa. I don't know what it means. I'm just telling you, he does. And so you go from, all right, now fist in the air is going to be a dummy signal, and this week we're going to go with, I don't know. We're going to go with raising the roof is now going to be our go from quarters look to a middle closed look kind of deal. So, they'll do that anyway. I wonder if, like, the fear is because, I mean, teams scout. I mean, I saw a Jacksonville Jaguars scout that I know from coaching his coaching days in the booth at the Indianapolis game. So, I mean, they're there scouting.
Yes.
I mean, they're scouting hand gestures. They can watch the film and scout hand gestures.
But is this different? Like this? Is this different than just?
No
these
question.
Are guesses. These are.
Well, I mean, I think it's more about sitting down of like, hey, I just got through telling you, like Nick Caley and this offensive staff saw something in Pittsburgh and how they handled that tight bunch set. Like Darryl Taylor can sit down with them and go, hey man, I was in his system for a year, and the biggest threat to this defense is explosive plays that are executed in this manner, right? Like if you is the best way to attack them to max protect and have a two-man route, or is it to go 5 wideouts and then have a shot down the – like what's the easiest way to get to this defense? I think Darryl Taylor, in being in meetings, would know kind of what they harp on, what they've been gotten by, and what the inside info is. That's more what I would worry about than hand signals or anything, because they can steal hand signals from old buddy up in Michigan that was doing it.
Yeah, text line coming in, guys. The whole league knows they rush 4. They just can't stop them. They don't just rush 4, and that doesn't have anything with coverages and what they –
well, that is, you're right, Ron, but that's a good point, is that it's not like you're deciphering a bunch of exotic looks. Like the Texans are very vanilla. And he is right to that point of like there's not like this. The linebacker doesn't have 5 different hand signals that he's given that's dictating what kind of coverage they're in. They are pretty vanilla, relatively speaking. So, that's a good point. But I think it's more about like what in that house,
or tendencies.
Yes, in that house, what does D'Amico Ryans what keeps him up at night? What keeps him up at night? What run schemes keep them up at night? What concepts keep them up at night? And how can we use those as much as we possibly can? I think that's very real. Now, on a Wednesday afternoon before a Sunday game, how much of that can go on? I don't know. I think it's worth whatever they're going to have to pay him for a week's worth of service.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, that could be a tight game. In these playoff games, if we've watched over the weekend, like any kind of advantage that you can try to get, like these coaches believe is the difference. And I just think it may not mean nothing. I just think it is wild that you can be with a team last week. Like hell, he should be able to go to anybody, but I don't want to take money out of his pocket, but you go anybody but that team. Like, it's clear what he's doing, what they're doing. All right, coming up as we continue, Texans Report, we'll hear from Brandon Scott. He was there talking to D'Amico today. CJ, we heard him talking to those guys. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans as they win in the wild card round, and look forward to trying to get a W up in New England. B. Scott coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I got to tell you about Orchard, man. Bottom line is this.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, our Texans report with B. Scott, Brandon Scott with us right now. All right, man, listen, they whooped that ass 30-6 and got their first road playoff win. And this feels like this could be a really special season. It has been, really, to be honest. You start 0-3, you get to this point. But I know the Texans since they have been the Texans. And you covered this group, and you've been here for a lot of, in the stadium, or watched on TV, a lot of these games that they've played in the playoffs. And I said it earlier in the week. I feel like most of these times when the Texans have arrived at this point in the divisional round, which they have not been able to get past, in the games, whether it's been the Chiefs, whether it's been the Ravens, whether it's been the Patriots before, whoever it's been, it feels like going to this game, it's more of well, I hope that they can win this game. Not a level of confidence maybe, but like more hope. I'm hoping that they can go in and win this game. Do you feel a difference this time around with this team against this Patriots team? Are you more than hopeful?
This is the most confident that I've been that the Texans could go to the AFC Championship game since the first time they had the opportunity to do so, going all the way back to the 2011 season. This is the Texans' best chance to get to the AFC Championship game since the very first time that they actually tried to do it. I think they lost to Baltimore that year in 2011, but it has not felt the same or like going into a game, going into any of these whenever they win the wild card game and they go into the divisional round. They're always going up against some sort of juggernaut, and they themselves are still trying to like grow and get into that upper echelon, right? Now, this year is a little bit different because it feels like nobody is in that upper echelon, and you've talked about this quite a bit. But as far as the sort of landscape goes, the Texans are the hottest team. They are the team that's won 10 straight, right? And then you look at the defense, I think that they're in a different conversation than probably most units that we're talking about over this stretch. Like, this is one of the better defenses that we've seen in Texans history, and I think that if they go on to kind of finish the deal, at least go to the AFC Championship game, go to a Super Bowl, this defense will be remembered fondly, like just among NFL history, like in general, right? No less if they win the Super Bowl or something like that. But between that, a generational type of defense, or at least the way that they're playing, and given the landscape, given the actual opponent that they're facing, this team doesn't have a two-time MVP on it like the Ravens did 2 years ago. It doesn't have a defending Super Bowl champion and a Super Bowl MVP like the Chiefs did last year, the team that they went against this year or last year. The team that they're going up against this year is less experienced than they are. It's a team that they've actually beaten. Now, I know there are a lot of different factors, but it's a team that they actually beat last year, right? So they've gone to Foxborough and won. They've gone on the road now and won a playoff game. They just did that Monday night. So to me, this is the best chance that they've had to go to the AFC Championship game, and it'd be a hell of an opportunity.
I think one thing that sticks out about the playoffs for C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans is if you look at the first-round wild card wins, there has been 5 defensive touchdowns in those 3 games. If you look at the losses, I don't believe there's been one. And so I think there, even, and this may apply even more this year than it has the previous 2 years, is how confident are you that this team can win games without the defense ultimately scoring points?
So that's an interesting question because, like, you're not as confident. So the lesser the defense plays, the less confident you should be in the team overall because that is the strength of the team. But at the same time, it's not like what we saw on Monday night wasn't a repeatable formula. That's kind of been my big takeaway and the thing that I've been thinking about ever since they won the game. Like, yeah, you don't feel great if they don't turn them over or if they don't score a defensive touchdown. But damn, when you watch the defense play, do you not feel great about them being able to repeat that type of performance against pretty much anybody?
Not 14 points.
Maybe not 14 points, but the ability to turn a team over, right? On the other side of that, do you expect C.J. Stroud to give the ball away 3 times? Like, even if he gives it away once or twice, he normally doesn't give it away 3 times. That had never happened before, right?
Yep. Right.
Or at least in the fashion that we saw it. So like, there are a lot of things that I think are somewhat anomalous, and then there are some things that I think are repeatable that the Texans can do again, right? So look at this past game. The balanced attack, what you saw from the running game, right? They were able to run it effectively, and it looks like we found something there, right? With the run game. Mm-hmm. They were able to run it effectively. They were balanced. They were good on third down. They had all of these things going for them. There's no reason why they can't do that again against the Patriots. And then the whole part about them scoring 2 touchdowns on defense, well, maybe they don't score 2 touchdowns on defense, but can they be the one to get down? Can they be the one that bends but doesn't break the way that they have been throughout the season? I absolutely think the things that we've seen from them that have worked are repeatable against the Patriots.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm ready to pencil in Christian Kirk and then breaking off 160 is repeatable.
But there was nothing about what we saw from Christian Kirk that was like, oh man, I can't believe he's doing that. Like, it was shocking because we hadn't seen it all year.
I would say, yeah,
but it all made sense once we saw it.
That's why I would say it's hard for me to just say it's repeatable with both of those elements. We have not seen them run the football like that, or Christian Kirk, especially without Nico Collins, which is a developing story. Without those two, do that again. Hopefully they can. You brought up a name. Somebody on the text line, Dwayne, just said, I love listening to the big dude with the glasses hate on Stroud. Dude is hilarious. I don't know why they're talking about Tyler like that, man. Tyler's just giving the best he.
Just working with what God gave me, man.
Just having a good time out there.
Sexy as hell.
As we've seen this, I think 1A was the defense and 1B was was quarterback C.J. Stroud, and that's moving forward. Your thoughts on C.J. Stroud? You talked to him today. You saw him today. Your thoughts on him?
Yeah, no, he flat out cannot play the way he did on Monday night. It almost goes without saying, but it's interesting to me that, like, I was going to ask him, they ended up asking him something else, but I was going to ask him, like, when you have a performance like that where y'all win the game in dominant fashion and you did do some good things, but you also did some things that absolutely could have cost you the game. You gave the ball away 3 times. They only scored 3 times off of it. I wish I had asked this, like, do you think more about or lean more into, hey, all of these really good kind of, like I was just saying, this is repeatable, we can try to do this again or carry it over? Or do you say, man, I really just can't do that anymore? And it's probably a mix of both, right? But this is kind of the give and take right now. It's like, hey, what are we fixated on? Are we fixated on the good, on how efficient they were on third down? Christian Kirk doesn't have the day that he had that we're talking about without C.J. Stroud actually being the one to throw him the football, right? So they're good on third down. C.J. Stroud's fine, and Christian Kirk, even after Nico Collins ends up not being a factor at the end of the game, but he gives the ball away. Right, so like, which one is it, right? So I did ask him if he thought this was their best opportunity to win, and he gave me kind of a typical competitor answer, like, well, I think we can win every game. But look, that's him. That is the confidence of an athlete, of a player. We know the real, and I think they know, if you ask them deep down, they know that they're a better team than they probably were going into the previous AFC divisional rounds, and that this team that they're facing is not like the ones that they faced before.
Stop it, Brandon. Do you have concern that C.J. Stroud may mess this thing up?
No, look, I got serious concerns that if he plays like that.
No, but are you concerned about the quarterback?
Do I think that he's going to turn the ball over 3 times again? Absolutely not. Okay. And do I think the quarterback is good? Absolutely, yes. So, like, overall general concerns, no. Like, I have faith in the quarterback. What I saw on Monday night was absolutely unacceptable and cannot be repeated.
Well, here's the question. Here's the and this is a rhetorical question, obviously, but like, the question is not the result of the play, but more of, is this defense going to be able to give certain looks, appear to show pressure, and the quarterback get jittery, the quarterback panic, the quarterback, be somewhat overwhelmed for an extended period of time. It's one thing to do it for one drive. It's another thing to do it for extended period. And that's the thing about this offense that's frustrating. It's not just CJ. Hell, it's the whole group. Like, I mean, you look back at, I don't know however many games ago it was, where it was like not having answers for pressure cost them 4 drives in the second half. And you're just like, 1 drive, 2 drives, cool. Figure it out and let's move on. Let's have some answers and let's move on. I think that's the bigger question, about not the result of the play, because I agree with you. He may not turn the ball over. It may not be fumbles. He may turn it over and it be forcing the ball into coverage when he's got all day in the pocket and he's comfortable as hell. But the question around the Texans is, and the quarterback is, can he look poised? Can he be poised, throughout a football game, regardless of what happens? And I'm talking about with his play, not his face on the sidelines or D'Amico talking about he didn't go in the tank afterwards. I'm talking about legitimately in the moment, can he stay poised? I think that's the bigger if with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and the reason why that is because of exactly how the turnovers look. Like to Ron's point, are you concerned? Look, there is no running away from it.
It's more than the turnovers. It's all of it.
But when you look at the turnovers, and I think they are indicative of something like it's happening under the circumstances that Clint's talking about. Like it's frantic. They're turnovers that were completely avoidable that did not have to happen. You're talking about costing you a minimum 3 points on one of them, where it's like, it was actually take the set. This is one of the few, and I said this on social media, it's like, man, this is one of the few times C.J. Stroud, somebody who we have criticized over the years now for taking unnecessary sacks, this would have been the time to take one.
He could have taken an intentional ground.
He could have just collapsed, literally just collapsed.
Anything but what he did.
Literally anything but what he did. So to that point, are we concerned about his decision making? Are we concerned about his poise? Are we concerned about meeting the moment? Here's a fact: there's 8 quarterbacks left in this thing, right? 2 of them have not played yet because they had byes.
Yep.
So out of all of them, he's played the worst. 2 of them haven't played yet, so you kind of can put them to the side. But out of all of the quarterbacks that are remaining, I feel like he's played the worst, and I think that matters. That's something to actually think about, and something that I think he should take pride in.
Well, the thing is we know, as much as they talk about over there, as much as they talk about like not hearing the negative noise. I flipped the TV on this morning, and it went from we're talking about every quarterback and every offense except for the Texans, except C.J. Stroud, to hearing Richard Sherman go. Now, he was being positive. He was saying, now, I don't expect C.J. Stroud to be awful like he was in the first round. Like, it's hard. As a quarterback, you can't – there's no way to block out, like, national televised former players talking about, man, that was awful.
Bad.
Yeah.
I haven't even gone that far to say it was awful. I mean, these guys are talking about awful. Like, I think he's a young quarterback that's struggling, maturing, and developing in this offense, and struggled. Boy, some cats are just – I mean, it's dropping the hammer.
Yeah, but whether he can – ignore it or not, or kind of compartmentalize or not.
The expectations that people have had and what he showed us goes into. It's like, damn, man, I know you ain't doing that.
Yeah.
It's almost like a disappointment because of the
And for him himself, like, he has to know. Like, this is not – he can say whatever he wants to say, but he has to know as a ball player and as a competitor, this ain't good enough. This ain't going to get it done.
He knows it. All right, that's B. Scott, but that was – damn. Got away from us. This B. Scott in here. Hopefully he is with us as we are talking about with him an AFC Championship trip. Hopefully the Texans are hosting it, which could happen if Buffalo wins. B. Scott with us each and every Wednesday. Texans report at 4:40. 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We'll let you know the latest injury report as it is officially out. We'll do that coming up next.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill have the latest. Psycho T as well have the latest. And the latest is the injury report officially is out, Clint. And the DMPs for the Texans, Danico Autry, that one is Trent Brown, pretty normal too. Those two have been resting leading into the week. Danico Autry's been doing this for months now. Trent Brown has been doing this as well. He played last week, came out of that game pretty fine on Monday. I would assume he'd be good. Justin Watson did not practice with a concussion. And then, Clint, we can take a stop here for a second. Nico Collins did not practice again did not practice for the first time this week with a concussion. As Tyler mentioned yesterday, week 7, he had a concussion and had to miss the next game, week 8 against the 49ers. So that's a concussion he's already missed a game for earlier this year. And judged by what we saw, your thoughts about the likelihood of him playing on Sunday and then what that means either way?
I'd plan on not having Nico Collins for this week. And, you know, what it means is pretty simple, is what we've been being told all year long. And to be fair, what we've seen all year long is the Texans win games by couching Nico Collins over there, not making him necessarily a priority and working all the other pass catchers on the field, and they've won games with it. And so last week they won a game with it, with Nico Collins being a very small part of the success that the offense did have. And so this is the time where their approach to offensive football all year long should pay off, right? I mean, if this was a Nico-centric offense where he was the center of 60 or 70% of the pass game, like some offenses out there are with their star receivers, then the guys that you're depending on now with no Nico Collins, those guys would have less run, less confidence, less reps, less time on task, and therefore obviously wouldn't be where they are right now. And so you look at Christian Kirk, you look at Xavier Hutchinson, you look at obviously Higgins, probably Noel as well going to step up. And you look inside at Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover. I mean, you're going to have to go out there and win a game again, which you have this year. You beat some playoff teams won San Francisco for damn sure without Nico Collins.
So we'll see. That game's the big saving grace. And that was one of their better offensive games.
Yeah.
And they didn't have him or Kirk, and they were able to make that work at home. So that is good to at least show that, one, they've had confidence against a good, like Robert Saleh running that defense, even though they had some injuries, but still that's a good defensive coach to be able to have some success with that. And over the years they've played without Nico because he's had some injuries.
Yeah, so this is 1 week when it should pay off. I mean, all the guys getting so much work and getting opportunities throughout the regular season and a good, several of them having big days throughout the season. Hey, man, it should pay off in this situation right here. Yeah. Because I don't think you're going to have Nico Collins. I mean, we have seen guys obviously come back, but there was watching the film early in that game when I think it was on the first drive. I don't know. I thought it was maybe he got poked in the eye, maybe he got something, but I thought he grabbed his head then. It was kind of weird, and then it happened when his head went, when he went forehead first into the turf. It happened for real. So I don't think this is going to be a good one for Nico Collins or a quick one for Nico Collins.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you. I'd expect he doesn't go. Titus Howard, Aziz, Ed Ingram, Kamari Laster, Sheldon Rankins, they were all limited. They should be fine. But the big one here also, Gerard Jordan Clint, he returns to practice. He did not play last week, and now they're calling it a mild high ankle sprain, which – makes you see and say, oh, well, maybe there is a chance, because you would think a high ankle sprain for a running back, that one is worse. Probably receiver or corner, maybe the only positions that's worse for guys like that, as much as they cut. But it looks like there is a chance, if he's practicing already on a Wednesday, for him to play in this game.
Well, you know what gets you healthy pretty quick? Is when you watch your replacement go out there and go for damn near 5 yards a carry, and you watch that offensive line do what they did last week, and you watch Woody Marks
so that get you
go out there and go for 6 yards a carry. That'll get you healthy real quick. Yeah, I want to be a part of that now. That'll take that high ankle sprain to a mild high ankle sprain, and that did not practice to a limited participation.
Yeah.
It'll make that move real quick. So, I hope they get Gerard Jordan back. I hope he is okay. If he can be full go, high ankle sprains are hard for running backs. If he can be a full go, then it'd be good to have him back in the fold. If not, you're confident with the guys you have.
Big news on the other side for them. For the Patriots, Moses did not practice today with a knee. He did play last week, so we'll see if that is just rest. And then Christian Gonzalez, their best corner, one of their best players overall on the team. He left the game Sunday against the Chargers with a concussion. He remains in concussion protocol, but he did get back on the practice field. He was a limited participant, and he was on social saying he is playing. So it looks like Christian Gonzalez, their top player that had a concussion, looks like he's going to be able to go.
Yeah, that's look. I'm never going to wish injury, especially concussion, on anybody. But I was hoping that one may hang around a little bit longer than Wednesday before the Texans game on Sunday. But yeah, getting him back is going to be big for the Patriots, man.
Yeah. So that's the latest there on the injury report. As they get ready for this next big one tomorrow, will show a lot. If these guys that are not practicing don't practice again, then that's something where you look at.
We have a liftoff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, other news around the NFL, and just adding to it, the Eagles. They have decided to move on from their offensive coordinator, Kevin Patullo. This is not a real surprise, Clint. Everyone was talking. I felt bad. I saw a guy, Marcus Spears, come on the air and say his ass needs to be gone the day after the game. I mean, this is and their offense just hasn't met the standard of what you would think. Nick Sirianni said, I've decided to make a change at the offensive coordinator position. I met with Kevin today to discuss. He had him in Indianapolis when they were on the staff in Indianapolis together. He's going. The part about this that is crazy is Jalen Hurts entered the league in 2020. This will be, since his junior year of college, this will be the 8th offensive coordinator, offensive coach that he has had running the offense since his junior year. It is crazy that Jalen has been as successful that he has been. Only once. He had Shane Steichen for 2 years. And the first year he wasn't even playing with Shane. And then more. Like, that is crazy. He has gone from Brian Daboll, Alabama, Lincoln Riley, then Shane Steichen for a couple of years, Brian Johnson, Baytown Cat, and then Kevin, and now he'll have a new one again. It's just, it's insane.
It's wild. You're talking about a quarterback that's been set up to fail, and they somehow won a Super Bowl and somehow won a boatload of games, over the last 2 or 3 years, and so that typically dooms a quarterback when you have that much turnover at the quarterback position. So we'll see. I mean, the interesting thing here for me is what do they do with all the offensive minds, all the offensive play callers right now that are on the market? What do they do in Philly? Do they hire? Because there's one guy out there right now that I believe they should hire tomorrow if Jalen Hurts is going to be your guy long term, which they got a bunch of money in him, and Jalen Hurts has got to be the guy. I don't know how Greg Roman isn't the guy you go get right now.
Really?
Absolutely.
Him or Daboll. Daboll would make some sense if he's not going to be a head coach. Some of the things he's done with quarterbacks, but Greg Roman, yeah,
I mean, I'm just talking about somebody that there is proof that his system is at its best when you got a quarterback that uses his legs. I just don't believe that Jalen Hurts. I mean, we watched him get replaced in Alabama. We're watching now just a ton of noise around him. Really, since Shane Steichen's left, there's been a ton of noise around. Now they've won despite it, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, that has got to be a run-first football team. That the pass game is a counterpunch to the run game. Like this isn't a put him back there and gun and potentially throw it 30 times a game type of thing. I mean, that's just not who Hurts is. And so it's going to be interesting to see who they hire. There's so many offensive minds out there.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, there's so many guys out there that you wonder, okay, like who fits Jalen Hurts and what is their offensive approach? Man, with Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts back there, you're crazy if this isn't a dual threat type of situation. And I think the offensive coordinators should show that.
Especially when they get rid of A.J. Brown, which I'm certain they
couldn't get rid of him quick enough.
I'm certain they probably
Did that surprise anybody? Did it surprise anybody that A.J. Brown was in the first round of the playoffs and having back and forth with the head coach and unhappy? I mean, it's always something with that cat, man.
He wasn't able to hang around either. To end the question. Oh, A.J.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, just some news out of baseball. Former Astro Kyle Tucker is fielding offers from both the Mets and the Blue Jays. Outfielder Kyle Tucker, the top free agent available this offseason, has been offered a short-term deal by the New York Mets that is believed to be worth $50 million per season.
Good God.
Damn, Kyle. Kyle struck it. $50 million potentially. He's going to get paid. I cannot wait to see what the numbers are for Kyle Tucker. He has played this thing well. They have waited this thing out. The Astros tried to come to him multiple times to get him to sign it early to get one of those Jordan deals, and him and old Boris was like, "Nah, man, we're gonna chill." And now he's about to get big money. I could get with the Astros with this. Obviously, $50 million is big, but he is going to get paid like a top 5 player, especially hitter in the league, top 5 player, and I think he is really, really good. But like, this is how you get yourself in trouble if you're a team like especially the Mets. The Blue Jays, maybe they feel like they're close to good, but like, you're going to go and pay that type of money for he's not a just change your whole organization type player.
Ooh. $50 million, man. I mean, what? I mean, I'm thinking, what kind of could be on the table for a guy to not take a short-term $50 million per with the Mets?
Does you think you could break up? How old is Kyle?
I mean, he's not. He's
a little older than.
But he's not anywhere close to that. To 2 or 3 years not being able to sign a deal with anybody.
Yeah, Kyle's 28.
I mean, look, the way Kyle's swinging the bat. If the way he's swinging it right now gets you $50 million, in 3 years he's going to be worth every bit of it. Assuming he plays well. Yeah, But I mean, good God, if you got confidence in yourself, why would you sign a long-term deal?
What do you think the short-term deal of a 50 per is? Because they're saying 50 per.
It's got to be 2 or 3.
6 months? I don't know.
3 years above 50. Yeah, you're right. 3 years, 150. I'm 28. I get back. I get back on this thing around 31, 32.
I'll be in New York until I'm 31, and we'll do this thing again.
And then we'll do it.
Hey,
especially if he balls out. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker in the building, man. He has played this thing well. The Astros didn't give him that money, but damn it, he gonna get his.
Woo! Love that money. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, coming out of college football, quarterback Dante Moore, who many people thought had a chance to be the first pick of the draft. Many people now, after his game, especially with him going head up with Mendoza against Indiana, dropped him a bit. But a lot of people thought he could be a top 2 quarterback in this draft. Well, Dante Moore opts against going to the NFL, and he is going to return to Oregon. He said, with this decision, mainly all my family has been about being the most prepared as I can for any situation I go into. And when it comes to me making my decision, I just want to do what's best for my situation, especially as a quarterback. So he is believing for him, the best thing for him is to go back to college. I think you probably agree with him based on some of the things you've said. But damn, man, sometimes when you got a chance to be a top 5 pick or top 2 pick in this draft, because you never know what next year's quarterback draft is. You generally see people go. There's a couple of things with this because they also brought in a high-profile quarterback.
The Dylan Raiola kid.
Yeah, the transfer that they thought might take over for him, and now they got them both.
Yeah.
So for now.
Yeah, well, for now they do. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. But this is smart, man. I mean, I don't know how much of this is the decision is based on not wanting to go to the Jets. All right, I mean, something like that. But I mean, look, you look at these kids, man. The thought of these kids coming out early, just and not now that you can make $4, $5, $6 million guaranteed in 1 year to go play 12 to 14 games of football and be the starting quarterback on a college campus. I mean, it just that you will never get that opportunity back ever again. That is an experience of a lifetime. Yes, living out your dreams is big. I get it. I understand that. But odds are if you go in the top 5, you're going to a dysfunctional team. It's going to be hell for 2 or 3 years. It might stunt your growth. No, it's definitely going to stunt your growth. It might ruin your career. Hey, take that 5 to 6. Stay in college where they love you. They're going to stroke you. You're going to get all the attention. Hey, man, and go try to win your national championship and go down in college football history. I love the decision by the kid. I didn't watch enough of him.
Against Arch.
I didn't watch enough of him to know, the ins and outs of his game. But I tell you, I watched 2 games at the highest level, and there was nothing that jumped off the screen like, yeah, this is that dude. Right now, the quarterback class this year is so weak that I could see where, it's tough to pick who the best guy is. But I could see where going back to college is a no-brainer for him.
Yep. I think he probably would have been a top 10 pick.
Yes. I mean, they'd have talked him into it.
Top 5.
Him and Mendoza. Mendoza and Simpson.
I just had worse a top 10 pick. So, but you're right. The situation is better. And, right, like there's Arch next year, maybe Sellers if he gets himself right.
No Jets. Yeah. That's going to be the least you don't think so.
All right, coming up, let's get to T-Mill's best bets as he was 2 for 4, 50% yesterday, getting this thing turned around a little bit. He'll give you his best bets for today, and we'll look at it. What thing do you think is more sustainable? B. Scott talked about it a little bit. What do you think is more sustainable that they can replicate in the game on Sunday? The Christian Kirk performance or the running game performance? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, the new year is here, y'all. How you getting results? How year's resolution going for you? Look, man, if you want real results in 2026, you got to go to Synergenics and Low T Center right now. They're giving away free men's TRT test and $200 off women's hormone test. Now's the time, y'all. Make the move. Book now at getmyhealthfix.com. That's getmyhealthfix.com. Look, I was just like a lot of y'all out there. I had no idea what low testosterone was, when it hit, how damaging it could be, but I damn sure know now how bad it could be. I've been with Low T Center for 7+ years, and I feel tremendous. Look, if you're experiencing constant tiredness, lack of focus, or you're just feeling off, something ain't right, you need Synergenics and Low T Center. It's quick, it's painless, and it'll change your life. It's that simple. Don't wait. Get in now. Change your life. Go to getmyhealthfix.com. Again, that's getmyhealthfix.com. You got to trust the OGs, the pioneers of the TRT game. That's Low T Center and Synergenics. GetMyHealthFix.com.
You're gonna get hard.
The Swarm City defense still. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, you talk about pool. I know a lot of people get on the great one, LeBron James, because he got his son in the NBA. That man, Steph Curry, just got his dad's jersey retired with the Charlotte Hornets. Hey, tell me, man. And Dale Curry was a nice shooter. 713-572-4610. I know we got some old heads. I know B. Scott's probably listening. Reggie may be listening. Who is Dale Curry? Who is the equivalent of Dale Curry today? Because I guarantee you the names we come up with, that person's not getting his jersey retired. You got to be somebody who ain't won a championship. Like Dale was a great shooter. Dale was a guy that got invited to the three-point contest but wasn't actually in the All-Star game. He's a good player. There's no way that Dale Curry is getting a jersey retired if Steph Curry didn't happen. If Seth Curry was his only kid that got to play in it,
get it done?
No, there is no way. That is the only reason why he got that damn jersey retired. And good for him. That is some power, boy. Steph got his dad a three-point specialist. He got that man. He's Duncan Robinson. Basically, I mean, he's going to retire Duncan Robinson's jersey. Oh, my God. All right. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets as he looks to build and get into the green. Clint, in the game Monday, I don't care what anyone says, the thing that shocked the hell out of me, that's why I had to push back a little bit on my man B. Scott, is Christian Kirk and that performance. I mean, my man, we're calling him, I was calling my man 2 for 20. He was Applebee's, baby, 2 for 20. My man goes 8 catches, $144 with a touch. And, I mean, it seemed like he was involved in most of them third downs that they got passing the football, and that was a matchup they exploited. And then the running game. We've not seen them run the ball like that, like just dominant damn near every snap. Which do you think is the one they can replicate more against New England?
I think the run game. I mean, look, we've watched what is it, 18 games now of Texans offensive football, and what has there been 2? When I would say that there's been 2 games where Christian Kirk has been like met or exceeded a low bar this year. One being obviously last week. So I mean, 2 for 18, and well, let's be honest. I can't say that the offensive line has played. I know, contrary to what DeMeco Ryan said, that it was just what they've been doing all year. I completely disagree. So I guess this was a first timer as well. But I would go with the O-line in the run game. Ron, 5 guys, take 7 or 8 guys if you count running backs and tight ends. It counts. It takes so many guys up front to make happen what they made happen, and it was convincing. I'm not taking anything away from Christian Kirk, but a couple of those were just beat man, create separation, catch and run. It wasn't like he was catching screens and making guys miss and doing a bunch of creating on his own. Again, not minimizing, just calling it what it is. When I watched the run game for the Houston Texans, it was 5 to 7 guys on one accord, building a wall and moving mass over and over and over and over again for 4 quarters. I got to believe that there's some real to that. I don't know that it's going to happen to that degree versus New England, but I got to believe that is a result of working and working and working and eventually the dam breaking and you getting some things right. I got to believe there's some legitimacy to that run game. Yeah, I would go. I'm going to go with the run game with your question. Run game or Christian Kirk happening again? I think it's the run game.
Yeah, well, the Christian Kirk is hard to really look at. One, hell, just for him to replicate that again. I mean, we're not anything close to that. But even more difficult with Nico Collins potentially not being there. So that hell, if they need to, they may put Christian on him, their best corner. They've got a pretty decent set of corners over there. So and he's not surprising them. I'd imagine Clint, like I said that to Tyler, said earlier, like how far? I mean, they're probably thinking, all right, Nick beat us. All right, Woody Marks in the run game, can't let him beat us. Dalton Schultz, all right, can't let him beat us. Man, this Jalen Higgins kid, he's starting to come on a little bit, can't let him. Like, how far do they get down before the thought of priority was 13? Like, there's at least 4 right there in front. I don't think the Patriots are going to be caught off guard there.
No, I don't believe they're going to be caught off guard. I don't believe they're going to shadow their best corner on him. I mean, they may in the fourth quarter if they have to, but I don't believe. Look, I think the Texans took advantage of a duck in the secondary there. In man situations, that was
2-6 was
that was a clinic, man. Christian Kirk beat him like a drum. He beat that damn safety. It was a safety nickel defender. He beat him better than he beat linebackers. 250-pound linebackers during a regular season. So yeah, I don't imagine he's going to get special attention. I do imagine that he's caught their attention.
Yeah, he's caught their
no question about it. So
and I don't think they would just keep letting him work them. Especially there's no Nico Collins there. Keep letting them work them over the way he did. All right, as we do every day, 5:30, new time, around 5:30, we do T-Mill's best bet. Want to make sure we give him time. Again, if you missed these bets, go to @T-Mill Real Deal. Broke even, 2 for 4 yesterday. Got that Durant.
Ever since we started messing with this clock and when we do
I'm telling you, bro.
It's been a rough run.
All right, let's fight through. Got to make 5:30 a new one. Sometimes you gotta get bad before you get good. What's your best bets tonight?
I don't know, man. We might have to move this thing sometime in the 4 p.m. hour or something. Hadn't been great. Step in the right direction, I guess. Going 50% last night, and what we wished for, we got, and Kevin Durant getting those rebounds before halftime. The big fella had over 4.5 rebounds. I wanted to do a full slate of player props around the NBA tonight because I realized, according to my numbers, been hitting on those a lot lately. Not so much against the spread, not so much over-under, but player props have been hitting. But I didn't love a lot tonight. I got 2 of them for you. First, Toronto Raptors, they're going to be in Indiana taking on the Pacers. Brandon Ingram, the forward, under on his points, which is 25.5. Brandon Ingram under 25.5 points. Next, we got the Cavs in Philly taking on the 76ers, and I'm on the big fella, the center, Jarrett Allen, under as well for his point total, much lower at 12.5. I've hit on Jarrett Allen unders a few different times this season already. Those are your 2 player props. And then I want the Bulls -4. They are hosting the Utah Jazz tonight in Chicago. And then an over for you to put a lid on this thing. Nets at the Pelicans tonight, over 229.5 points. And that one this evening. Those are your 4 best bets.
Yeah, Gorilla ain't going to like that Brandon Ingram bet.
Who?
Sir, man, Glorilla.
Glorilla?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, man, she'd be at the Raptors game. Yeah. Kind of that.
Piss off, Canada.
Yeah. Listen, I watch the NBA a lot, and the Nets is not a team that I'm real familiar with. It's not a team I watch a lot. Pelicans are fun. Pelicans have a terrible record, but they seem to play everybody really, really tight. I forgot who they played last night, but they were in there really, really tight last night with a good team. They score points. You be going for them. I don't got many Nets. I can't go with that one because I just don't trust enough my understanding of what Nets are out there. All the Nets that I used to remember got traded. Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett.
He's been in the booth for 3 years.
Turd James Harden.
You talking about?
I think they got
about 6-7 years ago.
No, they got Claxton.
6-7.
They got Claxton. I know that. I think they
had James Harden.
They got Claxton. I think they got Porter Jr. over there. Yeah, they got right now. I think they traded Porter Jr. for him with Denver.
Did Joe Johnson make a stop in Brooklyn?
Absolutely, he did.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Razorback.
I really like Joe Johnson.
Yeah. So best bets, T-Mill's best bets at T-Mill Real Deal. Go ahead and check things out. All right, C.J. Stroud. He spoke today, and I think the question is, and I think D'Amico brought it up as well, but the question is that I want to get into is, yes, he played and struggled on Monday. Do you think what you've been seeing from C.J., not just Monday, but here recently, do you believe the issue has had, especially in the game Monday, those are just one-off issues, or do you think this is something that's more than he can just clean up in the next several days before they play the Patriots? We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, if you're out there and you're suffering from breathing problems, day and or night, I'm talking
peace of mind is controlling your power. Get a free estimate on a Generac automatic standby generator from the #1 Generac generator dealer, Generator Supercenter of Houston. Check them out at GeneratorSupercenter.com or 281-251-6100.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Remember, hey, Texans are still rolling in the playoffs, which means we are still rolling as well, the Texans. And we will be tomorrow on the road, Thursday, we will be at Willowbrook, the Willowbrook location, Buffalo Wild Wings. Willowbrook Mall, if you're on the other side of the highway, that is where the Buffalo Wild Wings is. We were there last week, same spot we were at. Come on out and hang out with us. Scarlett, she has been there for over 10 years serving the people. There's good food, good drinks, and I'm certain we will not be empty-handed. I am certain that we will have some give. You know what? I think we're going to have some giveaways.
Hold on, Joe. Certain.
You're right.
I just got to the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Nah, to hell with that. Yep. I'm making an executive decision. We will have some giveaways tomorrow for you. So come on out and hang out with us. And remember, Friday, Football Friday, playoff edition Football Friday will be at my spot, baby, here in Sugar Land. Talyards will be there. Talyards Brewing Company. It is a great spot. Bring your kids. Bring everybody. Well, it is. They've got their own personal beers, all kinds of flavors. And it's a good time out there. So coming out with us on a Football Friday at Talyards in Sugar Land tomorrow, Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook, the Willowbrook location off of Tomball Parkway. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. They will be talking with their weekly guest, Nick Caserio. He'll join them right at 6 o'clock, give his thoughts on the Steelers game, I'm sure, and break down this game up against his former team, the New England Patriots, on Texans All Access right behind us. And then Area 45, the fellas doing the great work at night, the best late-night sports show you can find in this city, Area 45. The full aggressive Sean Bijani and Mr. Sexy Patrick Creighton.
Oh, PC.
PC now. I tell you, PC's the type of guy crack his knuckles, and he is ready to go. See a different PC, baby.
I'd like to see PC in a shake.
Boy, I'm not going to lie to you, and I mean this.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
I bet you PC was a hell of a dancer back in the day.
I can see that.
Oh, disco?
Oh, I bet you. I don't know. I bet you he was out there in Long Island. He was out there because he told me when I went to go visit New York, he knew too many spots and DJs. At least he said. Now he did make the point to say I don't know if they're still there, but he knew too many. Where I thought,
you're right.
He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready to. He was ready to step out there.
He is a social fella.
I'm gonna tell you, I could see PC having a couple of spots around the city.
Oh yeah.
And if you go on that given night, PC is going to be on the dance floor, whether there's other people out there or not, whether there's women out there or not. He's going to be on that dance floor, and he's going to get after it, and he's going to sweat like you ain't never sweat before, just by himself.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Yeah, I mean, now imagine. I mean, he would love for somebody to join him, and he'd love to join the crowd if there was one there, but it wouldn't matter. It'd be totally irrelevant.
All right, PC baby, tell him, man.
I got to call him. I got to text him and see if that's the case. That's a good point you bring up.
I wonder what was his dancing shoes. What was he? Well, I don't know if he went prepared like that. I think
no question. He was going to dance. I mean, you think what do you think he wasn't?
You don't think this was just a going out like to?
He doesn't strike
going out to. You think if he's going to go dancing, he's going to go damn it dancing. He knew it before he left.
Yeah, Creighton strikes me as a guy. He's not going hunting every night and just happens to run into some dancing. I think he's going dancing every night and happens to run into some.
Never struck me as a hunter.
Well,
oh come on,
it's
really
what whitetail?
I don't know, man. PC looks like, first off, most of us did some hunting. All right, but PC looks like he
I think every male to some degree.
Yeah, PC looks like he did some hunting. And as we've established here, he's some sort of a dancer, we believe. And there's
I don't believe that he was specific to hunting one game either. I'll be honest. I think he was. I think there was a time when it was a. Hey man,
I don't believe
I love that drop so much.
To one game.
No, he wasn't out there whitetail deer.
Can't hold him down.
Trophy deer hunting. No, I don't think he was.
He go pheasant hunting sometimes.
I think
he go duck hunting sometimes.
Dove, pheasant, sometimes a wild boar slip in there. I guarantee you.
Hey, me and Patrick were similar hunters then.
Oh boy, yeah, man. I'm telling you, yeah. But he put his dancing shoes on. He was going to dance, and he just ran across some little something.
All right, no, but again, man, stay tuned for us. Black says behind us, and then Dancing Patrick coming up with Sean Bijani.
Dancing Patrick,
ODPC, baby.
I'm just telling you, man. He be a guy out there. Did that brother just hit that spin move?
And the splits.
Hey, man.
Area 45's producer Colin Neal's in here with me. Colin, I need all disco music bump ins tonight for PC.
But I'm telling you, I'm dead serious. I bet Patrick Creighton was a hell of I bet you Patrick has a foxtrot that he can go to right now.
Classical.
I bet he can hit the tango. Now I'm not talking about the percolator. I don't know if he's laying on the ground and letting that ass bounce up off of him. I'm sure he wouldn't. But I think he could go in there and maybe some, I don't know, maybe some New Jack Swing. I'm not sure. I think we got some
all white tuxedo.
I'll tell you, I think he'll catch you off guard now. All right,
shoes shined up real nice.
One way or another, he's gonna catch you off guard.
He gonna get you.
Absolutely.
All right, Clint. We heard from, and this is Nick Caceres, we said coming on behind us. He spoke about C.J. Stroud and their performance and his performance in the game against the Steelers. Here's what the general manager had to say.
Yeah, no, he's a talented player, and he's shown that, in a number of games. I think if we continue to sort of focus on just cleaning up some of the things that we can do better, anytime that you win and there's things that you can clean up, that's a good problem to have. And if we can get some of those things shored up, they may or may not have some application here next week. But, going to the game, we talked about, it's basic funding that matters this time of year. So throwing and catching and doing the right things with our techniques, whatever they are relative to the position, that's in the end what's going to win you football games.
All right, you can jump in YouTube and Twitch and the text line. Whatever it is, CJ, we all acknowledge, I think, CJ can't play the way he did on Sunday. He cannot make the mistakes he made,
right.
Misses. Whatever it is, we just heard Nick talking about the fundamentals, and these are things that we still have to clean up, and blase this, blase that. When you watch and what you watch from CJ, do you believe it is just a matter of something that is able to just be cleaned up by the time they play against the Patriots, or this was a bad night and we'll move on, and that is in the rear view, and he can clean, as he said, clean that up against the Patriots?
I believe it's something that you have to go through before it can be cleaned up. And I don't think there's anything at practice that can happen to help him clean it up. I think that you got to go through nights like you went through Monday night in order to settle down. Because the big picture is not turnovers. The big picture is not missing Nico Collins. The big picture is being overwhelmed and panicking and letting that overwhelmed feeling and that panic and that frantic approach, letting that roll over from one play to the next drive, and next thing you know, you look up and it was a quarter of football that you wasted, right? That's the battle here, is how do you keep that from happening? And the only way as a quarterback you can keep that from happening, go through it like he did on Monday night. You come home and you watch it and you realize in the moment you've got to respond differently. Whether that's, hey, man, if you drop a snap, fall on it. If you drop a snap, pick it up and throw it away. If you drop a snap, pick it up and run it. But what you don't want to do is pick it up, jump around, shuffling around in the pocket, and then try to jump throw to somebody when you're in traffic. Don't make a bad play worse, right? That is what C.J. Stroud has to do. There's no. Now, I think they should focus on it in practice. I think they I hope like hell that they're not going, oh, he's a great player, and we've seen him make great throws, and, boy, you made these good throws, and good job not going in the tank. I hope what the approach is every day going in and attacking where he's got to be better and how he's got to handle these situations and the things that he can and can't do. But really living it is the only way to get better. And the hope for me as a fan is that him living it last Monday, he went back and watched the film, and now he can see, hey, man, they're showing you a pressure look, but you got to trust that your center's going to make the right call. You got to trust that your tight end's going to jump in there and make – don't get happy feet just to get happy feet. You got to trust these guys, right? And so I think that's the most powerful part of correcting what we saw from C.J. Stroud is the visual of watching his team on film get it right and him gaining confidence in that moment. So we'll see. I don't think there's no drill. If what you're asking, there's no drill that they can go do at practice that's going to be it is a panic. It's in between CJ's ears. It's a panic. It's a lack of trust. It's a lack of confidence. It's a lack of know-how. Like, what is my answer? Where am I going? All those things can't be fixed with a drill. It's got to be the quarterback.
Yeah, I just say, like, I just put it like this, fellas. If Josh Allen had that performance, the next, like, your thinking with Josh is, like, he'll be able to clean it up.
He'll clean it up, yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm just wondering, is that what you're seeing with him? Because for me, it's not even as much about the turnovers. It's about, to me, his confidence doesn't seem to be the same.
He's rattled.
Yes, and that is, if they start applying pressure, does he get out of sorts and does he react that way? Like, and I don't know. Like, I mean, Troy Aikman tried to nicely say it multiple times on the broadcast. There was one where Troy thought he missed Dalton Schultz and thought that's a throw that could be made. But Troy then said, I've been there before where the rush, you feel the rush, you think the rush is coming, and you can't keep your eyes downfield, and you're looking around you.
Yep.
Like, is that something that is fixable?
He's wide open, CJ.
The turnovers is not the big deal to me. Like, he was off. He is a great in terms of accuracy thrower